What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to do a full story video. A full story video is when I sit down, take a bunch of videos that tell one overarching story and combine them together into one big video. Now, today's full story video is going to be about Acts of Vengeance, this massive crossover given to us by Marvel Comics in 1989 up to 1990. It was a way for us to see our heroes go up against characters they don't usually fight against. So, for example, Spider-Man fighting against Magneto, the Punisher fighting against Doctor Doom and also the Kingpin, or, Daredevil fighting against Ultron. It made for a very interesting crossover in the late 80s, early 90s. Now, we had covered about 95% of all the books that were part of Acts of Vengeance. Not all of them, because some were kind of but still, we covered the good ones. And now, we're going to put it all together into one big video for you. So I do hope you enjoy today's comic book video. Guys, here we go. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to cover Acts of Vengeance. Now, this was a huge, massive crossover done by Marvel Comics in the late 1980s, early 1990s. Now, the reason why I say massive is because it was about 68 issues used as a way to tell this one big story. Now, we're not going to cover every single one of those issues because some of them don't really matter when it comes to the overall story, but most of them still do, and so we're going to cover the ones that actually do matter. Now, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, the whole idea of this crossover was really more of, hey, let's have our heroes fight against characters they don't usually fight against. So, for example, when it comes to Spider-Man, well, he might fight against Graviton, somebody he's not usually fighting against. And the list goes on for different characters like the Fantastic Four and Steve Rogers, Captain America, Iron Man, and the list goes on. Now, today's video is really more of where did this all start from? Like, what panel, what page, what book gave us the beginning of Acts of Vengeance? And guys, we have to jump over to Thor. Thor number 410, because the very last page shows us how Acts of Vengeance came together. You see, the last page of the book shows us Doctor Doom, who was recently defeated by Thor. But this is a Doctor Doom wondering, what is his next move? Like, what can he do next? But then he is confronted by a mysterious character. Now, this mysterious character tells Doctor Doom, hey man, listen, I got a plan for you. I have a way for you and I to get revenge against the people who have done us wrong, who has stand in our way when it came to us achieving our goals. If we are able to work together, we can bring them down. Bam, just like that. That begins Acts of Vengeance. Now, the next chapter we have to talk about is Avengers Spotlight number 26. Now, here's the thing. There were actually other books that came out before this one that were part of Acts of Vengeance. But for me personally, they don't really do anything at all when it comes to the overall story. And so you can technically just go ahead and jump into Avengers Spotlight number 26. Now, here's the thing about Avengers Spotlight. You see, it was a way to kind of give more love to different characters who were part of the Avengers in the past, or around this time Marvel Comics were actually part of the team. But the thing was, most of the Avengers Spotlight had 2 stories in each issue. But the first story was always going to be Hawkeye. The second story would be somebody else who was an Avenger or currently an Avenger around his time in Marvel Comics. So like Moon Knight or Tigra or Moondragon, and the list goes on. But when it came to Acts of Vengeance, they used both stories to tell just one chapter of Acts of Vengeance. It was Iron Man and also Hawkeye having to work together to handle a situation at the vault. You see, when it comes to the vault is where you have most of your superpower villains go to after being defeated by a superhero, a super prison. Now, as we jump over to the vault, we do pick up with a character known as the Wizard. Now, when it comes to the Wizard, he's not really a powerful character. In matter of fact, his powers are tech-based. And so you will wonder, why in the world are they going to lock him up in a super prison? Well, here is the reason why. Homeboy has been, he's been able to escape from regular prisons very easily. And so it made sense to go ahead to lock him up in a more secure prison, a super prison. Now we do pick up with a character known as Frank Ensign. Now Frank is actually Guardsman Prime. You see, the Guardsmen of the Vault, they wear power suits that allow them to actually handle different kinds of situations at the prison. Just in case one guy tries to break out, they can use their power suits to handle that situation very easily. But we do see Frank, Guardsman Prime, take the Wizard over to his cell, thinking that everything is going to be a-okay. Now, right after Frank leaves, we then see our mysterious character we saw earlier, who was able to make a deal with Dr. Doom, reappear in the prison cell of the Wizard to offer the Wizard some help. Now you have the Wizard agree to take the help of our mysterious character, and he is able to get his tech right back in his hands. And so now he's back to being a very dangerous character. Not very dangerous, but somewhat dangerous. Now, when it comes to Frank, he is watching the Wizard on his computer screen and realize that the Wizard is talking to somebody, but he can't see who he is talking to. Either way, you have Frank head right back over to the Wizard's cell. By the time he gets there, the Wizard has his tech and he's powered back up once again, and also had released other villains of the Vault to help him take down Frank, Guardsman Prime. And this begins a prison break. Now, with a breakout like this happening, you already know that you're going to have people try their best to call out for help. And so when it comes to some people working at the Vault, their main goal is to call the Avengers. But here's the problem. Their call does not go over to the Avengers. Their call goes over to Damage Control. Now, there is an actual Damage Control chapter in Acts of Vengeance, but we're going to go ahead and skip over that particular chapter so that we can move into more, happier stories, the more interesting ones. Either way, when it comes to Guardsman Prime, he was able to use his suit as a way to make a call out. And that call goes right over to Iron Man. Now, Iron Man is able to answer the call, except as soon as he finds Guardsman Prime, he's then attacked by Orca, one of the prisoners who was able to break free from his cell. Now, this fight does not last long, but it shows how crazy things have become inside the Vault. The idea that now all the different kinds of villains that were locked up by our superheroes are now just roaming free, and some of them were already able to escape the prison completely. They're back out in public now, most likely going to cause damage down the road. Now, Iron Man is not alone here. You see, Hawkeye also answered the call, except Hawkeye's main goal is to make sure the staff gets out of there, out of danger, because right now the idea of being locked inside the Vault with all these different kinds of super villains most likely you're gonna die. But now we have to jump over to the idea of, why does Hawkeye hate Iron Man? And let me explain why. You see, this is not the first breakout to happen at the Vault. There was another one that took place back in Iron Man comics and was caused by Iron Man back in Armor Wars. And so for Hawkeye, he believes that it was Iron Man once again causing another breakout, except this time Iron Man is innocent. Now, something I do also want to mention is that around this time in Marvel Comics, Iron Man had the world believe that it was not Tony Stark in the suit, that Tony had hired somebody else to wear the suit to be the bodyguard for Iron Man. But Hawkeye and a select few other heroes know or found out that Iron Man was Tony Stark. And so when you have Iron Man once again try to play the, hey, listen, I'm somebody else that Tony hired to wear the suit, you have Hawkeye say, no, I know it's you in there, Tony. Like, I'm tired of you pretending to be somebody else in there. We all know it's you. We also know it's your fault for this breakout like the last one. Now, Iron Man is able to catch Hawkeye off guard and say, listen, I didn't cause this breakout. And matter of fact, I'm trying to help the people who are stuck in this breakout. And so stop trying to attack me and think you know me and actually help me. And here's the thing, no matter what, as long as I wear the suit, I am an Avenger. So let's work together. Now, while you have Hawkeye and Iron Man work together to get the few guardsmen out of the prison, they do run into a few people who are trying to break out of the prison. But our heroes are able to find different ways to overcome their different challenges they're being confronted with. But once they're able to reach the surface, you have Hawkeye say, you know what? Let me go ahead and use a trick arrow, a EMP arrow that will be able to shut down the entire prison, but to also lock everyone inside the prison who's still in there, all the different criminals. But here's the problem. That EMP also affects Iron Man's suit. And so now his suit has just been shut down. And here's the problem. You are still talking about the idea or the possibility of villains find different ways to escape the prison. And the thing is, they're on an island. And so right now, Hawkeye and Iron Man have to pray that the rest of the Avengers are going to show up in time to help take down the villains who are still inside the vault, who are trying to break out. Because right now, the only person who can stop them is Hawkeye. Now, there are a few things we need to talk about before we dive into the next chapter, which is going to be Avengers number 311. You see, I want to sit down and talk about Quasar and how his powers actually work, because his powers come from the quantum bands. And so when it comes to the quantum bands, their actual origin could be a tad bit confusing. And the only reason why, because there are different pieces of information out there that kind of explains the actual origin of the quantum bands. There is some pieces of information out there that says, hey, the Kree Empire were the ones who had actually created the quantum bands. But at the same time, we're also told that Eon, a cosmic being, was the one who had created the bands. And matter of fact, when it comes to Eon, he's always choosing somebody to become the protector of the universe, because his goal was to protect all lives across the universe. And so a lot of times you have most fans go with what Eon did, the idea that he is the creator of the quantum bands. And so around this time in Marvel Comics, the quantum bands have fell in the hands of a character known as Wendell Vaughn. Now, I kind of want to sit down and talk more about Wendell Vaughn and how he became Quasar. You see, when he first came into Marvel Comics, he was just your regular S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Now, he was assigned to guard duty to watch over somebody else known as William Wesley, who was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top-tier tech jockey, who was testing out the quantum bands. The problem was, William did not fully understand how the quantum bands worked, and so he got himself killed while testing them out. But right after William died, you did have AIM try to attack the base to get the quantum bands. Now when it came to Wendell, he realized the only truly way to protect the quantum bands was to wear them. And once he put them on, he had to quickly learn how they work to protect himself, but to also protect them from AIM's hands. Now, once he was able to stop AIM, you did have Wendell join different teams over the years, like Defenders, a super soldier program that she put together to fight alongside with Steve Rogers and Falcon. But after those had failed for him, he then moved on to the Avengers. And when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, the first chapter for the Avengers, it's just him, because the rest of the team is dealing with other things across the world that's happening thanks to Acts of Vengeance. But in this chapter, we are going to see the end of Avengers Island. Now, when it comes to Avengers Island, it's not really an actual island, it's a man-made island that was done by the Avengers. The actual land mass is being kept up by some floaters. Now, when it comes to Quasar, when he does arrive back to Avengers Island, he realized that the Avengers are not there. And the reason why? Because they're all busy at the moment dealing with different characters thanks to Acts of Vengeance. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, you actually had a support staff on Avengers Island. You see, for many years in Avengers Comics, you had Jarvis being the main guy supporting the Avengers in different kinds of ways. But when it came to the team, they realized it wasn't fair for Jarvis to take care of everything. And so you didn't have Steve Rogers go out of his way to start hiring different people to help support the Avengers when they are away. Now, some of the Avengers, they did not really like this idea at all. And the reason why, one, the main base, Avengers Island, is near New York. And two, it puts innocent people who don't have powers in danger. And matter of fact, this chapter is all about that. The idea of the staff not really being able to help out Quasar to defend it. Now, before we are able to see the actual end of Avengers Island, we have to jump back over to our mysterious character, the man in charge of Acts of Vengeance. Now, here's the thing, because the man in charge, the way he is actually working is very intriguing. You see, right now, he has Dr. Doom helping him out by making Dr. Doom think that Dr. Doom is in charge. When it comes to each member of his actual group, each person believes that they are actually in charge, that he is their servant. But in reality, they're all his servants, because he is using them as a way to kill off the different people who have stopped him over the years, like Thor or possibly the Avengers. And so you do have our mysterious character walk into a room to have a conversation with Dr. Doom and another mysterious character. But the other two, they believe they're in charge, not knowing that neither of them is actually in charge. But now we have to jump over to Avengers Island. Now, when we do, we pick up with Quasar and a support staff realizing that Avengers Island is now an easy target because all the members of the Avengers are currently busy dealing with other things that are happening thanks to Acts of Vengeance. But while you have Quasar and a support staff wondering what to do, that is when the island does get attacked by waves of robots coming left and right. And these robots have begun the process of actually flooding the entire island. The island is now beginning to sink to the bottom of the bay. Now, here's the thing, because Quasar realized the robots are not trying to attack them. The robots are trying to attack different areas of the island that could possibly do damage to the island down the road in their own kinds of ways. Now, in the middle of this chapter, we do jump over to Star Fox. Now, when it comes to Star Fox, He is the brother of Thanos, and we have talked about him before, but when it comes to Star Fox, we see him trying to figure out what is Nebula actually up to, because apparently Nebula claims that she has a way to make herself the most powerful being in the entire universe. But the question is right now, how in the world is she going to achieve that kind of power? What does she have up her sleeve? And it kind of hints at ideas coming down the road very soon for Marvel Comics. Now, the rest of the book is really more of Quasar trying his best to use his abilities to keep the island afloat long enough to allow the support staff to get off the island, because the floaters that were actually made to keep the island afloat, they've been attacked too many times. The island is beginning to sink to the bottom of the bay. And so while you have Quasar trying his best to do that to keep the island afloat, he realized that when it comes to the robots, again, they are attacking different areas of the island, but not attacking him nor the support staff. Really, they are attacking the fuel tanks for the Quinjets. And here is the reason why. Because once you have the bombs go off that were attached to those tanks, it caused huge explosions across the island to do enough damage to make sure the island does fall to the bottom of the bay. And so the book ends with Quasar being able to save everyone from the support staff, but watching the end of Avengers Island. And so it is one heck of a way to kick off Acts of Vengeance. But this is where we are going. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over Acts of Vengeance. Now, technically, we had already covered what has started this actual event, but let me go ahead and give you a quick reminder. You see, you had a mysterious character appear and actually team up with Doctor Doom. We kind of find out that these two guys realize that the reason why villains are always losing to heroes is because they keep going after the same heroes. What if the villains go after other heroes? Heroes they don't usually fight against and could most likely win against. That is the whole point of Acts of Vengeance, to see our heroes fight against other characters they don't usually fight against. And what would the outcomes be? Now, today's video is all about Spider-Man, and here is the reason why. Because this story arc is very important to a lot of fans out there of Spider-Man. This is the moment where you have Spider-Man gain cosmic powers. And yes, you heard that right. But first, let's dive into what led up to that moment. And so as we dive into today's story arc, we do pick up first with Amazing Spider-Man number 326. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, we already know Peter Parker and Mary Jane are married, but also they had just gotten a new apartment in Soho. And so we do pick up with our lovely couple having a party, a housewarming party, and they have all their different friends there dancing and having a good time, including Harry Osborn, who just had a child. Now, while you have everyone celebrating, dancing, drinking, and opening gifts, well, out of nowhere, Mary Jane gets a very huge surprise. You see, somebody sent over a delivery service to deliver a bunch of food, some dessert, and also some flowers. And there's a nice cart with all that stuff. Now, at first, she believes, okay, it came from her husband, Peter Parker. But once she reads the card, she now knows where this all came from. And we kind of find out it all came from a character known as Jonathan Caesar. Now, Jonathan was kind of like Mary Jane's own personal villain, somebody who wanted to be with her, but of course she had rejected him. and he's a guy who does not take rejection very well. Now, he was locked up recently, but this is him saying even though he is in prison, he is always watching her. He is always keeping tabs on her. Now, Peter Parker is able to help his wife get out of this funk so that she's able to rejoin the party. But it's a way to remind us that there is a possibility he could come back into the lives of Mary Jane and Peter Parker. Now, something else I do want to mention is that around this time in Marvel Comics, the Daily Bugle was no longer under J. Jonah Jameson control. Matter of fact, it was recently bought out by another character known as Thomas Fireheart, aka Puma. Now, when it comes to Puma, in a recent adventure, Spider-Man had to help him out. And so as a way to pay Spider-Man back, he felt like the Daily Bugle is always giving out negative articles about Spider-Man. And that was a problem. And so Thomas said, fine, to pay back my debt for you helping me, I am going to buy out the Daily Bugle so that now the paper only publish positive things about you, no longer negative things about you. Now, we do pick up with the main bad guy for the first chapter. Yes, you heard that right, the first chapter. Each chapter today's video is going to focus on a different villain going after Spider-Man. And the first one is Graviton. Now, we have actually talked about Graviton before. When it comes to Graviton, he has the ability to manipulate gravity on different objects, on people on the Earth. Sometimes he is able to apply even more gravity on people or remove gravity completely off somebody. It's all up to him. Now, recently he was contacted by the Kingpin because apparently the Kingpin made a deal with Graviton. He's always losing to the Avengers. So why not go ahead and send somebody else to take down the Avengers for Graviton while he takes down Spider-Man? Now, I kind of want to jump over to Aunt May. And the reason why, because around this time in Marvel Comics, Aunt May was dating a guy known as Nathan Lubinsky. Now, when it comes to Nathan, he was somewhat a great guy for Aunt May. And Aunt May really did care for the guy a whole lot, that it was kind of nice to see her with somebody. But unfortunately, recently, they had just found out that he was going to die, thanks to his heart. And so this is Aunt May trying her best to spend the last few days with the man that she loves, to make sure that his last few days are some great ones. And Peter Parker just wants to be there for her as she's there for Nathan. Now let's jump back over to Graviton, and here's the reason why. Because you have Graviton head over to the Daily Bugle. It's well known that Spider-Man has some kind of connection to the Daily Bugle. Now, like I said earlier, when it comes to Graviton, he has the ability to manipulate gravity. And so, of course, the entire building gravity is completely gone. Not completely, but to the point where it's no longer on the ground. The building is now floating in the middle of New York. Now, you do have Peter Parker head over to Empire State University to just check in with Dr. Swan to see what is going to be his next assignment for the week. Now, as soon as you have Peter Parker walk into the lab, he's then introduced to a character known as Max Lubish, and I really hope I pronounce his last name correctly. Now, when it comes to Lubish, he's a very interesting doctor, but apparently he's working on a new kind of experiment because he had discovered an unknown energy source, and that is going to be very important in later chapters down the road for this video. But Peter Parker has to quickly leave because as he looks into the city, he can see the Daily Bugle just floating in the middle of New York. Now you would think, okay, we're about to get a most epic battle between Spider-Man and Graviton. No, we don't. So you have Spider-Man arrive at the Daily Bugle, and as soon as he arrives at the Daily Bugle, he tries to fight against Graviton, but he's also quickly confused on why in the world Graviton is coming after him for. Like, he heard of Graviton, but he knows there's no connection between him and Graviton. Now, when it comes to Graviton, hey, he's on a completely different level, and Peter knows there's no way he'll actually win this battle. Now, this battle does get wrapped up very quickly, and here's why. So Graviton realized that he has the power to just crush Spider-Man, and so he uses different kinds of objects and just pile them on top of Peter Parker, hoping to crush Peter. Now, after doing that, Graviton just leaves. You heard what I said? He just leaves. He does not confirm that his attack actually worked and had killed off Peter Parker. He just leaves to go on with his day. And so after he leaves, well, you didn't have Spider-Man being able to just pop out the debris and be all like, hey, I'm still alive, but hey, Graviton is gone. What in the world was this mess all about? And that wraps up the first chapter of the story arc, with Peter wondering why did a villain he has never fought against come after him for. Now, as we jump into Spectacular Spider-Man number 168, we do pick up with another assassin coming after Spider-Man. Now, this assassin was actually sent by the Acts of Vengeance group as a way to help out the Kingpin, and we'll talk more about that later on. But when it comes to this assassin, he's better known as the Trapster. Now, when it comes to the Trapster, he was really more a Fantastic Four villain, and a lot of times he will work alongside with a few other characters to form a group better known as the Frightful Four, who would always go up against the Fantastic Four. Now, sometimes to some fans out there, when it comes to Trapster, he would be more of a Human Torch villain. But either way, he was sent here to go after Spider-Man, another character that Peter is not used to fighting. Now, when it comes to Trapster, he's very similar to Graviton, and let me explain why. So first off, when it comes to Trapster, he has no powers. He's kind of like the Wizard. He basically relies on the different kinds of gadgets to actually help him win the different battles that he's part of. And he also used a pace gun. Now, getting back to the point where I say he's kind of like Graviton, when it comes to his battle between him and also Spider-Man, it does get to the point where he does believe that he was actually able to defeat Spider-Man. And so he leaves. He leaves too early without actually confirming that he had killed off Spider-Man. And so right after he leaves, we do get confirmation that Peter Parker has survived the Trapster attack. Now, that battle actually took place right in front of Mary Jane. And so when it got to the point where it seemed, okay, Peter Parker is about to die, she freaked out. And honestly, she had the right to freak out about the idea of losing her husband, but luckily Peter was able to bounce back. But right after seeing him being able to bounce back and head home, she knew she also wanted to go home and to be with her husband because he barely survived that last battle. She almost lost the man that she cares for so much. But now we have to jump into the whole Kingpin part, because we do pick up with the Kingpin being confronted by our mysterious character. Now, here's the problem with this section right here. Let me explain. So this comes after the last chapter that we had covered. But when it came to Graviton, Graviton was hired by the Kingpin to go after Spider-Man, because at that point we were left to believe that the Kingpin was actually part of the Acts of Vengeance group. But when you run into this chapter right here, this is the moment where he actually does join the group, and this chapter does take place after the previous chapter. And on top of that, we see the Acts of Vengeance group telling the Kingpin that they had sent the Trapster as a way to help him out, to finally deal with the two people who had caused him the most problems when it comes to his different operations, Spider-Man and also Daredevil. But now we have to jump back over to Peter Parker. Now, when it comes to Peter, he does arrive at the Empire State University, where he's about to work on another experiment alongside with Max Lubish. Now, remember, when it comes to Dr. Lubish, he was able to locate an unknown source of energy, and he had created a machine that is going to allow him to tap into this unknown energy that comes from a different dimension. But this is going to lead into Peter Parker, well, becoming cosmic. You see, while you have the two characters trying to use the machine as a way to tap into this unknown energy source, Peter Parker is very worried about the idea the machine cannot handle that kind of energy. And he was correct, because right when the machine is about to explode, releasing all this new kind of energy that Max had discovered, that blast had almost hit Max. But luckily, Peter was able to step in the way to save Max, but he was hit by the blast. And so now he was hit with this unknown energy. And now he has fully become cosmic. Now, we do get a few examples of Peter Parker being now cosmic, but the main one I want to focus on is his cosmic awareness. Because after he does change into Spider-Man and does save some fellow students at the university, well, out of nowhere, he is able to sense all the different things that are happening to him in the city, not near him, but across the entire city. And that shows that now he has cosmic awareness. But then he was able to locate that Trapster is nearby. And so when it comes to Peter, it's time to get payback, because that man embarrassed Peter in front of his wife. Now, when it comes to the battle between Peter Parker and the Trapster, it actually does not last that long, but it does give us a lot of different examples that something is going on with Peter Parker, that he has become, well, cosmic. You see, when it comes to their battle, in the middle of their battle, you have Peter Parker able to create a web construct. Yes, you heard that right. He is able to create a hand out of webbing and being able to use the web as an attack to attack the Trapster. But hey, there's a few more examples we gotta talk about. Like, for example, he is able to shoot energy blasts out of his fingertips. He's also able to overload the gadgets that the Trapster is using. But by the end of this chapter, that is another assassin that Spider-Man was able to defeat very easily. But now we're left to wonder, what else could possibly happen to Peter Parker, because now he has a new range of abilities. Now, the final chapter for today's video is going to be over Web of Spider-Man number 59. Now, we actually do pick up with Peter Parker on the rooftop of his apartment building, kind of wondering with the new powers that he had recently gained, and kind of wondering where these powers could possibly take him. Now, he is confronted by Mary Jane, who's also showing that she understands that what Peter Parker is going through. It is a lot to process, the idea that you have gained these new kind of powers, you have no idea what these powers could possibly do and what these new powers could possibly take you to. But either way, you do have Peter Parker leave, and the reason why, because there is a big meeting about to happen at the Daily Bugle with this new owner. But now we have to jump over to Doctor Doom. Now, Doctor Doom, like I said earlier, is part of the Acts of Vengeance group, and he believes that he's actually in charge, not knowing that he's currently being used by our mysterious character. Now, when it comes to Doctor Doom, we see him having a conversation with Titania. Now, when it comes to Titania, around this point in Marvel Comics, she was really more of a She-Hulk villain. And matter of fact, when she got the call from Doctor Doom, she believed that she was going to go after She-Hulk, to only find out that no, her assignment is to go after Spider-Man, another assassin coming after our favorite webhead. Now, when it comes to Titania, she actually has a fear toward bugs. And so when it comes to Spider-Man being a spider-like character, she instantly freaks out and she's kind of scared of fighting against him. And that shows how big her fear actually is. But then you have Doctor Doom being able to tap her shoulder, and we kind of find find out that he put in some kind of device that'll fill her mind with rage to allow her to overcome her fear and to actually go after Spider-Man. Now we jump over to the Daily Bugle, where we pick up with Thomas Fireheart, the new owner of the Daily Bugle. Now, when it comes to the staff of the Daily Bugle, even though they're kind of happy about the idea of no longer, publishing negative things about Spider-Man, they really miss their old boss, JJ, and they're kind of wondering what Thomas is actually going to do with the company. And so you have Thomas realize that most of his new staff are not really down with him being in charge. And so his goal is to win them over. But while talking to them, well, out of nowhere, you have Titania appear, and she begins to attack the entire Daily Bugle. Now, the rest of the book is really more of Spider-Man fighting against Titania, but also getting some help from Puma. Now, really, when I say some help from Puma, I really mean more of he's just trying his best, but homeboy does not stand a chance against Titania. Now, when it comes to Spider-Man, he does actually stand a chance, but this is another character that he's not really used to fighting against. A character who could really do some damage to Spider-Man. A character who sometimes rivals against She-Hulk, which means her punches can do some serious damage to Spider-Man, but he's now cosmic. And so now he is able to actually withstand all of her attacks like they are nothing to him. And then he takes her down so easily. And we also do see some more examples of him being, again, cosmic. But after being able to take down Titania, we kind of find out that Dr. Doom was watching that battle. But Dr. Doom is very confused because his reports did not say how strong Spider-Man is at this moment. And so he's kind of wondering, what new powers did Spider-Man possibly gain? And can Dr. Doom tap into this unknown energy source? What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over Acts of Vengeance, and now we pick up with some Captain America. Yes, we do. Now, when it comes to today's video, it is going to be about how the Red Skull had actually joined the Acts of Vengeance group. How was he recruited, and why was he recruited for? But on top of that, we're gonna see Captain America fight against one of his old allies, and that is going to be Namor. Namor also gets involved in Acts of Vengeance, but the question is why? And why is he going after Steve Rogers? Those questions are going to be answered in today's video. I do hope you enjoy. And so getting into today's storyline, we actually pick up with the Red Skull. Now, when it comes to the Red Skull, he's talking to Crossbones because he was just informed of the recent breakout at the Vault. And matter of fact, we covered that breakout back in our first chapter of Acts of Vengeance. That kind of helped the villains begin the process of trying to go after different heroes in Marvel Comics. But when it comes to the Red Skull, he wants Crossbones to head over to the Vault to see if there are any criminals that could be very useful for the Red Skull and his master plan. And so you have Crossbones leave to go complete that assignment. Now, right after Crossbone leaves, you did have the Red Skull be confronted by our mysterious character. This guy who has been going around recruiting different big-time villains to work together to get rid of the heroes, like Magneto, our Kingpin, Dr. Doom. Now, here's the catch, though, because when it comes to our mysterious character, he has every single person that he had recruited believe that they are in charge. but in reality, he is in charge. He is using them as a way to get rid of every single hero that had basically stopped him over the years. Now, when it comes to the Red Skull, he is trying to recruit him, but the Red Skull is freaking out because every single time the Red Skull trying to trap our mysterious character, he is able to use magic to get around every single trap the Red Skull has. But he does to the Red Skull, hey man, listen, I'm here to recruit you. I'm here to help you get revenge against the people who had always stand in your way when it came to reaching your goals. If you're ready to join us, just walk through that door right there. But now we pick up with Steve Rogers, who's currently with a character known as Diamondback. Now, when it comes to Diamondback, she was actually part of the Serpent Society, an evil group in Marvel Comics. But around this time in Marvel Comics, she was actually changing sides, trying to become a good guy and possibly a love interest for Steve Rogers. Yes, you heard that right. Now, when it comes to our two characters, they do arrive back at Avengers Island. Now, when they do arrive, well, technically, they kind of find out the island was sunk. Because remember, back in the early parts of our coverage over Acts of Vengeance, we had saw an army of robots actually attack the island, which led to the island being sunk down to the bottom of the bay. And so you have Steve Rogers not believing in the fact that his base, the Avengers base, is no longer around. But you have Jarvis say, yeah man, it's gone. It's completely wrecked. We gotta find a new place to actually stay. And when it comes to Steve Rogers, he wants to move over to the headquarters of the Fantastic Four. But now we have to jump over to Namor, who is currently just swimming around. Now, when it comes to Namor, he is confronted by our mysterious character, except this time our mysterious character appears as a shadow-like figure who's coming to Namor to recruit Namor into the Acts of Vengeance group. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to Namor, he would go back and forth between being good and bad, a true anti-hero. But around this time in Marvel Comics, he was trying to be a better person after trying to go to war against the surface world. And so with them trying to be a better person, when it comes to our mysterious character trying to recruit Namor, Namor says, no, why in the world would I join you for? And just swims away. But now we have to jump back over to Crossbones. And we do see Crossbones being able to find at least one escapee from the actual vault, and that would be the Controller. Now, when it comes to the Controller, he first appeared back in Iron Man number 12. Now, he's one of those, I say, obscure characters, but at the same time, he's still very interesting and could be a very powerful threat if used the correct way. Now, when it comes to the Controller, he has the ability to control other people, hence the name. But he has to put on a slave disc on the back of their neck to be able to control them. But at the same time, he's also able to absorb their energy as well, or take in their strength and add it to his own, and which again could make him a very powerful threat if he is used in the correct way. But of course, you have Crossbones being able to capture the Controller and tell him, hey, my boss wants you to work for him. He got some big plans coming very soon. But getting back over to Namor, you have Namor being able to find Avengers Island at the bottom of the bay. And when it comes to Namor, he's kind of like, what the heck happened to the island? Like, why in the world is it the bottom of the bay? What in the world happened here recently? But while he's trying to investigate the area, well, out of nowhere, you have the Controller arrive and being able to place a slave disc at the back of the neck of Namor. And that is going to be a huge problem, because you have Steve Rogers get word that Namor was at the bottom of the bay. And as Steve Rogers, he knows that it was Namor trying to find Avengers Island, not knowing that it had recently sunken. Either way, you have Steve Rogers head over to where Namor could possibly be at. But out of nowhere, you have Namor begin to attack Steve Rogers. Now, this is Steve Rogers trying his best to play defense, because Namor's strength is is on a whole complete different level than Steve Rogers. And so our hero is struggling, but he is trying his best. Now, here's the thing, because in the middle of the battle, you have Steve Rogers realize that there is a slave disc on the back of the neck of Namor, which explains why Namor is trying to attack Steve Rogers. And so you have Steve being able to use his shield to actually hit the slave disc, which apparently just stops Namor right in his track, and he falls straight to the ground, passes out, just like that, knocked out. And you have Steve Rogers wondering, okay, what can I do to help free my friend from this slave disc? In the last page of this chapter, we do see the Red Skull joining the Acts of Vengeance group, getting ready to possibly cause some big problems for our heroes down the road. But now we have to jump into Captain America number 366, where we do pick up with Steve Rogers meeting up with Hank Pym. And you have the two guys trying to find the best way to remove the slave chip off the neck of Namor. But you do have Hank Pym tell Steve Rogers that if they do try to remove the slave chip, it could most likely do some serious damage to Namor's mind and the rest of his body. And so you have Steve Rogers saying the only way to safely remove the actual chip is to find the controller. And so now they are going to begin their hunt for the controller. And speaking of the controller, we see him going after Thor. Now, when it comes to the controller, his next goal is to control the mind of Thor like he currently is when it comes to Namor. Except when it comes to the controller, he realized that Thor is fighting against the Juggernaut. And we will talk about that battle in a couple videos from now. But when it comes to the controller, his main goal is to go after Thor, but he's then confronted by Crossbones, who then informs the controller, hey man, listen, the boss wants to see you back at the base at this moment. Now, when it comes to the controller, he's kind of like, listen, I have a goal in mind at the moment, and that is to control the mind of that guy right there. Once I've done that, then I'll go back and see the boss. But of course, you have Crossbones say, no, you have to go now. And boss kind of knew that you might not try to come unless we force you to come. And that is when Crossbones introduced another character better known as the Voice. Now, when it comes to the Voice, he's not really a big time character. Matter of fact, his only ability is to use his voice to control the minds of people. But here's the problem. You see, if somebody's wearing earplugs or, they're too far away to hear him, then his powers cannot work. Or let's say he goes to a concert. The music being too loud will basically block out his voice. Either way though, he's able to use his voice on the controller to make him fall back in line. Now, when it comes to Steve Rogers, he was able to find the controller by following the signal that was coming from Namor's slave chip back to its original point, which would be the controller. Now, once you have Steve being able to board the aircraft of Crossbones, you have Steve fight against the controller. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to the controller, his main goal is to take over the mind of the Avengers, every single member of that team. But when he looks at Steve Rogers, he says, well, listen, dude, you are the weakest member of the Avengers. I don't really see a purpose or a reason to actually take over your mind, but you know what? I'm still gonna do it because you never know, I might need you for something else down the road. Now, when it comes to Steve Rogers, he does a great job in defending himself against the controller, but also making sure the Voice is knocked out so that the Voice cannot use his ability to control the mind of Steve Rogers. Now, once you have Steve being able to take out the Voice, he does shift his focus back onto the controller, and their battle leaves the aircraft and lands in a nearby park. Now, while you have the two characters fighting against each other, you have the controller actually being able to place a slave chip on the back of the neck of Steve Rogers. But you didn't have Crossbones say, hey, we gotta leave. Boss wants us now. And so they leave. But to the controller, he believes that he was able to place a slave chip on the back of the neck of Steve Rogers to take over his mind. But Steve had placed a metal plate on the back of his neck to block the chip. So when it comes to the controller, he has no idea that he actually did not take over the mind of Steve Rogers. But now Steve Rogers can use the chip to find a way to stop the controller and possibly the Red Skull and Crossbones as well. Now, to wrap up today's video, we jump back over to the Red Skull. Now, when it comes to the Red Skull, his main goal is to, well, use the controller to control the mind of our mysterious character, which honestly could have worked, but our mysterious character is immune to the powers of the controller. And so when they try to do it, he's all like, dude, this is not going to work on me. And I knew you were somebody I couldn't trust. That's why I chose you to join my Acts of Vengeance group. Now, when it comes to the Red Skull, he is not going to give up at all. He is going to try again to find a way to control the mind of our mysterious character. But that ends today's What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over Acts of Vengeance, a crossover that took place in the late 1980s, early 1990s. Now, when it came to Acts of Vengeance, the whole purpose of this event was to see Marvel heroes fight against different villains they don't usually fight against. So, for example, Thor fighting against the Juggernaut, or possibly Spider-Man fighting against Graviton. Different characters like those. And so when it comes to the Fantastic Four, their first chapter in this crossover is really more of them just being confronted by some C-list or low B-list characters and wondering why in the world are these different villains coming after them. But at the same time, you have the Fantastic Four worried about a new law that's about to go into effect. And this law is going to affect the superheroes across the country. And so getting into today's storyline, we actually do pick up with a mysterious character being able to get on top of the home base of the Fantastic Four. Now, here's the thing. Usually Reed makes sure that the base for the Fantastic Four is heavily protected. But at this moment right now, the alarm system is down completely. And so our mysterious character here is able to attach some kind of device to the building, which could play an effect down the road. But then on the lower level, we do see a young couple walking into the building. And that would be Ben Grimm and She-Thing. Now, when it comes to our couple here, when they walk into the building, they had set off the alarms that Reed Richards had just activated. Now, there is something I do want to talk about, and that would be Reed and Sue. You see, Reed and Sue had actually left the Fantastic Four. And matter of fact, the last time we talked about these two characters, they were joining the Avengers after retiring from the Fantastic Four to raise their son. But recently, they have rejoined the team. Now, while they were gone, Ben Grimm took over as the captain of the team to keep the team going. But of course, he's now back into his old position again. Now, when it comes to She-Thing, we had talked about her before. She-Thing is known as Sharon Ventura. And matter of fact, in the 1980s, she was a Miss Marvel character. But she did join the Fantastic Four when Reed and Sue had stepped down. Now, after she had joined the Fantastic Four, she was also hit with cosmic rays, which of course turned her into She-Thing. Now, she has a relationship with Ben Grimm, who is currently in his human form. Now, when it comes to Ben Grimm, he's very upset about the idea of being caught in one of the alarm system trap that Reed had activated. But you have Reed apologize for what happened to Ben and also what happened to She-Thing. And you have the two characters go their separate ways. Now, it's not like Reed is actually in trouble. It's not like Ben really does hate Reed. It's just more the fact that he got picked up by some kind of alarm system and tossed across the room. And it really did bother him after coming home from a long day. Now, something else I do want to talk about is going to be Alicia Masters. Now, originally, Alicia Masters was actually dating Ben Grimm, but around this time in Marvel Comics, she was dating Johnny Storm. Matter of fact, they're about to get married very soon. Now, if you are a good old Fantastic Four fan, you already know that this is not Alicia Masters. And matter of fact, I'm going to save that surprise for later on. But you do have her, Johnny, and Reed talking about the new law that's about to go into effect. Now, we have been talking about this over in our X-Men videos, that there is going to be a law that says mutants must register if they are a mutant. Now, another law is also being made for the entire superhero community. And when it comes to Reed and Johnny, they don't know how they truly feel about that. Now, before they are able to continue on with their conversation, that is when the alarm goes off, meaning that somebody had just tried to break into the building. Now, when it comes to our heroes, once they do find the person who tried to break into the building, he had already been knocked out thanks to the alarm system. But we kind of find out it is the Constrictor. Now, when it comes to Constrictor, better known as Frank Payne, he used to be part of S.H.I.E.L.D. a long time ago, but he went undercover for S.H.I.E.L.D. as a super villain. But he had a nervous breakdown, which then led to him to become the Constrictor. Now, here's the thing. The Fantastic Four never fought against this character at all. They're very confused on why in the world he tried to break into their home. But either way, you do have our heroes call the police and say, hey, we got somebody for you. Can you please come by and just take him away? And they do. But you have our heroes wondering, why was he trying to break into their home? Now, while you have our heroes being able to move on from that incident, you did have our heroes sit down and talk more about the new law that's about to go into effect very soon. Now, here's the thing. The Fantastic Four were invited to talk to Congress to hopefully make sure the law does not go into effect at all. But you also have Susan saying she's afraid that this law could possibly lead into the idea of heroes being used for different military missions. Now, guys, that is very similar in what we saw back in Ultimates 2 by Frank Millar, because in that universe, in the Ultimate Marvel universe, the Ultimates became a military force to be used against other countries. And so for Susan, she's saying that could possibly happen here. Now, when it comes to our heroes, while they are talking, somebody else is trying to break into the building, and that would be the Beetle. Now, when it comes to the Beetle, he had actually fought against the Human Torch, but that was only one time, and that was a long time ago. But now he is also trying to break into the building. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they're also trying to put their son to bed, Franklin Richards. Whew, my bad there. But either way, while trying to do that, the alarms go off once again. And once again, when they do arrive, they find the Beetle has been caught in one of their alarm trap. But now they're kind of wondering, why in the world are these different villains that we don't usually fight against trying to break into our building? And that shows the Fantastic Four has no idea that Acts of Vengeance is currently going on at the moment. And so they have no idea that the villains are deciding to go after heroes they don't usually fight against. And what's crazy is that once you have our heroes being able to have some more downtime, the alarms go off once again. And this time, it's another character the team don't usually fight against. It's the Shocker. He usually fights against Spider-Man. And so you have our heroes wondering, Why in the world is Shocker here for? What in the world is going on? Either way, you do have our heroes being able to hand the Shocker over to the police. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they don't have the time to actually investigate what's going on when it comes to the different villains trying to break into their base, because now they have to head over to Washington, D.C. to talk to Congress about that new law. And so they do leave. Now, when they are leaving, the same device we saw earlier being planted on the building at the very beginning of this chapter, it moves off the building onto the aircraft the Fantastic Four are about to use to fly over to Washington, D.C. Now, while our heroes are leaving, you did have Steve Rogers and Thor arrive. Now, this scene takes place before our next video, where we're going to see Thor being able to fight against Juggernaut. But it does take place after the earlier parts of our coverage over Acts of Vengeance, because you have Steve Rogers mention that Avengers Island was destroyed. But the reason why he is here alongside with Thor is to find a temporary base for the Avengers, and he was hoping to use the base of the Fantastic Four as the new base for the Avengers. But unfortunately, they just left, and when our two heroes arrive on top of the building, the new alarm system that Reed had installed begins to attack Thor and also Captain America. Now, our two heroes are able to protect themselves, but they realize that now they don't have access to the building because Reed had changed the entire code of the building. But on top of that, now they must find somewhere else to be their base for the Avengers. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they do arrive in Washington, D.C. And their next chapter for Acts of Vengeance is going to be more about them fighting against Congress. I'm going to save that video for later on. And this What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over Acts of Vengeance, and now we are going to pick up with the Thor chapters. Now we're going to cover Thor number 411 and Thor number 412. This is a two-part story arc where we're going to see Thor fighting against the Juggernaut. Now remember, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, it was a massive crossover that took place in the late 1980s, early 1990s. When it came to Acts of Vengeance, the whole idea was that there was a mysterious character who was trying to get rid of the Earth superheroes, but he realized that the reason why the supervillains of Earth are always losing is because they keep going after the same heroes over and over and over again. And so he tells them, why not try to switch things up? So for example, go after other heroes that you have not fought against before. So Magneto, why not go after Iron Man? Or hey, Juggernaut, why don't you go after Thor? It's a way to see our heroes fight against different kinds of villains that they're not usually fighting against. Now, before we dive into this story, there's something else we have to talk about. And that will be the idea that Thor was actually bonded to another character known as Eric Masterson. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, Thor had a close friend known as Eric, who was just your regular human being. But then one time, Thor got into a very serious battle against a character known as Mongoose. Now, when it came to Eric, he tried his best to help out Thor. Matter of fact, in that battle, we saw Eric become worthy enough to pick up the hammer of Thor. But right after doing that, he was severely injured by an attack from Mongoose. Now, after being severely injured, you then had Thor beg his father Odin to save the life of Eric. Now, when it came to Odin, he said the only way to do that was to combine the two characters into one. It was a way to give Thor a brand new alter ego when he wants to be just a regular person, which is Eric. But then when he needs to be Thor, all he has to do is just use his cane and bam, he'll transform into Thor. It's a way to kind of bring back the whole Donald Blake situation. And so now we are able to officially dive into today's video, where we do pick up with Eric right now watching the news alongside with Hercules. Around this time in Marvel Comics, the two characters were technically roommates. Either way, when it comes to Eric, while watching the news, he hears about the big breakout from the very beginning of Acts of Vengeance, where you had all the different super villains being able to escape from the super prison. Now, when it comes to Eric, he is very worried about the idea that there is some big war coming very soon, that a group of people are now coming after the heroes for unknown reasons. And so now is Eric wondering what could possibly happen down the road when it comes to the superhero community. Now, we kind of find out that Eric is also being watched by our mysterious character, the man in charge of Acts of Vengeance. Now, when it comes to our mysterious character, you do have him watching over Eric, but the problem is he's trying to find Thor. But he can't find Thor for some unknown reason. He has no idea that Thor has bonded with Eric. Now, we do skip over to another prison, a prison that's holding on to the Juggernaut. And we kind of find out that our mysterious character is going to use the Juggernaut as a way to hopefully bring out Thor, but to also get rid of Thor as well. And with the Juggernaut being on the loose, it does not take that long for him to be able to get the attention of Thor. Really Eric at first, but then Eric does transform into Thor to go battle against the Juggernaut. Now, the Juggernaut is not an easy opponent. And so when it comes to Thor, he still believes that he should be able to handle the Juggernaut. But you have the Juggernaut just backhand Thor far away from him to show how powerful he truly is, that this is not going to be an easy battle. Now, something else I do want to talk about is the idea that this book actually calls Juggernaut a mutant, even though he is not a mutant at all. You see, when it comes to Juggernaut, he actually gets his powers from the Crimson Gem of Sidorak. And so with that gem, it allows him to be Juggernaut. So even though he fought against the X-Men multiple times, and yes, he is the half-brother of Charles Xavier, it does not mean he is a mutant. Now, getting back over to the battle, there's something else I also want to mention when it comes to Thor. You see, around this time in Marvel Comics, anytime Thor was on Midgard, Earth, and he was in the middle of a battle, he would get these dizzy spells. But unfortunately, he has no idea where they are coming from. And so in the middle of this battle, he is getting another dizzy spell. It's throwing him off. And anybody who's nearby watching this battle can tell that Thor is not acting like his usual self. Now, because the public can see Thor losing the battle, there is a character who is watching Thor from his apartment through the window and realize it is time to bring in the new heroes to hopefully bring down the Juggernaut, but to also save Thor. I am talking about the idea of the New Warriors. This was their first appearance ever in Marvel Comics. Now, when it comes to the New Warriors, these are your characters who are on the team at this time in Marvel Comics. Firestar, Night Trasher, Nova, Speedball, Marvel Boy, and I'm going to mispronounce the last name, but Namor Freed. Either way, these characters are all getting the call that it's time to come together to show the world this new superhero team who could possibly stop the Juggernaut. So when we switch over to the battle between Thor and Juggernaut, it's just Juggernaut beating down on Thor like it's nothing. Like, unfortunately, Thor can't do anything at all to actually win. And matter of fact, that dizzy spell is still affecting him in many different ways when it comes to this battle. But after a few pages where it does look like the Juggernaut might be able to deliver the final blow, that is when you have the new warriors appear to hopefully step in to bring down the Juggernaut, but to also save Thor. Now, here's the thing about the second chapter of the book. It opens up with Juggernaut just being very upset about the idea of the new warriors trying to step in the middle of this battle. Let me explain. So for Juggernaut, he's well known for going up against a lot of different characters, a lot of powerful characters. Now for him, he counts Spider-Man as a powerful character. But either way, it's him saying, I fought against Thor, fought against Spider-Man, fought against the X-Men, and now you new superhero team, this new superhero teenage team, y'all believe that you have the ability to stop me. Like, he is so confused on why in the world they're trying to step up to him with his reputation being so high. But either way, you have the Juggernaut just begin to fight against the new warriors, and we begin to see them struggling against him. Now, in the middle of the battle, you have Night Trasher just snap. Like, he gets so angry about the idea of not being able to actually take down the Juggernaut. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to Night Trasher, unfortunately, we don't get told what is actually wrong with him. It is not discovered until later on in the New Warriors book that will come out of this down the road in Marvel Comics in 1990. But either way, you do have the New Warriors trying their best to just fight against the Juggernaut, but unfortunately, he's just, like I said earlier, giving them a very difficult time. Now, the story does get wrapped up very quickly here, where you then have Thor being able to use his powers to create a hole in the ground, which then allows the Juggernaut to fall into the hole. Now, once he does fall into the hole, he's then surrounded by a bunch of metal, where you then have Firestar being able to heat up the metal to a molten state, where of course all the molten metal begins to surround Juggernaut, and once it's cooled off, it basically turned into some kind of steel prison, where you didn't have Thor being able to use his powers to transport, or really teleport, the new prison for Juggernaut over to deep space to give the heroes of Earth enough time to relax before the Juggernaut is able to return back to Earth. And for Thor, the day is saved, and he thanks the New Warriors for helping him out. And that really wraps up today's video. So please, what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about. But today's video is going to be about Wolverine, issue number 19 and 20. But this two-part story arc is actually part of Acts of Vengeance, another series that we are currently covering. You see, in the late 1980s, Marvel gave us a massive crossover, better known as Acts of Vengeance, where you had a mysterious character appear, and this mysterious character had a plan to have different villains fight against different heroes they don't usually fight against, because those heroes are not prepared to fight against those kind of villains. And he believes that all the heroes should be easily defeated. And so when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, Wolverine is going to fight against Tiger Shark, who is usually an enemy of Namor. Now, when it comes to this two-part story arc, like I said, it is part of Acts of Vengeance, but it's also continuing a storyline within Wolverine comics, where you have Wolverine about to invade a country. You see, in our last video, when it came to Wolverine, he was confronted by a character known as Geist. Now, when it came to Geist, he was working for the president of Terra Verde. Now, when it came to Terra Verde, they wanted their own superhuman. He got tired of the idea of seeing all these different kinds of superheroes coming from America, coming from other countries around the world, but he does not have a superhero for his country. And so when it came to Geist, that was his job. And he tried to complete the job by using cocaine. Yes, you heard that right. And so when it came to Geist, he went over to Madripoor and he kidnapped a character known as Roughhouse. Now, Roughhouse was an enemy of Wolverine, but by this point in Marvel Comics, even though they did not like each other, they did like fighting against each other, a sparring partner. And so for Wolverine, he wants his sparring partner back, but also he wants to help out Roughhouse and get him out of that kind of experiment. And so that is why he is trying to invade Terra Verde. Now, as soon as Wolverine arrives in Terra Verde, he does see a young woman fighting against a character known as Tiger Shark. Now, I kind of want to focus on Tiger Shark first before we move into the new character who's only going to be in Marvel for a short period of time. Now, when it comes to Tiger Shark, he was a great swimmer, but unfortunately, he was seriously injured when it came to him trying to save someone from drowning. Now, after being injured, he was desperate to regain the ability to swim again. And so, unfortunately, he went through an experiment where he was given the DNA of Namor, but also the DNA of a tiger shark, hence the name Tiger Shark. Now, the next character I do want to talk about is going to be Bandera. Now, when it comes to Bandera, she is actually a mutant, but she is a young teenager from Florida. And you're probably wondering, why in the world is she here in Terra Verde? Let me explain. Because of her father. You see, her father had taken part in the revolution in Cuba, but then kind of got tired of it and moved over to Florida. But unfortunately, he got addicted to drugs. And so when it came to Bandera, she realized the drugs were coming from Terra Verde. She also realized that Terra Verde is technically being ruled by an evil president. And so her goal is to lead a revolution in this country to get rid of corruption. Now, when it comes to Tiger Shark, he's helping out Terra Verde by going after Bandera. But in reality, Tiger Shark was actually hired by somebody else to handle Terra Verde. And I'll explain more of that here in a moment. But you have Wolverine and Bandera being able to do enough damage to Tiger Shark to make him retreat for the time being. Now, after you have Wolverine and Bandera being able to work together to get rid of Tiger Shark, you have Wolverine tell her, hey, you know what? Knock it off. You're too young to actually lead a revolution. You're too young to take part in this lifestyle. And so this is Wolverine trying his best to save her life. But for Bandera, no, this is the right thing to do, to lead a revolution in this country to hopefully get rid of the corruption in this country. Now, we do jump over to President Felix, who is having a conversation with the Kingpin. Now, this is where we learn why Tiger Shark was in Terra Verde. You see, when it comes to the Kingpin, him being the king of crime, he had different operations in Florida. And of course, those operations were really more drug operations. But you'd have Bandera going out of her way to ruin those operations. And so once he got word that she was going to head over to Terra Verde, where the Kingpin gets most of his drugs from, he called up Tiger Shark, because by this point in Acts of Vengeance, he was part of the main group alongside with Doctor Doom and our mysterious character. But he did send in Tiger Shark to go after Bandera Bandera to kill her before she could ruin his operations. Now, when it comes to Felix, the president of Terra Verde, the reason why he is so upset because the Kingpin did not bother to ask Felix to allow Tiger Shark into his country. And it's kind of like, dude, you have to ask. You have no right to send in your people without my permission. But for the Kingpin, he does not care at all. Now, after Felix had finished his conversation with the Kingpin, you did have Felix have another conversation with Geist, but that conversation is not really important. What really is important is that as soon as you have Felix leave the room, you have Wolverine being able to sneak into the room and get the jump on Geist and demand Geist to show him where are they keeping Rough House at, because he is here to save Rough House and go back home to Madripoor. Now I want to shift our focus over to Felix and also his wife, Sister Salvation. Now here is the reason why. Because she is also a mutant. She has the ability to heal people by just touching them. And that's really important because when it comes to Rough House, even though with him taking in all those different kinds of cocaine and becoming stronger and stronger, it's doing numbers to his body. And so when it comes to Felix, he wants to use his wife's ability to heal the mind and body of Rough House, but to also finally have his own personal superhero. Now, when it comes to Sister Salvation, honestly, she does not want to help out Felix at all because of his corrupted ways. But right now, he's holding on to their son. If she wants to see her son, she has to help the man she hates so much. Now, while you have Wolverine trying to use Geist to lead him over to Rough House, and while you have Sister Salvation trying to heal the mind and body of Rough House, well, that is when Bandera goes for another attack to hopefully free Terra Verde, except this time her attack is to attack the home of the president, the main base of all corruption in this country. And of course, when it comes to her next attack alongside a few people who stand with her, they're doing some serious damage to the building. And so Wolverine realized he has to hurry to find Rough House to get the heck out of there. Now, when it comes to Geist, he knew that Wolverine would try this. And so while you have Geist supposedly leading Wolverine over to where Rough House is at, well then he is jumped by Tiger Shark. And so now Wolverine once again has to fight against Tiger Shark, except this time he has to fight Tiger Shark in the water. And that is not a fair battle at all for our hero. Now, as we dive into the second chapter, we do pick up with Wolverine continuing to fight against Tiger Shark. Now, this battle, like I said a moment ago, is taking place underwater, but this section really shows that Tiger Shark actually has the advantage here. Unfortunately for Wolverine, his chances of winning is now very slim, and he's trying his best to get back to the surface, back to land, so that he'll be able to actually have an advantage when it comes to fighting against Tiger Shark, but unfortunately Tiger Shark is not going to allow that. Now you do have Tiger Shark take Wolverine to the bottom of the body of water and take his claws and get them stuck in some rocks so that Wolverine can no longer follow him while Tiger Shark goes after his original target. Now we jump back over to Bandera and we see her head over to a certain part of the building because she believes that apparently there are some people who are being held against their will right now, some prisoners, and so it's up to her to actually save them. Except when she gets to that room, when she walks into that room, she is confronted by Geist. And we kind of find out that Geist and the president knew if they were able to share that kind of information out there to the world, they knew that she would bite on that information and come here and make her an easy target for Tiger Shark, who does appear right behind her and tries to grab her. Now she is able to get rid of him, but of course now he's going to chase after her to finish his assignment. Now, while all of this is going on, you still have the president still wanting to have his superhero made by using Roughhouse. But of course, he needs his wife, Sister Salvation, to go ahead and use her ability to heal the mind and body of Roughhouse. And so she walks into the room, but again, the only reason why she's doing this is to have the ability to finally see her son. And she tells us that she really does hate to help the man that she hates so much, but again, she's doing all of this to have the ability to see her son. Now, getting back over to Bandera, we do see that Bandera is still being chased down by Tiger Shark. Now, luckily, Wolverine was able to come back and be able to save her butt from Tiger Shark. And you have Wolverine use his claws to make sure that Tiger Shark does not get back up once again. Now, you do have Tiger Shark fall away into the water that's in the actual base, and so we're left to wonder if he's dead or not. But either way, Wolverine's main goal is to save Roughhouse, and so he continues on with that mission. Now, once you have Wolverine and also Bandera being able to find Roughhouse and being able to free him, well, their next goal is to escape. And their main plan of escaping is to use the helicopter on the rooftop. But the helicopter is surrounded by a bunch of guards. But when it comes to Wolverine and Bandera, when they have found Roughhouse, they also found the President and Sister Salvation. And so when it comes to Wolverine, they can use the President as a guard to allow them access to the helicopter and to leave. Now, when it comes to Geist, he says, listen, even though they're currently holding on to our president as a hostage, I can still take a shot at Wolverine with my minigun hand here. And once I get that shot, bam, the day will be saved for us. But the problem is for the bad guys here is that Bandera did not come alone. She came with people who also wanted to end corruption in this country. Now, even though they were also captured, they were able to start a riot. And Geist no longer has a shot to take at Wolverine. And so Wolverine, Bandera, and Roughhouse were able to get on the chopper, but also Sister Salvation. Now, there is a moment where you do have Tiger Shark reappear one more time, trying to kill off Wolverine and Bandera, but our heroes were able to get rid of him and fly away with the helicopter. And so for Wolverine, the day is saved. He was able to get Roughhouse. But we already know that when it comes to Geist and also the President, they are not going to let this go at all. They're going to come back again and get revenge against Wolverine, most likely very soon. But this What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over Acts of Vengeance. Now remember, Acts of Vengeance was this massive crossover that came out in 1989 and went through to 1990. Now, when it came to this massive crossover, it was a way for our heroes to fight against different villains they don't usually fight against. Let me explain. So a mysterious character came to a group of villains like Magneto, the Kingpin, Doctor Doom, Red Skull, and the list goes on. But he tells those villains, the reason why you guys keep losing to the heroes is because you keep going after the same heroes over and over again. Why not try to go after a different hero that you don't usually fight against? And that is why I say it's a way for us to see our heroes fight against a new villain they don't usually fight against. So like Thor fighting against Juggernaut, Spider-Man fighting against Graviton, and the list goes on. Now, today's video is going to be about the Hulk, the Incredible Hulk, issue number 363. And the question is, who would the Hulk fight against in Acts of Vengeance? Well, it would be the Gray Gargoyle. Now, the first page of this book, we see the Hulk falling out of the sky. And matter of fact, we see him beginning to transform back into Bruce Banner. But the problem is, again, that he's falling very fast out of the sky and about to hit the ground very hard. And the question is, will he survive if he does turn into Bruce Banner before hitting the ground? Now, before we are able to learn what is exactly going on with the Hulk, we have to jump back in time by 24 hours, where we pick up with Gray Gargoyle having a meeting with Doctor Doom. Now, when it comes to Gray Gargoyle, he has the ability to turn almost anything he touches into stone. Now, here's the thing. Doctor Doom wants to use that ability as a way to slow down the Hulk for a brief moment, because Doctor Doom is part of the Acts of Vengeance group, and he realized, and the others did as well, that the Hulk could be a major problem for their plans, and so they want the Hulk on the sideline until they can think of a proper plan on how to deal with the Hulk. And so that is where Gray Gargoyle comes in. Doctor Doom wants Gray Gargoyle to use his ability to turn the Hulk into stone. Now we jump back to the present day and we pick up with the Gray Gargoyle on a plane heading over to Las Vegas to hopefully find the Hulk. Now currently he's in his alter ego, trying to disguise himself as a regular person on the plane. Now he had no idea that he was sitting next to airline security, and the only reason why it's being brought up right now because he does pull out a device that was given to him to help him find the Hulk, given to him by Doctor Doom. Now, when he does bring out that device, the airline security guard wants to know what kind of device this guy just brought on the plane. Now, of course, he does tell the guy everything he wants to know. Like, hey man, listen, this device came from Doctor Doom and I'm going to use it to find the Hulk. But hey, you can't stop me because I can turn you into stone very easily. And matter of fact, he does that. Now, when it comes to the device that was given to him, it begins to go off, making it seem like the Hulk is actually nearby. Now, the reason why the device went off is because the Hulk was actually nearby. Now, this section is going to explain why the Hulk was falling out of the sky at the very beginning of this book. You see, around this time in Marvel Comics, you have Bruce Banner being able to come out as long as it was daytime, but at night, the Hulk would come out. And so around this time, the Hulk thought it was his time to just jump around and have some alone time. But unfortunately, while in the air, the sun began to come up, and that led into the Hulk beginning to turn back into Bruce Banner. And so that is why he began to fall out of the sky, but also falling nearby the plane that Gray Gargoyle is on. Now, luckily, when the Hulk does crash back into the ground, he does survive, but turns back into Bruce Banner. Now we have to jump over to Yucca Flats Nuclear Research Facility. And the reason why, because Bruce Banner got a job there as a janitor. Now when it comes to Bruce, he is going by a different name. But the reason why he's at this research facility is because they have the tech that could possibly help him find a way to get rid of the Hulk. But here's the thing. One of the scientists, better known as Philip Stearns, recognized Bruce Banner on the first day, and so at first he allowed Bruce to pretend to be somebody else. But then you have Stern say, you know what, enough is enough. I know it's you, Bruce, and I know why you're here, but let's make a deal. I will allow you to use our tech to hopefully find a way to get rid of the Hulk, but you must look over all my research notes to make sure I'm going down the right path when it comes to my research. Now, when it comes to Philip, around this time in Marvel Comics, he had a huge obsession with the Hulk to the point where he tries his best to duplicate what happened to Bruce Banner, but unfortunately he turns into Madman, one of the many villains for Bruce Banner and the Hulk. Now, while you have Bruce and Philip trying to work out a deal, we cannot forget that Gray Gargoyle is actually in the same town that Bruce is at. And matter of fact, he is able to use the device that was given to him by Doctor Doom to get a location on Bruce. And so sooner or later, Gray Gargoyle is going to find the Hulk and hopefully complete the job that was given to him by Doctor Doom. But now it's time for us to get into the battle. You see, when it comes to Bruce, he was just leaving the facility to head home for the day. On his way home, you have Gray Gargoyle being able to locate Bruce and then pretend to be a police officer to pull Bruce over. And once he is close enough to Bruce, he will then use his ability to turn Bruce into stone. All of that happens, and you have Gray Gargoyle being able to take Bruce's body and put it in the back of his vehicle, except you then have Bruce being able to turn into the Hulk. And so even though Bruce was turned into stone, once he does turn into the Hulk, he is able to move once again and then deliver one heck of a beatdown to Gray Gargoyle. Now, the rest of the book is really more of the Hulk fighting against Gray Gargoyle. Now, when it comes to their battle, you do have Gray Gargoyle basically go into his stone form. And matter of fact, there's something else I do want to talk about when it comes to Gray Gargoyle. You see, yes, he does have the ability to turn people and items into stone, but that effect only lasts for 1 hour and then they turn back to normal. Now, the reason why I am bringing that up now, because you have the Hulk grab the arm of Gray Gargoyle and twist it around. Now, he's in his stone form, but he has to find a way to turn it back around correctly. If not, once he goes back to his human form, that arm will become broken. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about. Now, today's video, we're going to jump back over to X-Factor, and we are going to begin our coverage over Judgment War. Man, this storyline is pretty long, but also pretty interesting as well. Now, this came a couple books after X-Men Inferno, the previous crossover that we had talked about. But now we're going to jump into Judgment War, the next big story arc for X-Factor alone. Now, when it comes to X-Factor, they are going to be teleported across the universe, and they are going to deal with another world's problem, but at the same time, they're also going to deal with the Celestials as well. And that makes things even more interesting. Now, the last time we had actually talked about X-Factor was back when our heroes had arrived back home to their base, except their base was being taken away to somewhere else, and we had no idea where they were going to. Let me explain. So their home base is better known as the ship. Now, the ship is actually being run by an AI system. Now, originally the ship was being controlled by Apocalypse, but our heroes were able to free the ship from Apocalypse, and they have been using it as their home base. Now, the problem was no one knows the actual origin of the ship, but this story arc right here is going to give us pieces of the origin of the ship. But either way, the last time we saw our heroes, the ship was being pulled away into space and most likely across the universe. Now, when it comes to X-Factor, they're on the ship and they're kind of wondering where in the world the ship is going. But again, the ship is not in control. Unfortunately, it's being forced to travel across the universe. Now, I want to focus on Jean Grey here. You see, when it comes to our heroes, when the ship began to travel across the universe, our heroes were on top of the ship. And so the ship had to create a bubble that would allow our heroes to breathe and survive while traveling across the universe. Now, when it comes to Jean Grey, as soon as our heroes had arrived in space, some kind of sensation took over her mind and body, where she wanted to be out in space, to fly in the stars or with the stars. And so because of that, she breaks the bubble to go out in space. Now, the rest of the team, they know that she cannot survive out there, and they were able to bring her back in. But the question is, why did she do that for? And it all goes back to what happened in Inferno. Now, guys, we had learned back in Inferno in previous videos that Jean Grey was never the Phoenix. You see, back in the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix saga, we had believed it was Jean Grey who had became the Phoenix. But in reality, it was the Phoenix pretending to be Jean Grey while Jean Grey was healing at the bottom of Jamaican Bay. Now, when it came to Inferno, when she had absorbed the mind of Madeline Pryor, she also absorbed all the different memories of when the Phoenix was pretending to be her. And so at this moment and right now, when it comes to Jean Grey's mind, she's battling for control with herself, Madeline, and also the Phoenix. And so when it came to her now having those memories inside her head of the Phoenix pretending to be her, she felt like the Phoenix for a brief moment and wanted to be out in space to fly with the stars. And it kind of shows that from this point on, she might be battling between Madeline Pryor and also the Phoenix personas. But getting back to our heroes as they are traveling across the universe, you did have our heroes being able to enter hyperspace. Now with hyperspace, they are able to travel across the universe very fast, to the point where now they're on the other side of the universe. Now when they do arrive, they find this random planet, except this planet is currently going through a lot, especially in the war category. But when our heroes arrive in the orbit of this planet, they find a massive ship that's way bigger than the moon that's attached to the planet. And so right now they're wondering what in the world is going on with that ship right there. Is the ship the reason why our ship was brought over to this part of the universe? But then out of nowhere, our heroes are confronted by a celestial. Now for X Factor, this is kind of new to them. They really never had the chance to actually experience a celestial. And so for them, they're wondering what in the world is this being right now just floating in space right in front of them? Is this the reason why their ship had traveled across the universe? Now, while you have our heroes wondering what in the world is going on, they are then teleported down to the planet that they had just arrived at. Now, here's the thing about this planet. You see, on this planet, there are two groups who are currently at war with one another, the Chosen and also the Rejects. Now, when it comes to the Chosen, they look like us, regular human beings. But when it comes to the Rejects, well, they look like some deformed characters. And so we see both sides fighting against each other. Now, here's the thing. You see, you have our X Factor team just teleported in the middle of the battle. And you have our heroes trying their best to just defend themselves against different opponents from both groups. But I want to shift our focus onto Archangel, because you have Archangel going out of his way to save Princess Sierra, who's part of the Chosen. And so when he saves her, she freaks out because the way he looks. He does not look normal. He looks like a reject. And so she's wondering if he belongs to that group and if he's trying to kill her, even though he just saved her. Now, when it comes to Archangel, he is taken out by another character of the Chosen, and that will be Rask. And Rask is going to use Archangel in some kind of arena. Now, when it comes to Iceman, it's going to be a tad bit different. And I'll explain why here later on in this video, but he's also taken hostage by the Chosen as well. Because of them, Iceman looks like a reject, a deformed person. And now they're going to use him in the next arena battle alongside with Archangel. But now I want to shift our focus over to Jean Grey, because just like Archangel and Iceman, Jean Grey is also taken away as a hostage, as a captive, but by the other group, the Rejects, because they were able to use their jammer abilities to jam her mind to knock her out. Now, here is something else I do want to mention. You see, around this time in X Factor Comics, Cyclops had a son, and that would be Christopher Summers. And so in this entire story arc, Christopher has been traveling alongside with Cyclops in X Factor. And so when they were teleported in the middle of the battle, so was Christopher, who was just crawling around, and you had Jean Grey trying to get to him, but unfortunately she was knocked out. Now, when it comes to Beast, he was actually able to join the rejects because just like Archangel, he does look a tad bit different, not normal. And so he was able to easily fit in with the rest of the rejects, except the battle does end as soon as a space god appears. Of course, they are talking about a celestial, and you have both sides just retreat easily. But I want to shift our focus back over to Iceman, who's no longer in his ice state because he was also hit by jammers, except with him, he had now lost his memories because of being hit by one of the jammers who had worked his mind. And so currently he's back in his regular form. Now he is found by one of the Chosens, and that would be Lev. Now when it comes to Lev, she's kind of like the Human Torch, being able to transform into a flame-like state and cross her entire body. But when she finds Iceman and realizes that he has a regular form, he's no longer classified to her as a reject, but instead as a dueler. And I'll talk more about that later on in this video. But she does help Iceman go back to the side of the Chosen as a way to get away from the space god, the Celestial. Now, when it comes to Christopher, he is found by one of the Chosen. And so you have this one person being able to actually grab Christopher and get him somewhere safe away from the space god. But now we have to shift our focus over to Cyclops because he's the last person I have not talked about. You see, after you had everybody retreat, after the Celestial had appeared, Cyclops was just woken up after being knocked out earlier in the battle. Except when he does wake up and looks up, the space god is about to step on him. And so we're kind of left to believe that Cyclops is going to die here. Now, don't worry, Cyclops is able to actually find a way to protect himself when it comes to being almost squished by the giant foot. You see, he was able to dig a hole in the ground that would allow him to go deeper in the ground, just deep enough where the actual Celestial's foot cannot squish him. So he'll survive, so we're good there. Now, when it comes to Beast, he was able to retreat with the other rejects back to their territory. Now, when it comes to Beast, he was able to meet up with one of the rejects, and that would be, and I'm going to mispronounce his name so bad, Zaharka. Now, when it comes to Zaharka, she's one of the great warriors of the rejects, but she also looks at Beast as a reject, but kind of wondering what tribe he actually came from. Now, when it comes to Beast, he does pretend that he had lost some of his memories, and the reason why he's doing this because one, he does not belong to any clan in the reject territory, but two, he hates the idea of actually explaining that him and the rest of the crew came from a different planet across the universe. Now, this gives Beast a chance to actually learn more about this world. When it comes to the Chosen, they believe that they were chosen to actually rule over the earth. But when it comes to the rejects, they should be getting rid of completely because they look deformed. They look different. They don't look normal. And so when it comes to Zaharka, she says she feels like this could most likely be the end of their world. And the reason why? The space god, the Celestial, is here to give them another test to see how far this world has come with these two different groups. But now these two groups are at war with one another, which could possibly mean the end of this world because they had failed the tests. Now, when it comes to Archangel, he is currently being held hostage by the Chosen. Now, when it comes to the Chosen, they're not listening to Archangel at all. He is saying, hey guys, listen, I'm not a reject. I'm not even from this earth at all. I'm from a different earth. And on top of that, I was not trying to kill your princess. I was trying to save your princess. But when it comes to Rask and also Sarah and a few other members of the Chosen, they're not listening in what he is saying. They don't believe him. Now, he's able to break free, but right after doing that, you have Rask being able to knock out Archangel all over again. Now, while all that was happening, when it comes to the Princess Sarah, she looked at Archangel as a very interesting character, magnificent. She wants to know more about him. And so she walks away to think more about Archangel. Now, while she's walking away, she is confronted by her robot. And this is where we learn a tad bit more about the Chosen, and really the rejects as well. You see, when it comes to the Chosen, they no longer go down the usual route when it comes to having babies. Instead, they use science as a way to grow babies, to grow perfect humans, because almost everybody else looks at the princess as the perfect Chosen. She was made in a perfect image, and other children are going to be made just like her in that perfect image. Now, when it comes to Iceman, he's currently being tested as a dueler. You see, on this world, you have the Chosen, and the Chosen are people who are just regular looking people, but they also have abilities that don't transform their body appearance. Now, when it comes to the duelers, they are accepted in the Chosen territory, but at the same time, they're still looked at as hideous creature because they have two forms. Their first being a regular human form, and the second one being more of a hideous form. So for Iceman, he would be accepted because his first form, his human form, but once he does transform into his Iceman form, they're going to look at him as a hideous creature. The same thing for Lev as well. Now, when it comes to Iceman, just like Archangel, he's not allowed to touch Sarah. Again, the perfect princess, because if they do, they might ruin who she is. But on top of that, they're not as perfect as a Chosen, or definitely not perfect as Sarah. Now, when it comes to Cyclops, we do find out that yes, he is okay, but then he's confronted by a mysterious character. Now, this character does inform us that apparently he's the most powerful psychic on this planet, but he's having a hard time reading the mind of Scott Summers. Now, he does understand that Scott is most likely not a Chosen, but also not part of the rejects as well. That he does believe that Scott and the rest of his crew are from another planet. But you do have this mysterious character take Cyclops away to somewhere else. And this is going to lead us into a third group that belongs into this big battle, this big judgment war. Now, something else we do learn about the Chosen is that they heavily rely on science, and not just in the creation of different members of the Chosen community, but also what they take as nutrients for their body, different kinds of pills and other kinds of medication. Because when we do jump back over to Sarah, she continues to talk about the idea of how babies are created, how the old ways are gone. But here's the thing, the old ways should never be mentioned at all anymore, because now their main focus is to use science to create babies. And so when it comes to a robot, it does get very upset when it hears Sarah talking about the old method. But you have Sarah say, if you try to report me, I'll report you as a robot that needs to be repaired. And of course, the robot does freak out. Instead, it tries to please Sarah by giving her different kinds of nutrients. But then she is confronted by the warrior that had found Christopher earlier. And you have Christopher in his arms, and she's kind of wondering where in the world did this baby come from? But she does remember that Archangel told her, hey, he came here along with others and a baby. And so she believes that Christopher here is the baby that Archangel is talking about. Now, when it comes to the Great Warrior, he wants to report the baby. The idea that a scientist may have lost it. But you have Sarah say no, she'll take care of it, and goes on with her day. Actually, she does mind wipe him to make him forget about her and the baby. And then she goes on with her day. Now, I want to shift our focus back onto the ship just for a brief moment, because you have the ship just hanging out with the Celestial. Now, the Celestial does have a proper name. It has been around for a very long time in Marvel Comics. And I'm going to mispronounce the name, and his name is Gamion. Now, when it comes to Gamion, it wants the ship to remember its actual origin. Before the ship, it believed that it was created by Apocalypse. But here's the thing though, if Apocalypse had created the ship, then why would he have to control it? Why would he have to put in different kind of systems that would allow him to properly control it, to take over it? If he already created it, then it should be working for him perfectly fine. And so now the ship knows that Apocalypse was not its original creator, that most likely somebody else was, or even the Celestials. And so now the ship is trying to remember its proper origin. Now, when it comes to Cyclops, he is introduced to a new group of characters, and they are known as the Beginning Gangs. Now, when it comes to the Beginning Gangs, their main goal is to stay neutral, but really to kind of help out both the Chosen and the Rejects, to bring those two groups together as one again. And here's the reason why. Because of the space god, the Celestial, better known as Gamion. You see, when it comes to Gamion, he travels across the universe, but while doing that, he's going out of his way to test different planets across the universe to see if those planets are worthy enough to survive in the universe. When it comes to this world right here, they have been tested 4 times and passed all 4 times, but now they're on their 5th test. And most likely they are going to fail because of the Chosen and the Rejects not working together. This time the world will most likely fail and be destroyed. And so as we dive into the 3rd chapter, we do pick up with Archangel in the arena, about to go up against someone known as Agram. Now, Agram is also a reject as well, but being forced to fight in the arena against Archangel to just survive. If you don't, most likely they are going to kill you off. Now, here's the thing. Archangel and Agram, they're both properties to different people of the Chosen. For Archangel, he's technically property for Rask. So if Archangel wins, Rask is going to make a lot of money with all the different bets being made for this fight. Now, when it comes to Archangel, he does not want to battle. Matter of fact, he's all like, listen guys, I'm not going to do anything for you at all. And I'm not going to fight against this man. But really, he has no choice. Agram is trying to fight him to survive, but on top of that, both men are hit with golds. Now, these golds are filled with some kind of poison that bring up their aggression to force Archangel and also Agram to fight against each other. Now, when it comes to Archangel, at first, that kind of poison does work on him. He does fight back, but at the same time, he is trying his best to restrain himself from actually killing Agram off. But luckily, he is able to control himself. Now, when it comes to Archangel, he wants to leave, and he tries to leave, but he is stopped by the shield defenses that are placed around the arena to make sure that no prisoners are able to escape. Now, Iceman is there too at the arena watching the battle, but for Iceman, he gets very upset to see how the Chosen are actually treating Archangel and treating Agram, the rejects of the group. Now, when it comes to Iceman, he truly believes that he is a dueler. He does not remember who he is or where he came from. Matter of fact, he does not remember Archangel at all. And so for Iceman, it's all like, hey, I don't know who that guy is, but I don't like how they are treating him. And so he tries his best to talk up to the Chosen. Now, he is stopped by Lev, and she said, listen, even though we are duelers, and even though we are accepted in Chosen territory, we're still looked at as monsters because of our second form. If we try to go up against them, they might actually shut us down. Now, when it comes to Iceman, he believes that him and the rest of the duelers and their abilities can most likely defeat the Chosens very easily and take over their territory. But again, he's told to stay in his lane, to stay in his place. Now, when it comes to Princess Sarah, she's kind of showing us that she's beginning to become more worried for Archangel and also Iceman as well. Now, she's also worried about Jean Grey, but the problem is, though, she has no idea what exactly happened to Jean Grey. But we know she's currently being held as a captive by one of the tribes of the Rejects. And matter of fact, we do get a quick glimpse of Jean Grey to kind of find out that she's still unconscious. She has not woken up after the first battle in this story arc, and she won't eat anything either because, hey, she's unconscious. And so now you have the Rejects wondering, what are they going to do with Jean Grey here? But we do jump over to Zaharkar, where we do learn that Jean Grey is about to be used as a prisoner exchange. You see, when it comes to the Rejects, they're going to hand over all their chosen prisoners over to the Chosen. When it comes to the Chosen, they're going to hand over all their Reject prisoners to the Rejects. Now, when it comes to Beast, he has no idea that Jean Grey is currently being held as a prisoner. And so when it comes to Zaharkar, she's kind of wondering, should she tell Beast about Jean Grey and that she's being held as a prisoner, but also being used as a part of a prisoner exchange? Now, the reason why she's kind of wondering if she should tell Beast, because again, Beast has not told her the complete truth of where he came from or who he is. And so for her, she's kind of wondering, is he actually a reject or possibly a spy for the Chosen? Now, when it comes to Beast, he is able to experience more with the Rejects while hanging out with them. So, for example, childbirth. You see, we already know when it comes to the Chosen, they don't go down the natural route when it comes to having children. They use science. But when it comes to the Rejects, well, they go down the natural route. But unfortunately, 1 out of 4 babies are going to survive. The other 3 are going to die. And that is a very high number when it comes to the Rejects. And so for Beast, at first, he is able to see somebody give birth to their child. And honestly, everyone is excited. But that moment only lasts for like a few minutes because the child died just like that. And so Beast realized there's something wrong with their genetics. And so for Beast, he said, listen, I'm a scientist. I can find a way to fix all your guys' genetics that would allow y'all to have more children without the idea of worrying, will they survive or not right after childbirth. But you have Zaharkar tell Beast, no, we are not like the Chosen. We are not going to use science. We're going to use what we know to help us survive. And that really shows another part being the difference between the Chosen and the Rejects. Now, when it comes to Sarah, I want to shift our focus back on her. We currently see her trying her best to take care of baby Christopher, but in secret, because she knows if word gets out that she is currently taking care of a baby that was not created by the scientists, well, most likely they are going to kill Christopher off. Because here's the thing, the scientists only create perfect babies. If they look at Christopher and said, he is not perfect, he's dead. That's it. Now, here's something else I do want to mention. If they find out that Sarah is properly taking care of this baby, well, they're going to give her some kind of punishment because in their eyes, she was supposed to be the most perfect being of the Chosen when they had created her. And now if they see her doing this, they are going to begin to believe that she is not actually perfect at all and deserves some kind of punishment. And that is really huge. But we're also seeing Sarah wondering, why did the Chosen go away from the natural route when it comes to having babies? Because right now she is worried about Christopher's parents, Cyclops and Jean Grey. Now we jump over to Cyclops, who's also with Daikon. Now when it comes to Daikon, we haven't really talked much about him, but Daikon has an ability that's very similar to Richter and also Avalanche, being able to cause earthquakes and other kinds of stuff. But when it comes to Daikon, he does inform Cyclops that yes, they are going to fail the test. And the reason why, because the Chosen, the Rejects, and also the Beginning Games, they are not really working properly together. Matter of fact, they have changed so much since the last test that they don't have the right to survive. The space god can say, you know what? You guys have fallen apart. you should be destroyed, and just snap his fingers and they'll be dead. Now you have Cyclops saying, what if you are able to get all three groups together to fight against this powerful being? What if when it comes time for him to say, you know what, you have failed the test, and he begins to actually blow up the world, if all three groups are able to work together to stop him, to get rid of him, but to save this world, it might be the only way to finally have peace between all three groups. Now, when it comes to Beast, while you have Beast still hanging out with the rejects, he overhears that what is currently happening with Archangel. And so after hearing about that, you have Beast decide that one, to tell the rest of the rejects that Archangel belongs to his supposed tribe. Now, Beast is still making sure they have no idea that he is from another world, that he is actually not part of this world, but also he's not a reject. He's known as a mutant. But when it comes to Beast, he does claim that Archangel belongs to his tribe, and now he has to go out of his way to save Archangel. And so now we're seeing Beast thinking about the idea of breaking into the main city of the Chosen to save his team member Archangel. But now I want to jump back over to Iceman, and here's the reason why. So when it comes to Iceman, he's hanging out with Lev, and Iceman still thinks that he is a dueler. That is really important, and let me explain why. So when it comes to Iceman, he's kind of like, you know what, it's great to be here and also be with you, but you have Rask walk in. And when Rask walks in, he begins to talk down to all duelers in the entire territory of the Chosen. Because again, duelers have two forms. Their human form and what they call their monster form, where they change into a different form like Iceman does, into his ice form. And so when it comes to Rask, he calls all duelers half rejects. Now for Iceman, he says, you know what? That's not right, because what gives you the right to call us half rejects? Matter of fact, what gives you the right to say that you, the Chosen, are the most perfect beings on this world? I bet if you and I had a battle right now, I can easily defeat you. Now for Rask, that's a joke, because there's no way a half reject or full reject would be able to take down a Chosen. But you actually have Iceman being able to humble Rask, to show Rask you're not perfect as you believe you are, that you are somebody on my level. You need to learn how to use your powers better if you want to overcome different obstacles like me. Either way, you have Iceman leave, and Lev is able to get some money because she did take some bets on Iceman winning the battle. Now, as we dive into the next chapter, we do pick up with Beast, currently still hanging out with the rejects, but we now have Zaharkar telling us that we're getting closer and closer to the exchange, but she then tells us that she's going to tell Beast about Jean Grey, because when it comes to Jean Grey, nobody knows about her, not the rejects nor the Chosen, but she will be used in that exchange. But is Zaharkar saying if she tells Beast and Beast shows any kind of concern for Jean Grey, then she'll know in her mind that Beast is actually a spy for the Chosen. And so with that, she'll go out of her way to get rid of him. Now, when it comes to Iceman, he's still hanging out with the Chosen as a dueler, but we do learn a tad bit more about this society. You see, the older people are the ones who don't really like the duelers, but the younger ones are the ones who are becoming more accepting to the idea of having duelers around in their territory. Now, when it comes to Sarah, she's still trying her best to actually take care of baby Christopher, and she's trying her best to keep it a secret. But the problem is she's not watching her surroundings. And when I say her surroundings, I mean up in the sky, where a spy was able to realize that there's a possibility that Sarah is up to something. But now we jump over to Cyclops. Now, when it comes to Cyclops, he begins to learn what is happening with the other members of X Factor. Archangel and Iceman are with the Chosen, and Beast is with the Rejects. Now, he also learns about Jean Grey being with the Rejects, but as a prisoner. And of course, you have Cyclops just freak out and wanting to save Jean Grey first. But when it comes to him trying to leave, the beginning games tell Cyclops that they cannot really help him. And matter of fact, they're saying, hey, You should not get involved, no matter if it is the woman you love. But for Cyclops, he's not going to listen to them. Instead, it's him saying, no, I have to save the woman I love with your help or without your help. And so he leaves to go save Jean Grey. Now, when it comes to Archangel, we do see that he's being put through some kind of training session, except before the training can actually begin, you did have Archangel try to attack Rask. Because remember, Rask technically owns Archangel in the eyes of the Chosen. Now, when it comes to Archangel, he's trying to show that no matter what they do to him, he is still going to try his best to escape, but also try his best to stop Rask. Now, Rask is able to overcome the first few attempts that Archangel tries, but after a few, Archangel is able to find a way to actually cut the leg of Rask. Now, after doing that, Archangel is thrown into a cell. You didn't have Rask say, you need to understand that you are my property and you're going to learn to follow my orders. But at the same time, I have to make sure that you are ready for your next opponent. Now for Archangel, he's down with the idea of continuing to fight against people as long as those people are from the Chosen territory. And his next opponent is a dueler. But the problem is, he has no idea the dueler that he is about to face is Iceman. But now we have to jump back over to Beast. Now, when it comes to Beast, he sees Jean Grey being taken away for the exchange. And as soon as he sees her, he runs down there to save her life, to help her break free from her restraints. But then you have all the rejects say, arrest him, because look at him. He lied to us. He's not one of us. He's one of them. He's a spy for the Chosen. Look at him as he protects that girl right there, who is clearly a member of the Chosen. But here's the thing though, guys. You see, Jean Grey wakes up, and this is the first time that she has woken up since the first chapter. But when she does wake up, Jean Grey is not acting like she usually does. Now, guys, we have to remember, she absorbed the memories of Madeline prior, before Madeline died. But also she absorbed the memories of the Phoenix when the Phoenix was pretending to be Jean Grey. And so, right now, her body is trying to, manage 3 different personas in her one single mind. And so out of nowhere, Beast realized that Jean Grey is no longer in control of her body. Instead, it's Madeline Pryor. Yes, you heard that right. Madeline Pryor. Now, getting back over to Cyclops, you have Cyclops and Daikon trying to head over to the main city for the Chosen. But they now ran into another problem. And that problem is, well, the Celestial had returned back to the planet, but now is blocking their path to actually reach the city. They have to go around him, and that might take them a while to actually do. And so you have Cyclops yell out into the open, saying, Jean, don't worry, I'm coming for you. But Madeline Pryor hears that, and she's still not happy with Cyclops, all thanks to X-Men Inferno. Now, getting back over to Sarah is trying her best to take care of baby Christopher. But here comes the problem though, guys. Listen here. You see, while trying to take care of Christopher, well, then Rask appeared. Now, I have not really told you about this in this video so far, but when it comes to Rask wants to be in charge of all the Chosen next to Sarah. And so he has been trying to build some kind of alliance with her that would allow him to be in control of the rest of the Chosen people. But unfortunately, when it came to Sarah, she never accepted his alliance. But now with him being able to find out that she was hiding a baby, he said, listen, your only option to protect yourself is to build your alliance with me. And then all of this can go away. When it comes to Sarah though, she says no. Even though she does know there's going to be a whole lot of consequences, she says no. The best idea for me to do is not have an alliance with you. And so after he leaves, you didn't have Sarah say that she'll go out of her way to free Archangel before he has to fight against Iceman, his next opponent in the arena. But this What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about. Now, today's video, we're going to wrap up our coverage over Judgment War. It was an 8-part story arc that took place over in X-Factor Comics. You see, when it came to X-Factor, they had traveled across the universe, and the reason why, because of their spaceship, better known as SHIP. The ship was actually called over, really forced over, to the other side of the universe by a group of Celestials. Now, in our last video, we had learned a tad bit about the origin of the ship. We learned that it was actually created by the Celestials, but we have no idea why it was created by them. Now, when it comes to our heroes, you see, after traveling across the universe, you didn't have our heroes be teleported to a nearby planet while the ship stuck around with the Celestials. Now, when it came to our heroes, when they had arrived on this planet, they realized there is a war going on between two different groups, the Chosen and the Rejects. Now, when it comes to the Chosen, they look just like us. Human beings. But here's the catch. They want to be perfect. And so they realize that natural childbirth is the wrong way to go, because you cannot control if the child comes out perfect or not. And so they begin to use science as a way to create the next generation to make sure that they are actually perfect. Now, when it comes to the Rejects, they look deformed because of their genetics. And so when it comes to the Chosen, they feel like the Rejects should be killed off or basically just leave the entire world because they look deformed. They're not perfect. They look hideous. And so there has been a war between these two groups for a while. But because of this war, you now have Celestials wondering, should this world survive in the universe? Because this world has already been tested 4 times by the Celestials, and all 4 times they have passed. But now on their 5th test, we see they have completely changed since their last test because of this war. Now, in our last video, we had discussed that different members of X-Factor were currently prisoners for the two groups. So, for example, when it came to Jean Grey, she was a prisoner for the Rejects because she looked like a Chosen. She looked normal. Now, when it came to the Rejects, they were going to use her in some kind of exchange to hopefully get back their people from the Chosen and then hand her over to the Chosen as a fair trade. Now, in our last video, we had also discussed that when it came to Jean Grey, she has some personality issues at the moment. You see, thanks to Inferno, she had absorbed the mind of Madeline Pryor, but also absorbed a small part of the Phoenix power as well. And so because of that, in her body right now, in her mind, she has 3 different personas just fighting for control over her body: Madeline, Phoenix, and Jean Grey. Now, in our last video, we saw Madeline Pryor slip out and try to attack the Rejects, but she was stopped. But now when it comes time for the exchange, we see the Phoenix come out. Now, like I said earlier, Jean Grey had only absorbed a small amount of the Phoenix. And so the Phoenix here is easily defeated by the Rejects and also the Chosen. Now, when it comes to Rask, he's actually one of the main characters we have to talk about in the story arc, because Rask is trying his best to take a role where he'll be in charge of all the Chosen in the territory of the Chosen. And so when it comes time for the exchange, he does accept Jean Grey because he believes that she is a Chosen, a powerful one, but he tells the Rejects, you cannot have Archangel back because he's my property, but I'll hand over a few other warriors that we have been holding on to for a while. Now, another character I want to remind you about is Princess Sarah. Now remember, Princess Sarah was originally created by the Chosen to be basically perfect, the most perfect version of themselves, to lead the Chosen in a new direction because how perfect she is. But then she realized that the Chosen are going at it the wrong way, how the world should properly work, with the idea the Chosen and Rejects should be working together. Now, the only reason why she kind of realized this is all because of Archangel, because in our first video, he saved her life. But then you didn't have the Chosen go out of their way to attack him because they believed that he was a reject. And so while he's been a prisoner, she has been trying her best to free him, but to also free Iceman and also protect baby Christopher. Now, at the end of our last video, she was caught for going against her people. And so she was then kind of put in a position where she's now a prisoner, but now her goal is to break free and continue her work. Now, when it comes to Cyclops, he had actually joined a third group, better known as the Beginning Gangs, and I really hope I pronounced their name correctly. Now, when it comes to Beginning Gangs, their main goal is to bring the Chosen and the Rejects together, to have both sides work together to hopefully change the minds of the Celestials. Now, when it came to Cyclops, once he got word that different members of his team is being held by the Chosen, he decided to go ahead and head a direction to save their lives. But here's the problem though. On the way there, they begin to see more and more Celestials begin to surround the actual city of the Chosen. And you have our heroes wondering, why are the Celestials coming to this planet and why are they watching this one particular area of the world? Now, when it comes to Terra, she was able to actually free Archangel, but here's the catch. Rask had returned back to the prison to grab a few prisoners to hand over to the Rejects to finish their exchange. But of course, he just caught Terra trying to free Archangel. Now, when it comes to Rask, he was able to take her down and Archangel down. But after doing that, we are then introduced to another character, and that would be Pollock. Now, when it comes to Pollock, he's kind of up there in the ranking with Rask when it comes to the different people in the Chosen territory. He's a high-ranking person, but he wants to know what in the world is going on with Terra, and you have Rask inform him everything that has been going on with Terra. But he does tell Pollock she needs to pay for the crimes that she had committed, and because she was trying to free Archangel, I got the perfect idea. You see, Archangel has a match coming up very soon in the arena where he has to fight against Iceman. If he is able to defeat Iceman, she'll live. But if he dies by the hands of Iceman, well, she also has to die as well. And Pollock agrees. Now, when it came to Beast, at first, he was able to easily hang out with the Rejects because he looked like one of them. But then they realized, or they began to feel like, that he was actually a spy. Because at first, they couldn't tell what tribe that he belonged to. Because one, he's not from that planet. But two, he pretended that he had some kind of amnesia. Now, when it came to Beast, once he heard that Jean Grey was a prisoner of the Rejects, and she was going to be used as a trade in the exchange, you didn't have Beast try to protect her. But when he did that, the people of the Rejects looked at Beast as a traitor, as a spy of the Chosen. Why would he go out of his way to protect someone who looks like a Chosen? And so they threw him in prison. Now, Beast is able to break free in this section, but while trying to get away, he's then confronted by Aggrum. Now, Aggrum was the opponent of Archangel in our last video when it came to Archangel's first battle in the arena. Now, that is really important here. And the reason why, because as soon as Aggrum came back to the Rejects, thankfully being exchanged for Jean Grey, he hears that Beast, a prisoner, is trying to get away. He stops Beast, but then once he finds out that Beast is actually friends with Archangel, he understands that Beast is not a bad guy, that Beast is one, a good guy, and two, Beast is not from this world. And so now Beast is cleared. He's once again loved by the Rejects thanks to Aggrum. Now, getting back over to Jean Grey, you see, after the exchange, Jean Grey is now with the Chosen, and now their goal is to figure out who the heck she is and how powerful she is. Now, while transporting her, they do walk by Christopher, the son of Cyclops and Madeline Pryor. Now, when it comes to Christopher, he does believe that he is seeing Jean Grey, who also looks like Madeline Pryor. But again, Jean Grey has some personality issues at the moment. So as soon as she walks by Christopher, she then switches over to Madeline Pryor, who tries to get close to her son again, but in the body of Jean Grey. But then you have Christopher being able to put up a force field around himself as a way to protect himself from Madeline, because to him, that's not the person he wants to be with. It's Jean Grey that he wants to be with. Now, when it comes to Iceman, in our last video, we had talked that he is technically a prisoner of the Chosen, but not really. Let me explain. So because Iceman has a human form and an ice form, he is called a dueler on this world. There are other people who are just like him, but they're not really loved by the people of the Chosen, but at the same time, they're still accepted by the people of the Chosen. And let me explain why. So because of their human form, they're okay. But as soon as they change over to their other forms, like Iceman ice form, they're looked at as a monster. Now, Iceman has some memories issues at the moment. He lost all his memories. He has no idea who he is, on how in the world he got here. And so he truly believes that he's part of this world, and he's also a dueler. Now I want to shift our focus over to the ship. Now in our last video, we had talked about the idea the ship was actually created by the Celestials a long time ago. But here's the thing though, when it comes to the ship, it's actually not your normal aircraft. It's being controlled by an AI system. We did learn that in our last video, it was created by the Celestials, not by Apocalypse. And it thought it was created by Apocalypse and being controlled by Apocalypse. But now knows it was created by the Celestials and was used as to gather data on the world it was placed on. And of course, that would be Earth. It was sent to Earth to watch over the human beings, to collect data on the humans, and then send that data over to the Celestials. Now, when it comes to the ship, it realized that a bunch of Celestials are now heading down to the planet to watch what could be the final battle between the rejects and the Chosen. Now I want to shift our focus over to Iceman because he's then confronted by another character known as Lev. Now when it comes to Lev, she's kind of like Iceman. She has a human form, but she also has a flame form, very similar to the Human Torch. Now when it comes to Lev, she does inform Iceman that his next opponent is going to be Archangel and he has to win. Now when it comes to Iceman, he's not really down with the idea of killing anybody. Now this is not him saying, oh, you know, I don't want to kill Archangel because he's my friend. Remember, he does not remember anything at the moment. It's just him saying, I don't feel like killing people to please the Chosen. Now, when it comes to Iceman, he's then down with the idea, once you have Lev inform Iceman that if he's able to win and continue to do what he has done so far for their people, sooner or later, their people are going to stand up against the Chosen, all because of what Iceman has been doing in a short period of time on this planet. Now, when it comes to the rejects, they are being led by Agram and Beast as they are sneaking into the main city of the Chosen. Now, on their way there, you do have Beast run into Cyclops. And so now we are beginning to see the different members of X Factor being able to regroup with one another. Now, when it comes to Beast and Cyclops, they are now going to work together to free the others, especially when it comes to Iceman and Archangel, who are about to fight against one another in the next match in the arena. But now we have to jump over to Archangel, who's then brought over to Palak. Now, when it comes to Palak, he hates the idea of Rask being able to take over the Chosen territory. Let me explain. So when it comes to Archangel, he is property that is actually owned by Rask. every single time Archangel wins a battle in the arena, all the money from all the different bets will then go over to Rask. And so for Palik, he knows if Archangel is able to win the next battle against Iceman, all that money will then allow Rask to be easily take over the chosen territory. And so when it comes to Palik, he says, I cannot allow that. I hate the idea of Rask being in charge. And so you have Palik say, I am going to partially blind you, and that will allow Iceman to win against you. If Iceman wins, I get everything I want. You'll be dead, Sierra will also be dead, and Rask will not be able to take over the chosen territory. Now, when it comes to Palik, he knows if Iceman wins, the duelers are going to celebrate like no other because they are technically second class in this territory. With this victory, they'll try to push to become first class. And so when it comes to Palik, he says, oh, don't worry. When we do an autopsy on you, we're going to say that the duelers actually cheated to allow Iceman to win, to remind them that their place is second to us. Now, there was a dueler that was hiding in the cell with Archangel, and so he was able to listen in on what Palik is trying to do. This dueler has the ability to shrink down in size, and so once he hears everything from Palik, he runs over to Lev to tell Lev to stop Iceman before he enters the next battle, because if he does, it's going to lead into a bunch of different problems. But the problem is, Iceman had just entered the arena and now he's fighting against Archangel. Now, I want to jump over to Apocalypse just real quickly because the last 3 chapters, really the last 2 chapters of Judgment War are also tie-ins for Acts of Vengeance, another Marvel event that was going on around this time that we are currently covering on my channel. When it comes to Acts of Vengeance, the whole idea was that a mysterious character appeared and he realized that the reason why different villains are always losing to heroes because they keep going after the same heroes. And so he told the different villains, why not go after other heroes that you don't usually fight against? Because if you do that, most likely they cannot defeat you because they have no idea how to defeat you. And so you had different members of villains join this new Acts of Vengeance group, like the Kingpin, Doctor Doom, the Wizard, Magneto, Red Skull, and the list goes on. But it seems like somebody is trying to recruit Apocalypse, and most likely it's the same mysterious character I was just talking about. Now we do get one page, just one quick page of the ship realizing that it's not going to stay under the control of the Celestials. It's now going to do what it wants to do, meaning that it's no longer going to try to obey the orders of the Celestials. Instead, it's now going to go out of its way to head towards that planet to save its friends. Of course, talking about X Factor, to get them off that planet before the Celestials decide to blow it up. Now, getting back over to the battle between Iceman and Archangel, you have the 2 characters just fighting against each other. Now remember, Iceman does not remember who he is, and so he's trying to fight to the death. Is Archangel trying to fight to survive? Now you do have Beast and the Rejects being able to jump into the middle of the battle. Now this is a huge no-no because now the battle is technically ruined. That means all bets are off the board. They all have been void. And so when it comes to Rask, that means he is now unable to win any kind of money from this battle. Now, when it comes to Rask, he's very upset about this, but he still wants to kill Lost Sierra, which he tries to do. Now, here's the thing though, because Lev also got informed about what Palik was trying to do, but she's also trying to protect Iceman, the man she loves, and she wants Iceman to remember who he is. And so you have Lev being able to save Sierra from being killed off by Rask, but then inform Sierra to use her abilities to restore the mind of Iceman to make him remember. And bam, just like that, Iceman is back to normal. X-Factor is able to now work together to hopefully bring down this entire empire that the Chosen have built. Now, the last page of this book, we do see Apocalypse once again, except this time he's then confronted by our mysterious character. And you have our mysterious character trying to recruit Apocalypse to join in on the Acts of Vengeance event. And the question is, will Apocalypse actually join? Because if he did, most likely he'll be able to take down a different character in Marvel Comics very easily, because how powerful Apocalypse truly is. Now we must enter the final chapter for this story arc, and we pick up with a big battle taking place in the arena. You have different members of the Chosen, the Rejects, and X-Factor just fighting against one another. But I want to shift our focus over to Rask and also Palak. Now this is the moment where you have Rask realize that Palak did plan most of this, not all of it, but just enough to make sure that Rask will not become the next ruler over the Chosen territory. Because to Palak, Rask is not the right choice, because Rask is not actually perfect. You see, when it comes to Rask, when he was created or born, he had a birthmark. And so when it came to the Chosen, they looked at that birthmark as a reason to say he is not perfect. He is actually defected. We should get rid of him. But he used his money as a way to have the people forget that he had a birthmark, so that he could pretend that he is almost perfect as Syrah. Now, when it comes to Cyclops, he's leading another group of people who are trying to cut the power supply to the Chosen arena in their entire city. But he's also trying to find Jean Grey and his son Christopher. Now, they do find a robot that did belong to Syrah, and with the robot, they are able to learn where Jean Grey and also Christopher are being held at, but also getting a map to where the power supply is also at as well, and also any kinds of traps that could possibly slow them down. Now, when it comes to Cyclops, he's able to find Jean Grey and Christopher. Now, at first, he goes to save his son, then goes to save Jean Grey. But here comes the problem. You see, Jean Grey is still having a personality problem at the moment, where you do have Cyclops being able to free Jean Grey, but once she starts talking, she's talking like the Phoenix. And that scares Cyclops, but then she changes over to Madeline Pryor, and that also scares Cyclops. Now you have Cyclops begin to try to talk to Jean Grey to bring out the right personality, the right persona, and he's able to bring her out. But the problem is right now, how long will that last? Is there still a possibility that Madeline or the Phoenix might be able to completely take over the mind and body of Jean Grey? But now we have to jump back over to the battle between Rask and also Archangel. Now remember, Archangel is still blinded, partially blinded, thanks to Palak from earlier. And so when it comes to their battle, Rask actually has the upper hand at the moment. Now, there is another character I do want to talk about, and that would be Daikon. Daikon belongs to the third group, the Beginning Games. And when it comes to Daikon, he's fighting against Palak. But as their battle goes on, he also gets blinded by Palak. Now, Daikon is still able to get close to Palak, and matter of fact, he's about to kill him off. But then he is stopped by Syrah, and she says if you kill him, he cannot restore your sight nor Archangel's sight. And so you have Daikon say, you better restore my sight or I'm still going to kill you. And so you then have Archangel being able to regain his sight completely, but then you have Archangel go out of his way to stab Rask with a bunch of his knives wings or knives from his wings to do some serious damage to Rask. But now it's time for us to get into the big moment, and that would be Arisheim. Arisheim is the main celestial that is going to judge this world. And so here's the thing, because once he does arrive, everybody stops and they realize that they are about to be judged. Now you have all different group leaders tell their people, we have to work together. We have to prove that we have the right to survive here, because if we don't, we're dead. And that's really it. Now, you do have the leader of the Beginning Gans go over to Jean Grey to tell Jean Grey, you may be the key that will allow us to win this battle, by saying you have the power of the Phoenix inside of you. And he's right, because remember, back in Inferno, when it came to Madeline Pryor, she was only brought to life completely by the powers of the Phoenix, a small portion of the power of the Phoenix. And so when Jean Grey had absorbed the mind of Madeline Pryor, she also absorbed that small power of the Phoenix as well. And so for Jean Grey, they're telling her, you can literally help us by using the power of the Phoenix. And once you do, we should be able to win. Now, when it comes to Jean Grey, she does begin to use a small power of the Phoenix she has left inside of her as a way to attack the main Celestial, Arishem. Now, when it comes to Jean Grey, she is not on his level, especially because she only has a small portion of the power of the Phoenix inside of her. But you have Cyclops being able to use his optic beam, and so once he does that, she takes his energy and her energy and combine them together to at least blow up the hand of Arishem. And so with his hand gone, you have all the Celestial decide, you know what? Maybe they do have the right to survive. They were able to fix their errors. They were able to begin to work together. And with that happening, we are going to leave. And so just like that, X Factor, really Jean Grey, had saved this planet from being destroyed. Now, when it comes to our heroes, it's now time for them to head back over to Earth, their home. And so on their way home, they do pass a spaceship, but that spaceship actually belongs to Eliandra, the leader of the Shi'ar Empire. And let's not forget, when it came to Charles Xavier, he left the X-Men behind to go be with her in space. And so when it comes to our heroes, when they pass their spaceship, you have Charles being able to detect their minds, to realize that his original X-Men were nearby. Now, it was only a brief moment. And so when he calls out for them, Eliandra is very confused, because to her, all of his students are back on Earth. There is no way that the original X-Men were actually here. But she did not look outside to see that a spaceship had passed by and X Factor was on that spaceship. Now, the very last section of the book really goes back over to Apocalypse, because you now have Apocalypse meeting with our mysterious character. We kind of find out that it is actually Loki. Yes, you heard that right. Loki is our mysterious character who has been recruiting different villains for acts of vengeance. And so when it comes to Apocalypse, he already knew it was Loki. Now, when it comes to Apocalypse, he declines a request that Loki gave him to join the acts of vengeance, because Apocalypse says, I know what you're doing here. You have all those other villains believing that they are in charge, but in reality, you are in charge. You are using them to accomplish a goal, which is to get rid of all the heroes who have standing your way. And you knew if you had told them that you were in charge, they would not fall in line. And so you gave them that ability to be in charge. And listen, I will not be tricked like they are. And so you have Apocalypse decline the request. Now, Loki does get very upset and tries to attack Apocalypse. But Apocalypse has Caliban, one of his followers, protect him from the attack of Loki. And once Loki realized that Caliban Apocalypse is just too much for him to handle, he does retreat. But he does tell Apocalypse that this is not over. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over Acts of Vengeance. Now, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, it was this massive crossover that Marvel did in the late 1980s, early 1990s. 89 and 90. Either way, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, it was given to us as a way to see our heroes go up against characters they don't usually fight against. So for example, Spider-Man fighting against Graviton, Wolverine fighting against Tiger Shark, and the list goes on. And so when it came to Acts of Vengeance, the only reason why this was happening is because of Loki. By this point in our coverage, we already know that Loki was the mastermind behind this entire plan. You see, you had Loki go over to a group of villains like Red Skull, Kingpin, Doctor Doom, and the list goes on. And he told them, the reason why you guys keep losing to the heroes is because you keep going after the same heroes over and over again. Why don't you guys try to do something different, like go after a different hero? Because most likely that hero is not going to know how to handle you, and most likely you are going to win. And so when it came to Marvel, they said this is the perfect way to see our characters go up against somebody they never fought against before. Now, today's video is going to be about Mark Spector Moon Knight number 8 and number 9. This is a two-part story arc where you have Moon Knight teaming up with the Punisher to go after a character known as Flag Smasher. Now, I'll talk more about Flag Smasher later on in this video, but the reason why I want to sit down and talk about these two books before we actually dive into them is that these two books don't really fit into the whole Acts of Vengeance theme. And what I mean by that is, yes, you do have Moon Knight going up against a character that he does not usually fight against, but Flag Smasher is not working with the Acts of Vengeance group. Matter of fact, he has his own operation. This is really more a street level situation in the middle of Acts of Vengeance. And you see what I mean as we go through today's video. Now, something else I do want to mention is that around this time in Marvel Comics, Moon Knight had a sidekick, better known as Midnight. Now, when it came to Midnight, he was actually the son of another character known as Midnight Man, who was a villain of Moon Knight for a good while. Now, when it came to Midnight Man, he died from cancer, but before dying, he did ask his son to learn his skills but do not become a criminal. Now, if you saw my later videos of Moon Knight, you already know that Moon Knight will have to fight against Midnight as a villain. But for right now, Midnight is just a sidekick, trying to learn how to be a hero. But the problem is, when it comes to Midnight, he's always just trying to jump into things without Moon Knight approval. And that is going to be a huge problem in the first chapter of this video. And let me explain what I mean by that. When it comes to Moon Knight and Midnight, you do have the two characters arrive in a certain location in New York. I want to say it is the Bronx. Either way, when it comes to our two characters, when they do arrive in the Bronx, they see police officers involved in a car chase. They're trying their best to chase down a truck that's shooting back at the cops. And so you have Moon Knight and Midnight get involved by being able to get a vehicle to follow the truck. Now, when it comes to police officers, they basically fell off the police chase. The truck was able to lose them. When it comes to our heroes, they were able to keep an eye on the truck the entire time until the truck went back to apparently its home base. Now, when it comes to Moon Knight, he wants to know what is exactly happening at this warehouse. He wants to gather some intel. But here comes the problem I said earlier when it comes to Midnight. He is so eager to be a hero. He is so eager to get into action that while you have Moon Knight and Midnight in their vehicle, you have Midnight go ahead and just floor it through the gate, taking our heroes right in the middle of this compound, surrounded by all these guys and guns. And Moon Knight is very ticked off because now, one, he has no idea who these guys are and what kind of weapons they have, and two, now they're surrounded. most likely they could die in this situation. Now, luckily for Moon Knight and Midnight, the Punisher was actually there as well. When it came to the Punisher, he was trying his best to gather intel about what was happening at this warehouse, to learn more about this secret organization, but to also find their leader, somebody the Punisher knows very well. But either way, you have the Punisher see that Moon Knight and Midnight are basically pinned down inside their truck. And so you have the Punisher being able to use a sniper to take out all the guys who are about to kill off our other two heroes. But after being saved by the Punisher, you did have the Punisher inform Moon Knight that this warehouse is actually owned by an organization known as Ultimatum. Now, when it comes to Ultimatum, it actually stands for, and guys, it's one heck of a name, Underground Liberated, Totally Integrated Mobile Army to Unite Mankind. That is what Ultimatum means for this organization. Now, when it comes to our two heroes, you have the Punisher tell Moon Knight that Ultimatum is being led by a guy known as Flag Smasher. Now, when it comes to Flag Smasher, his main goal is to get rid of all nations across the world. He feels like that to get to mankind having world peace is to get rid of nations, to get rid of governments. And so he pulls off these different kinds of terrorist attacks to hopefully get rid of these nations and begin the process of bringing the entire world together as one. But the problem is, Homeboy is killing off people left and right to actually pull this off. Either way, once you have Moon Knight find out who's involved and who's in charge, he tells Midnight, you gotta go home. Like, this is for the big leagues. You, my friend, are still small fry. So go ahead and go home and let the big kids handle this situation. Now, when it comes to the Punisher and Moon Knight, they were able to find a banker who does invest a lot of money into Ultimatum and also Flag Smasher. And apparently there is an entire group of bankers that invest a lot of their money into Ultimatum and also Flag Smasher. Now, when it comes to Flag Smasher, he does use that money as a way to buy a lot of weapons. But now it's time to move those weapons. And this is the perfect time to move it, because right now all the heroes, all the villains are at war with one another. The heroes are too busy to focus on him. It's the perfect time to move, except he has no idea that Punisher and Moon Knight are getting very close into finding him and shutting down his operation. And so when it comes to the Punisher, he tells the banker, you are going to help me locate the home base of Flag Smasher so that I can bring him down. If you don't, I'm going to kill you, because your money helped that man buy guns that have been used in the streets of New York right now, killing off innocent people. Now, when it comes to our banker, he has no idea where the home base is for Flag Smasher and Ultimatum, but he does call for a meeting with a different member of Ultimatum, hoping that person can tell him where to find Flag Smasher and the rest of Ultimatum, their home base. Now, the character he's talking to, her name is Anarchy, and she works directly under Flag Smasher. But when it comes to Anarchy, she kind of wants to know why in the world this banker wants to know so bad the location of the home base, to the point where she figures out that this man is being used to find Flag Smasher, and so she kills him off. Now, you do have the Punisher and also Moon Knight step in, hoping to save the guy, but unfortunately it's too late. And so their main goal is to just stop her, to get that info from her. But she is able to take down both the Punisher and Moon Knight and get away, and also the banker is dead. And our heroes have no idea how to find the home base for Flag Smasher. And so the ending of the first chapter, we see Flag Smasher talking to his group, talking to Ultimatum, this massive organization that's getting bigger and bigger. And this man really does mean that his main goal is to bring down all nations across the world, but starting with America. Once America drops, their allies are also going to drop. And then they'll be one step closer into achieving world peace across the world. But their first target is America. Now, as we dive into the second chapter, we pick up with Mark Spector and the Punisher being able to actually locate the home base of Ultimatum and Flag Smasher. Because Mark Spector realized that it's kind of weird that a bunch of trucks are leaving an abandoned warehouse. Most likely our guy is in there. And yes, he was right. And so now you have the Punisher and also Moon Knight getting ready to actually attack the place to bring everyone down. And so that leads into the Punisher and also Moon Knight just rushing into the building to hopefully bring down this entire operation. Now, I want to focus on the Punisher, and here is the reason why. The Punisher, we can see that he truly admires Moon Knight in a way of saying, like, I like the way the man works. I like the way the man moves around to take down his enemies. But I also know that Moon Knight is not afraid to cross the line if he has to when it comes to bringing down an enemy. Now, it's really more the Punisher saying, I'll go ahead and kill somebody. When it comes to Moon Knight, he won't kill unless he has to kill. Either way, you have the two characters being able to work together to bring down a bunch of men who work for Flag Smasher and Anarchy. Now, when it comes to Moon Knight, his goal was originally to go after Anarchy, but unfortunately, his goal basically turns over to fighting against Flag Smasher. Now, you have the two characters being able to go toe-to-toe with one another, but you didn't have Flag Smasher being able to escape to get on a boat to get the heck out of there. Now, when it came to Moon Knight, he called up Frenchie to give out air support, and Frenchie is a close ally of Moon Knight. Either way, with the air support, you have Moon Knight being able to easily follow Flag Smasher on the boat. And really, when it comes to the final battle between Moon Knight and also Flag Smasher on the boat, it once again shows that the two characters are technically equal to one another when it comes to their fighting abilities. Now, Moon Knight is pushed off the boat just in time. And the reason why I'm saying that because their boat was about to crash into a bigger boat. So luckily for Moon Knight, he was able to get the heck off the boat, even though it was an accident, right before the boat does crash into a bigger ship. And we're left to believe that Flag Smasher is dead. But tell you guys right now, he's not. He'll come back down the road again in Marvel Comics and Cable and Deadpool series. But for right now, you have our heroes being able to relax because they were able to bring down his entire operation. And so this is where we are. That was his master plan. Now, today's video is going to contain a lot of small battles where they're not really important for the overall story of Acts of Vengeance, but at the same time, I still want to cover them just in case there's anybody out there who might like these stories. Now, we have to jump over to Avengers Spotlight number 27. Now, when it came to Avengers Spotlight, it was a way to kind of focus on different members of the Avengers, but alongside with Hawkeye as well. Each book will contain at least 2 stories. One of those 2 stories would be about Hawkeye, while the other one would be about another member of the Avengers. And so when it comes to Avengers Spotlight number 27, the first story does focus on Hawkeye. And so getting into today's video, we actually pick up with Boomerang. Now, when it comes to Boomerang, he is currently attacking a building that belongs to Stark Enterprises. Now, the reason why he is attacking this place is because he wants their camera footage. Because a while back, another character was here, better known as the Ghost. And when it comes to Boomerang, he was hired by Justin Hammer to go find the Ghost and most likely bring him over to Justin. Now, here's the thing. Every single person that works in that office tells our character here, no, you may not receive the camera footage at all from us. And matter of fact, when you have broke into this place, it has set off an alarm that just warned Iron Man that we are under attack. And so most likely he is on his way over here right now. Now, when it comes to Boomerang, he honestly does not care at all. He believes that he should be able to handle Iron Man, even though he had lost to Iron Man before in the past. But that is when he is confronted by our mysterious character. Now, when it comes to our mysterious character, we already know that this is Loki. But this is Loki telling Boomerang, hey, why are you trying to fight against Iron Man, somebody that you have always lost to? Why not try to go after somebody else? And matter of fact, I have the perfect person for you to battle against. But now we have to jump over to Hawkeye. Now, when it comes to Hawkeye, he is currently at the doctor's office with Mockingbird. Now, around this time, those two characters were together. But the reason why they're at the doctor's office is because Hawkeye has been sick for a while, but he won't go to the doctor to see what is wrong with him. And so Mockingbird had to force him to go to the doctor to just see what is wrong with him. And we kind of find out that he has a bladder infection. Now, once you have the doctor being able to give him some medicine, you then have our heroes leave the office and they go their separate ways until out of nowhere, Hawkeye is under attack by Boomerang. Now, when it comes to their battle, it does last for a little while, but when it comes to their battle, I want to focus more on what happens at the end of the battle, and let me explain. So after a while, you had our two characters go back and forth, but using different kinds of items to take down each other, like trick arrows or trick boomerangs, and their items began to do a lot of property damage around them, buildings catching on fire, cars exploding, and the list goes on. And so once you have Hawkeye being able to save a few innocent people, but to also be able to take down Boomerang, you didn't have innocent people be very upset with Hawkeye because now their home is on fire or their car is completely destroyed, thanks to his battle. And around this time in Marvel Comics, you had the American government trying to make a new law where all superheroes would have to register and work most likely for the government. But now we have to jump over to the second story for Avengers Spotlight number 27, where now we pick up with Walter Newell, better known as Stingray. Now, when it comes to Walter, he had created a suit that would allow him to protect the ocean because at first he was an oceanographer. His main goal was to just study the ocean, but after a while he wanted to protect it and he created the Stingray suit. Now, when it comes to Stingray, he was assigned by Captain America to salvage anything from Avengers Island. Because remember, at the very beginning of our coverage, we watched Avengers Island be destroyed and sunk to the bottom of the bay in New York. And so currently, he's trying his best to salvage anything that he can find. Now, we also get reminded that when it came to the creation of the base, he did have a hand in the actual creation. And so he's very upset to see his project just basically fail and now being at the bottom of the bay. Now, while he's trying to salvage for different things from the base, he does enter a room that was used by the Avengers to hold on to different robots that they have fought against in the past. But apparently, most of the robots have disappeared. Now, when it came to Stingray, he felt like he should inform other members of the Avengers. But unfortunately, he is attacked from behind. And so we kind of find out that he was not alone. That matter of fact, he was working alongside with characters like Moondragon, Black Widow, Firebird, and Hellcat, the reserve members of the Avengers. Now, when it comes to our Avengers, they were just trying to salvage things from Avengers base, but they weren't able to get the call from Stingray, and they're trying to figure out what happened to him while he was under the water. And so you then had Firebird fly down there to see what was going on, except as soon as she gets down there, she is quickly sent right back up to the surface, flying away. And that is when we come to find out that Stingray was attacked by a character known as Awesome Android. Now, when it comes to Awesome Android, he has the ability to take different characteristics that make them special in their own way. So for example, when it comes to Awesome Android, he was able to copy Stingray's suit. And when it comes to Stingray's suit, he is allowed to move very fast in the ocean. He's able to glide. He's also able to handle underwater conditions very easily. And so when it comes to Awesome Android, he took all those different kinds of characteristics and add them to himself. Now, when it comes to Awesome Android, he also takes on the different powers of the different characters like Moondragon, Firebird, Hellcat, and Black Widow to make the battle even more difficult. And so you have our heroes wanting to call him back up. But this is Acts of Vengeance, guys. And so almost every other hero that they can call on is busy at the moment. And so unfortunately, the reserves have to handle Awesome Android on their own. But the question is, can they actually do it? But luckily somebody did answer the call, and that would be Captain Marvel. Now when it comes to Captain Marvel, around this time it was actually Monica Rambeau. But either way, she did answer the call, but she already knew what to do to bring down the Awesome Android. And so she goes to the bottom of the bay to find a device that most likely Tony Stark left behind, and he did. It's better known as the Stasis Field Projector. Now, when it comes to the Stasis Field Projector, it has the ability to shut down the Awesome Android. And so once it had enough power, you didn't have Monica Rambeau use it on the Awesome Android to shut him down. Bam. Just like that, the story is over. And that is Avengers Spotlight number 27. But now we must jump into Avengers West Coast number 53. Now, when it comes to Avengers West Coast, this was really more the B team of Avengers, unfortunately. But I do want to start off to remind you guys that, remember, when it came to Acts of Vengeance, the whole idea was that Loki recruited different villains who were just tired of always losing to the heroes. Doctor Doom, Red Skull, Kingpin, even Magneto. Now, when it comes to each member of this cabal, he made them believe that they were the ones in charge, not knowing that actually he's in charge, because he's having them do all the work that will allow him to get rid of all the heroes of Earth. And so as we dive into Avengers West Coast number 57, we pick up with Loki still pretending to be somebody else, but now talking to Magneto. Now, when it comes to Magneto, he does not really care about the idea of heroes losing to super villains. He looked at this opportunity as a way to help out the mutant race. That's his main goal. That's the only thing he cares for. But either way, Loki knows that he can still use Magneto to help him achieve his ultimate goal, to get rid of the heroes of Earth. But now we have to jump over to the base of the Avengers West Coast team. Now, these characters made up your team around this point in time in Marvel Comics. You had Iron Man, Wasp, Scarlet Witch, Vision, Wonder Man, Hank Pym, and the Human Torch. Now you have the entire team very concerned for the Scarlet Witch because she has gone through a lot in a very short period of time in Marvel Comics at this point in time. Let me explain. So first, let's focus on her husband, the Vision. He was kidnapped and reprogrammed to completely erase his entire personality, but to also forget his entire past with all his friends. And so right now, this is a Vision who's basically new to the world. Then on top of that, her and Vision had children. Now at first, they believed that their kids were actually real, to only find out, no, her kids were not real, that she used her powers to create the kids, but then they were also taken away. And then on top of that, guys, gets worse. She was brainwashed to become a bride for Set. And that took place in Atlantis Attack, a Marvel event we did not cover yet. And so with all those things happening at once, She has gone through so much that now she's just unresponsive. She's just sitting there and not saying anything to anyone at all. Now, we also learned that when it came to the Vision, his whole personality was built off the brain patterns of Wonder Man. And so you have Wonder Man saying, you know what, Vision? I am going to allow Hank Pym to copy my brain patterns once again so that we can have you the way you were before you were kidnapped. And maybe that can help out Scarlet Witch. Except you didn't have the Vision say no. He does not want to do that at all. Now, when it comes to the Vision, the reason why he said no is because he feels like his power set would be better for the East Coast Avengers team. Now, before our heroes are able to discuss more with him about the idea of leaving their team to rejoin the other team, well, that is when they get attacked by the UFOs. Now, the UFOs first appeared in Incredible Hulk number 254. Now, when it comes to the UFOs, they were power-hungry people. They wanted power for themselves. And so they went out of their way to actually recreate the same incident that gave the Fantastic Four their abilities. Now, they were able to pull it off and gain powers, but they went down the path of being bad guys. Now, the reason why they're here to attack the Avengers is because they believe that the West Coast team had killed off their leader, Vector, who's not here at the moment in this battle. But either way, our heroes are not able to overcome the powers of the UFOs, but they realize the one person who could really help them is the Scarlet Witch. But the problem is she's unresponsive. And so you didn't have our heroes lie to her and say, hey, Wanda, I want to let you know that your husband, the Vision, is in trouble. Now, as soon as she hears that, she believes that the Vision has gone back to normal. And matter of fact, he does change his appearance to look the way he did before he was kidnapped, to trick her into believing that he is okay, even though he is not okay at the moment. But either way, she does join in on the battle. Now, this chapter does get wrapped up very quickly here, and let me explain how. So while you have our heroes fighting against the UFOs, well then Vector appears. And remember, they believed that Vector was dead, but here he is right now alive and well. And so you have Vector tell us, the readers, that when it came to the UFOs, when they have broken out of prison, they were supposed to meet up somewhere else in a few days. Except when it came to the other members of the UFOs, when they had arrived at that base, the base was wrecked. But they also found footage of the Avengers killing off Vector. And that what made them believe that Vector was dead. Except after they had left to go get revenge against the Avengers, Vector arrived. And he also saw the footage as well and realized that his team was tricked. And so now you have the UFO saying, you know what, we were played. And now we have to find out who had played us. And so you have the UFOs leave. Now, when it comes to our heroes, at first, they don't chase after the UFOs. And here is the reason why. Because you had Hank Pym try to call up the East Coast team. But unfortunately, they're not answering because they have no idea that Avengers Island was destroyed. And so you have Hank saying, half of us have to go over to the East Coast to check in on the East Coast team, while the other half will go after the UFOs to bring them down. And so now you have the West Coast team being broken up into two teams to handle both objectives. But this is What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over Acts of Vengeance. Now, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, this was a massive Marvel event that came out in 1989 all the way up to 1990. Now, the reason for this book or this crossover was the idea to see our heroes go up against characters they don't usually fight against. So, for example, Wolverine going up against Tiger Shark, or Hulk going up against Gray Gargoyle, or Spider-Man going up against Magneto. We're going to see that battle in this video. Now, when it came to Acts of Vengeance, we have to remember that this entire plan came together thanks to Loki. You see, when it came to Loki, he realized that the villains are always losing to the same heroes over and over again because those heroes know how to handle those villains. And so you had Loki tell Kingpin, Magneto, Doctor Doom, Red Skull, and said, hey guys, listen, what if we change up our actual plans here? What if each of us and other villains go after characters we don't usually fight against? And maybe we'll have a fair chance in actually winning. And so that what led to the idea of our heroes going up against characters they don't usually fight against. Now, when it comes to Spider-Man, around this time in Marvel Comics, he had 3 different books. He had The Amazing Spider-Man, The Spectacular Spider-Man, and The Web of Spider-Man. But all 3 books were being used in this massive crossover by Marvel Comics. But when it came to Spider-Man, all 3 books were telling this story about Spider-Man going cosmic. Let me explain. So we already talked with the first 3 chapters of this big, huge story for Peter Parker, where he was at the Empire State University working alongside with a doctor known as Max Labish, and I really hope I pronounced his last name correctly. Now, when it came to Max, he was tapping into a mysterious energy source, not knowing where it actually came from. And so with Peter Parker being there, Peter was hit with that unknown energy source, which made him go cosmic, giving him the ability to do all kinds of things, but also being able to take down different characters that he would not usually be able to take down. And we're going to see that in today's video, because in the first chapter, we're going to see Spider-Man fighting against Magneto. And so we dive into Amazing Spider-Man number 327. Now, the opening pages of this book, we're seeing Peter Parker being able to do all these different kinds of things thanks to his newfound powers. Now, when it comes to Peter, he's also kind of freaking out about his new godlike powers. Now, Mary Jane is also in the room, but I really like the opening for this book because it's Peter Parker wondering, what could this possibly mean with him having this godlike powers in his hand now? Could this possibly mean that something big is coming down the road? He's also worried about the idea of killing people on accident. Now, when it comes to Mary Jane, she tells Peter, everything happens for a reason, and most likely you are going to figure out what that reason is. But for right now, I need you to calm down and realize that you were given these powers for a good reason. So go change, because we got to meet up with Flash Thompson very soon. But now we jump over to the Acts of Vengeance group. Now here they are right now trying to figure out what in the world is going on with Spider-Man, because he was one of their targets, but not one of their big targets. Let me explain. So Spider-Man is a character that has caused a lot of problems for different villains across Marvel Comics, but he's not as powerful as other characters. And so when it comes to the Acts of Vengeance group, they're trying to figure out what in the world has happened to him. What kind of powers did he gain? Now, when it comes to Doctor Doom, he definitely wants to know what kind of power that Peter Parker has gained. But Magneto also now wants to know what kind of power did Peter Parker gain. And so you have Magneto saying, you know what? Let me handle Spider-Man. Let me go after him. Now, when it comes to Magneto, even though he's part of the Acts of Vengeance group, his purpose for this group is completely different than the others, because right now he is trying to use their resources to help out the mutant race to get ready for a war between mutants and humans down the road. Now, when it comes to Magneto, the other reason why he wants to go after Spider-Man, because he believes that Spider-Man is a mutant. It's the only reason why Spider-Man was able to gain new abilities, because sometimes when it comes to mutants, they gain their abilities late in their life. And matter of fact, you have Magneto say it happened to him, that around this time for a man is when he had gained his ability. And so he feels like Spider-Man has also gained mutant abilities, not knowing that it's not mutant related. And so you have Magneto wondering, how in the world is he going to find Spider-Man? Now, when it comes to Peter Parker, he does go back to the lab to see if there's any kind of clues that could explain what exactly happened to him. But unfortunately, he is kicked out of the lab by Max, who feels like Peter Parker is up to something because he was in Max's lab without his permission. Either way, after you have Peter Parker be kicked out of the lab, you then have Peter Parker head over to a nearby wrecking yard. Now, when it comes to Peter Parker, the reason why he went there is to test out his newfound powers, to figure out what else he can do with these new powers. Now, while doing that and causing a lot of damage to this yard, one of the workers was watching him. And so you have that worker call up a news channel to tell them, hey, I got some big news for you. I am currently watching Spider-Man and his newfound powers in my yard. Get over here and come see this mess. Now, for you big time Spider-Man fans out there, you know around this time, Mary Jane has started a new career in acting. And matter of fact, she was able to get onto a show called Secret Hospital. Now, here's the thing about this scene. In this scene, she has to kiss another actor. Now, once she does it and director calls cut, she realized that that was her first kiss with another man after she had married Peter Parker. And so for her, she's wondering, how will Peter feel about the idea of her kissing another man? Now, she believes that Peter is strong, but at the same time, you can tell that she's kind of worried that Peter might get jealous. But now we have to get back over to Spider-Man. Now, when it comes to Peter, he's still in that yard just testing out his abilities. But then he is confronted by, well, Magneto. Now, when it comes to Peter Parker, he's trying to figure out how in the world was Magneto able to find him. And you then have Magneto point out that, dude, there is a news channel team right there watching you and recording you. Like everyone in New York right now can see you. But either way, this is Magneto beginning to test out Spider-Man to see if he actually is a mutant. Now, this battle, it does last for a few pages, but honestly, it's really more of Spider-Man trying to dodge all the different attacks that Magneto is throwing at him, but at the same time, it's also Spider-Man still learning about what he can do with those newfound powers. Now, in the middle of their battle, there was a car that was thrown at Peter Parker, one of many, but one of the cars did land somewhere else. You see, when it comes to their battle, one of the cars did land on top of a boat nearby. And so you have Peter using his newfound powers to save those people on the boat. Now, when it comes to Magneto, he realized that this battle is over. And the reason why? Because he realized that Spider-Man is not a mutant. He says, listen, usually when someone is gaining their mutant abilities, they only gain one at first. The rest of their powers comes down the road. And so when it came to him battling against Peter, he realized that Peter was able to do all these different kinds of things at once. And that told Magneto, no, you are not a mutant. Whatever is happening to you is completely different. But unfortunately, I don't care for the time being. And so he leaves. But when it comes to Peter, we do see him being able to save those people on the boat and then go home to Mary Jane. But now we have to jump over to Spectacular Spider-Man number 159, where we do pick up with a prison break. You see, we pick up with Percy and Barton Grimes. Now, they're well known for being brothers Grimm. Now, when it comes to the brothers, they are actually the second version of that name. Now, when it comes to the brothers, their powers comes from their uniforms, where they are able to conjure up different kind of weapons that they can use against their enemies. Now, on their way over to prison, they're being broken out by the Wizard. Now, usually when it comes to the brothers, they go after Iron Man, but you have the Wizard saying, listen, if you guys go after Spider-Man, then we'll handle your hero, which is Iron Man. And they agree to work for the Wizard. But now we jump over to Spider-Man. Now, when it comes to Peter, he's still trying to figure out what all these different enemies coming from, because each book we cover is going to be a different character coming after him. Now, when it comes to Peter, he's also still wondering where in the world did those powers actually come from? Like, yes, he knows it came from the lab, but at the same time, there must be an origin point for these powers. Now, when it comes to Peter, he does not realize that he is actually flying in the middle of New York City. Now, once he does realize, he goes straight back down to the lower level, almost the surface. Now, once he does reach a bridge, his spider sense goes off. Now, I'm going to tell you guys right now, when it comes to his spider sense, something else is going on with it, but I'll explain more of that down the road. When it comes to Peter, he didn't realize that his spider sense is trying to tell him that somebody is watching him, somebody is studying him. Now, when it comes to Peter trying his best to grab the camera, well, unfortunately, it explodes, and so he has no idea who is actually watching him. Now, we know who has been watching Spider-Man. It's Dr. Doom. It's him trying to learn more about Spider-Man and his newfound powers. Now, when it comes to Dr. Doom, he is informed by the Wizard that Brothers Grimm are going to go after Spider-Man. And so you have Dr. Doom tell the Wizard and Brothers Grimm where they can find Spider-Man at. Now, when it comes to Doom, you can tell that he knows the brothers are going to lose, but at the same time, it gives him the ability to continue to study more of Spider-Man's newfound powers. But now we have to shift our focus back over to Spider-Man. Now, when it comes to Peter, he does arrive at Empire State University. Now, once he does arrive, he realizes that, well, J. Jonah Jameson is there as well, and he's kind of confused on why in the world is JJ there for. Now, when it comes to Jonah, he wants to recruit Peter for his new newspaper company, because remember, by this point in Marvel Comics, JJ had lost the Daily Bugle to Thomas Fireheart, better known as Puma. But either way, when it comes to JJ, he is trying his best to recruit Peter for his new company that he wants to start. Now, before Peter is able to give him an answer, well, once again, Peter's spider sense goes crazy. And so you have Peter walk away to figure out what in the world is going on. But he does promise JJ that he'll call him later on. You see, when it comes to Spider-Man's spider sense, it was trying to tell him what was happening over at Madison Square Garden. You see, when it came to the brothers, they got their hands on the Wizard's anti-gravity disc and actually used them on the building. And so MSG is just floating in the middle of the city. Now, when it comes to Peter, he also sees innocent people falling to their deaths. Luckily, he was able to grab them. But this was all planned out by the brothers, because once they got Peter right underneath the building, they turned off the anti-gravity disc, hoping to crush Peter with the MSG building. But here's the thing, when it comes to Peter's newfound powers, he was able to use them to catch the building and then put it back where it came from. But then he was able to go after the brothers. But the brothers realized that they had made a huge mistake going after Spider-Man for the Wizard and the rest of the Acts of Vengeance group. But just like earlier, when it comes to Dr. Doom, he had another camera out there just recording Spider-Man while he fought against the brothers. He was trying to collect data on Spider-Man. And so this gives us confirmation that Dr. Doom was just using the brothers to gain more data on Peter, to figure out where the powers came from, but to also figure out how can he get his hands on those powers. But now we have to jump over to Web of Spider-Man number 60, where we pick up with Spider-Man fighting against Goliath. Now, you know this character better as Atlas. You see, when it came to Marvel Comics, there were a lot of different characters who were given Pym particles. Now, Goliath here, his real name is Eric Jostin. Around this time in Marvel Comics, he did lose his super strength, but he was able to regain it, but also was given Pym particles as well. Now, like I said earlier, later on, he'll become Atlas when he joins the Thunderbolts, but currently, he's just your regular bad guy going after Spider-Man that was hired by Doctor Doom and the rest of the Acts of Vengeance group. Now, when it comes to his battle against Spider-Man, you have Peter being able to use his newfound powers once again to take down another powerful character without any kind of problem. But again, you have Peter wondering why in the world all these different villains coming after him for. Now, after you have Goliath get his butt whooped by Spider-Man, he did shrink down back to regular size. But here's the thing, when you do have the police officers wanting to take him away, they're then stopped by a random guy claiming to be an FBI agent. But in reality, this guy works for the Kingpin, and since the Kingpin is part of the Acts of Vengeance group, you did have this guy take Goliath into a truck to bring him back over to Kingpin and the rest of the guys. And so now we jump over to Peter Parker heading over to the home of Aunt May. Now when it comes to Aunt May, around this time in Marvel Comics, she was dating a man known as Nathan Lubinsky. Now when it comes to Nathan, he will die in a later story that we had already covered. But around this time in Marvel Comics, everyone knew that he was on the verge of dying because of heart failure. And so you have Aunt May just doing her best to make sure that Nathan's final days are easy. Now, when it comes to Peter, the reason why he stopped by to see Aunt May is to ask her one simple question. And he asked her, what would you do if you had the power of life and death in your hand? And it freaks out Aunt May a lot. But now we jump back over to Goliath. Now, when it comes to Goliath, he was taken back to the base of the Acts of Vengeance group, and they're kind of wondering what to do with him. Now, when it comes to Goliath, he wants a second chance because he was not told how powerful Spider-Man was. Now, when it comes to characters like Magneto, he's all like, no, get rid of him right now. But then you have Doctor Doom step in and say, no, we can actually use him as a way to learn from our mistakes, to learn more about Spider-Man. But at the same time, I can possibly give Goliath the edge to take down Spider-Man. Now, when it comes to Doctor Doom, even though he did promise Goliath that he will give him the ability to take down Spider-Man, in reality, Doom knows that Goliath cannot defeat Spider-Man, but he can still use Goliath to collect data on Spider-Man. Now, getting back over to Peter Parker and Aunt May, you have Aunt May still shocked about the idea of the question that Peter asked. Now, when it comes to Peter, the reason why he had asked that question, because again, he holds godlike power in his hands. He believes that he holds life and death in his hands. But you have Aunt May saying no man should have that kind of power at all. She says, listen, the only power that man should have is the ability to accept life and death, because life and death are part of the life cycle. What she is trying to say is that when it came to Uncle Ben, she had to accept the idea that he was gone and move on. And when it comes to Nathan, she knows that down the road, he is also going to die. But she also has to accept the fact that he is going to go away. And so when it comes to Peter, he realized what she truly means, that even though he has godlike powers, he does not have the right to decide life and death for anybody across the world. Now, like I said earlier, when it came to the Daily Bugle around this point in Marvel Comics, it was no longer under the control of J. Jonah Jameson. it was actually bought out by a character known as Thomas Fireheart, aka Puma. Let me explain. So when it came to JJ in the Daily Bugle, they had published an article claiming that Peter Parker was actually a thief. And so when it came to Puma, he had confronted Peter to only find out that Peter was actually innocent. And so once he realized that the Daily Bugle is always publishing bad articles of Spider-Man, he bought the company out to begin publishing positive articles about Spider-Man. And so when we do pick up with Peter, he does stop by the office of Thomas to ask Thomas one more time to stop publishing stories about him. But then Thomas gets a call from the Kingpin, because the Kingpin knew if anyone knows where to find Spider-Man, it would be the Daily Bugle. Now, luckily for Peter, he was in the office when the Kingpin had called up Thomas on his phone. And so you had Kingpin tell Spider-Man to come to a certain park to have a conversation. Now you do have Peter Parker being able to arrive at the meeting spot the Kingpin told him to be at. Now as soon as Peter arrives at the spot, he quickly finds out that it was a trap. Now when it comes to Peter, he is confronted by Goliath once again. But here's the thing though, when it comes to Goliath, he got an upgrade. You see, when it came to Doctor Doom, he gave Goliath the ability to grow bigger every single time Spider-Man does use his newfound powers on him. But here's the problem though, the bigger he gets, the more stress he puts on his body, the more stress he puts on his heart. His heart cannot handle the size that he's growing to, but he won't stop until he is actually able to stop Spider-Man. Now their battle continues on up to the point where his heart just gives out and you have Goliath just kneel over. Now once you have Peter being able to protect some innocent people that Goliath had put in danger, when he turns around, Goliath is no longer there, wondering where in the world did he go to. But once again we see that Doctor Doom had used somebody else as a way to collect data on Spider-Man. You see, every single time Peter had hit Goliath, it was sending data back over to Doctor Doom. And now Doctor Doom believes that he has the ability to harness the power that Spider-Man is currently holding on to. But this is where we are going to end What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over Acts of Vengeance, but now we have to jump back over to Quasar. Really, this is our first time actually covering some Quasar comics on this channel because, well, Quasar is a very interesting character, but not as popular as Spider-Man, X-Men, or the rest of the characters you see usually on my channel. Now, when it comes to Quasar, he is actually the protector of the universe, and let me explain what that actually means. Now, when it comes to Quasar, his real name is Wendell Vaughn. Now, when it comes to Wendell, he was actually a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but really more of a bodyguard for S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, when it came to Wendell, he saw somebody else trying to test out the quantum bands. Now, when it came to that person, unfortunately, he had died when trying to use the bands. But then the base was under attack, and so you had Wendell go out of his way to grab the bands, put them on, and become Quasar, the protector of the universe. As long as he wears the quantum bands, that is his title to hold. Now, when it comes to the quantum bands, the actual creation is still unknown to the world of Marvel Comics. There are some comics out there saying the Kree were the ones who had actually created the quantum bands, and in some cases it was a character known as Eon. And matter of fact, we are going to see Eon in this book down the road. But when it comes to the quantum bands, it gives Quasar the ability to use energy from the quantum zone to make him the hero as we see him as today. And so for today's video, we're going to cover Quasar number 5 and Quasar number 6. Now, both books do take place after Avengers number 311. And remember, in that book, we had actually saw the end to Avengers Island. It was completely wrecked thanks to some robots, and the entire island was sunk down to the bottom of the bay. And so as we dive into Quasar number 5, we do pick up with Quasar and Stingray going out of their way to dissalvage anything from the actual base, even though it is underwater. Now, while doing that, you have Quasar leave because, well, he has to go to work, but at the same time, he still wonders what could possibly be going on when it comes to these last few events. Now, when it comes to Quasar and most of the heroes, they don't fully understand what's happening when it comes to this crossover. Let me explain. So when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, it's a massive crossover that Marvel gave us in the late 1980s, early 1990s. Now, when it came to the crossover, the whole point of it was to see our heroes go up against characters they don't usually fight against. So for example, Spider-Man fighting against Magneto, Iron Man fighting against the Wrecker, Thor fighting against Juggernaut. And so when it comes to our heroes, they're going to fight against characters they don't usually fight against. Now, the reason why the villains had came together is because of Loki. You see, when it came to Loki, he told the bad guys, the reason why you keep losing to the same heroes over and over again, because they know how to fight you. Why not go after different heroes you don't usually fight against? And so when it comes to Magneto, go after Spider-Man. Hey, Wrecker, go after Iron Man, characters you don't usually fight against, and you might actually win. Unfortunately, the villains are still losing no matter what. But either way, when it comes to Quasar and most of the heroes, they don't understand what's exactly happening to them. All they know is that different kinds of characters keep coming after them all at once. But now we have to jump over to the main bad guy of the book, really the main bad guy for the first chapter, and that is going to be the Absorbing Man. Now, when it comes to the Absorbing Man, he has the ability to take on any property that he touches. So for example, let's say by chance he touched gold. If he does touch gold, his entire body turns to gold. Same thing for almost any other property. Now, when it comes to the Absorbing Man, this guy just lost to the Hulk, but he wants another round with the Hulk, which honestly is a dumb idea. But then he is confronted by Loki. Now, when it comes to Loki, he tells him, that's a dumb idea. You just lost to the Hulk. Why in the world would you go after the same guy who just gave you a beatdown? Why not go after somebody else you might actually win? Now, when it comes to Loki, he does give the Absorbing Man an upgrade when it comes to his powers. Really, anytime you have the Absorbing Man throw his ball and chain, he'll then have the ability to fly that direction he threw it. It's kind of like Thor, but not really. But either way, now he has the ability to fly. But this is Loki wondering if he'll be able to find a hero if he could actually win against. Now, like most heroes in the world of Marvel Comics, they have a life away from their superhero life, a regular person life. And so when it comes to Wendell, he owns a security consulting firm. Now, that's the perfect job for him to have because he can easily step away if he needs to go be a hero. But at the same time, that job gives him an income. But here's the problem though. His company is not really making any money. You see, he has no clients yet, and so his main goal is to, well, get some clients. Now, luckily, when he walks into the room or the office, his assistant tells him, hey man, listen, we got our first client. Like, we got somebody finally. We can start making money. And it's great for Wendell. He loves the idea of being able now to have some clients. Now, when it comes to Quasar, he has this secret room in his office, and apparently Eon hides in that office right there. Now, when it comes to Eon, he is a cosmic being, but he was the protector of the quantum bands. And so when it came to Wendell becoming the next Quasar, Eon became his mentor. Now, at the same time, when it comes to Eon, he became close friends with Wendell's father, Gilbert. And Gilbert was also studying the quantum bands before Wendell was able to get a hold of them. But either way, Wendell's father and his mentor have become great friends and are just having different kinds of conversations about the universe. It's kind of fun to see, but either way, you do have Quasar leave. Now, when it comes to Wendell, he does head over to his client's office to begin the terms of their agreement. But here's the problem though. You see, as soon as he arrives and realizes that one of his friends works in the same office as his client, well, that is when he gets contacted by Steve Rogers, Captain America, saying, hey man, listen, we need your help. The Absorbing Man is going on a rampage, and the rest of the Avengers, including me, got a lot on our hands at the moment. You're the only one free at the moment who can deal with that problem. And so you have Quasar leave his client's office to go be Quasar and go handle that situation. Now, when it comes to Quasar, he is able to find the Absorbing Man very easily. But here's the catch. You see, when it comes to the Absorbing Man, like I said earlier, he is able to take on the different properties of different items that he touches. But he's also able to take on the form of different energy that's used on him. And so when it comes to Quasar, when he does use the quantum bands on the Absorbing Man, you would think at first that he would be able to take on the form of that energy that he's being hit with. But when it comes to Quasar, he reminds us that he is able to manipulate all kinds of energy. And so he's not allowing the Absorbing Man to be able to change forms into the type of energy that he's being hit with. And so when it comes to Quasar, the only thing to do now is take the guy back over to the vault. Now, when it comes to the Absorbing Man, he also has a piece of adamantium inside his pocket. And so with that piece, he's once again able to take on that property and escape the bubble that he was trapped in to continue the battle against Quasar. Now, when it comes to their battle, Quasar is playing defense, and that's the problem right there, because when it comes to the Absorbing Man, once he's able to get close enough to Quasar, he's then able to grab one of the quantum bands. And like I said earlier, he is able to take on the form of energy that he touches. And so as soon as he touches the quantum bands, he's now hit with that form of energy. The Absorbing Man is able to go cosmic and now being an actual challenge for Quasar. But here is the problem when it comes to the Absorbing Man now holding on to the powers of the quantum bands. You see, it is told in many times in comics, if you are somebody who tries to possess the quantum bands without proper permission, you are going to die. You are going to explode. And that's a problem for the Absorbing Man, because now he's holding on to the powers of the quantum bands without having any kind of permission to do that. And so you have Quasar telling him, you are going to explode. You have to let go of that energy. But for the Absorbing Man, he's all like, why should I? Because now I have the power of cosmic inside of me. I'm really powerful. Now, when it comes to Quasar, he knows if he explodes, the Absorbing Man, if he explodes, most likely there goes New York completely and all towns around it. And so he knows he has to go ahead and continue to feed the Absorbing Man more energy of the quantum bands to go ahead and make him explode. But make sure he explodes far away from New York before innocent lives are lost. And so really, that's how this first chapter wraps up, with the Absorbing Man blowing up because of Quasar. but to Quasar, it was the only way to save the day. Now you have Steve Rogers telling Quasar, don't worry, because when it comes to the absorbing man, he always finds a way back, and most likely he's doing that right now. Now, as we dive into the next chapter, we do get a random matchup. For me personally, makes no sense at all. And that would be Quasar going up against Venom. Of all characters, they give him Venom. In the opening pages, you have Quasar being able to take down Venom and take him over to the vault and says, you know what, my job is done, and leaves. Like literally, Venom's on the cover of Quasar #6 as one of the many villains who's supposedly going to give our hero a hard time, and he's only there for 2 pages and then gone. Now, when it comes to Quasar, he does try his best to go back to his firm and try to do at least some work, because now he has a client, and his goal is to take that client and get some money finally for his company. But once again, he is called to go be an Avenger and to go deal with some kind of problem in the world. And so once again, he has to leave his job behind to go handle a new kind of situation. Now, when it comes to Quasar, he does arrive at the scene of the crime to see that, well, it's Claw trying to attack innocent people and attack a building as well. Now, when it comes to Claw, his whole entire body by this point in Marvel Comics is made out of sound, and that makes things so much easier for Quasar. And here is the reason why. Because you have Quasar being able to create a vacuum around Claw. Sound cannot travel inside of that. And so when it comes to Claw and his entire body, it just goes inside the weapon that he always holds when he's out there causing problems. Now, after dealing with Claw, you then get reminded that around this time in Marvel Comics, you had the superhero community getting a lot of hate from the public. You see, for a long time in Marvel Comics, the public used to love superheroes a lot. Not every single one of them, but most of them. But by this point, the public is tired of superheroes because all the time they're getting into battles against villains and causing damage across the city and other parts of the world as well. And so the public is tired of it. And so when it comes to the American government, they're trying to make a new law. If you are going to be a superhero, you have to register. You have to work for the government. And when it comes to most superheroes, they don't want to do that at all. And so once you have Quasar trying to take Claw over to the vault, well, that is when he is confronted by the Living Laser. Now, when it comes to the Living Laser, by this point in Marvel Comics, he was made out of energy. He was literally a laser. And so when it comes to Quasar, at first, he does struggle with this new villain for him. Now, Claw was able to get away while you have Quasar trying to deal with the Living Laser. But once you have Quasar being able to figure out what kind of energy the Living Laser is, he begins to capture the Living Laser. Because again, when it comes to Quasar, he is able to manipulate all kinds of energy. And with Living Laser, he's just another kind of energy. Now, once you have Laser realize that he is about to lose, you have him just fly away. He flies away so fast that clearly he's traveling at the speed of light. And so you have Quasar follow him to hopefully capture him. Now, when it comes to the Living Laser, he does travel over to the blue area of the moon. Now, when it comes to the blue area of the moon, this goes way back to the Kree-Skrull War. But technically, this area was made by the Skrulls as a testing site to test out the Kree and also the Katati. Now, when it came to the Kree, they were able to build a city in the blue area of the moon. Now, by this point, this area belonged to the Watcher. It was his home as he watches over the Earth and the rest of the universe as well. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to the Living Laser, he does arrive in the blue area of the moon, but he goes into a building that he has no idea belongs to the Watcher. It's the Watcher's home. Now, while you have the living laser just walking around the home, or really flying around the home of the Watcher, we kind of find out that there is another character hiding in the home of the Watcher, and that would be the Red Ghost. Now, when it comes to the Red Ghost, he was somebody who used to be a scientist for Russia, but he also tried to recreate the incident that gave the Fantastic Four their abilities. And so he was also hit with cosmic rays, but also he brought 3 monkeys along with him. Now, all 3 monkeys, including him, were also able to gain abilities. And so when it came to Red Ghost, well, he gained the ability to phase through walls, kind of like Shadowcat. And so the reason why he's here right now on the blue area of the moon in the home of the Watcher is to steal different artifacts that belong to the Watcher. Now, when it comes to the Red Ghost, he knows if the Watcher finds out that he's in his home, the Watcher can instantly teleport him back somewhere else on Earth. Now, when it comes to Quasar, he was able to arrive at the home of the Watcher very easily and find the living laser very easily. Now, when it comes to the living laser, he begins to freak out because he knows if he gets into another battle with Quasar, he's going to lose. And so you have the living laser realize that the Watcher is using some kind of screen to watch different parts of the universe, different parts of the Earth. And so when it comes to the living laser, he used that screen as a way to travel somewhere else in the universe, most likely back to Earth. Now, when it comes to Quasar, he has no idea what to do next. And when it comes to the Watcher, he's not really happy about the idea of people being inside his home. And so he instantly teleports Quasar and the Red Ghost out of his house. Now, when it comes to Quasar, he has no idea the Red Ghost was there, but the Red Ghost is very upset that he was caught thanks to Quasar in the living laser, and so his entire plan fell apart very easily. And so now you have the Red Ghost trying to battle against Quasar. Now, for the sake of this video and for myself as well, I'm not really going to dive into the battle between Quasar and Red Ghost because it does last for a few pages, but you do have Quasar being able to find a way to take down the Red Ghost, and really that wraps up his tie-in to Acts of Vengeance. Now, he will reappear in other books down the road, but for his main series, the Quasar series, this was it, and we move on with our lives. But with that, what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to X-Men Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about soon on the channel. But before we are able to dive into that crossover, we have to sit down and cover some stories that came before it. Now, we got a lot going on when it comes to X-Men comics around this time in Marvel Comics. Excalibur has the Cross-Time Caper storyline. X-Factor, they got Judgment War. X-Men, they are losing team members left and right. But when it comes to New Mutants, well, they're going to travel back over to Asgard. And the reason why? Because of Hela. Hela has some interesting plans for one particular member of the New Mutants, and that would be Dani Moonstar. Now, something I do want to mention before we dive deep into the story arc is that the first page tells us that when it comes to Hela, the reason why she's going after Dani Moonstar is because of Thor. So apparently Thor went out of his way to destroy a special kind of artifact that kind of let Hela lose control of Hell a tad bit. She's still in control, but not as much as she used to be. And so this is her trying to regain her control, but to also get a revenge against Thor and all the Asgardians. And of course, she chosen Dani Moonstar, who is technically a Valkyrie. And I'll explain more about that here in a moment. And so getting into today's storyline, we do pick up with our heroes heading over to the home of the parents of Colossus and Magic. And the reason why? To give Magic back over to her parents. Because back in X-Men Inferno, when it came to Magic, she was de-aged back to her original age before she had disappeared in Limbo the first time. And so now she needs somebody to properly take care of her. Now we're going to shift our focus over to Dani Moonstar. Now, something else I do want to mention about Dani Moonstar is that she has the ability of depth vision. Now, when it comes to depth vision, that means that she is now able to see when death is nearby for somebody. She does not know who, but she does know that somebody is most likely going to die. Now, the reason why she has this ability because she was chosen to be a Valkyrie by Brightwing, her Pegasus. Now, here's the thing. She is the first human to become a Valkyrie, and that is really huge in the world of Marvel Comics, but especially for her. Now, lately, she's been having a severe headache, and with that severe headache, she began to see more death visions around her, kind of wondering who is going to die, her or possibly one of her friends. But also, that headache has been giving her a fever as well. But right after you have our heroes hand over Magic to her parents, well, you did have Dani Moonstar and her Pegasus Brightwing just collapse on the ground, and it freaks out the rest of the team. And now they have to take her and the Pegasus back to the base of X-Factor. Now, something I do want to mention is that around this time in Marvel Comics, the New Mutants did gain a few new team members to their team. You see, back in X-Men Inferno, we had two teenage superhero teams when it came to the X-Men. You had the New Mutants, but you also had X-Terminators, who were the trainees to X-Factor. Now, after the ending of X-Men Inferno, the characters on X-Terminators were just rolled into the team of New Mutants. Now, the only ones who had properly joined are the teenage or the young adult ones. The kids like Artie and also Leech were not really allowed to join the team because they're just kids. They're almost babies. And so they were shipped away to a boarding school. Either way, we do have some new characters on the team. Now, you do have our heroes go back to the base of X-Factor, which is a ship that used to belong to Apocalypse, but X-Factor was able to free it from his control. Now, the ship, or the aircraft, is being controlled by an AI system. Now, thanks to the AI system, it was able to scan Dani Moonstar and tell our heroes, hey, listen, what's happening to her right now is not your usual kind of medical issue. This is a magical issue. You need somebody who knows magic very well who can possibly help you with this situation. And so you had a ship recommend to go find Doctor Strange. And so you do have our young heroes head over to the home of Doctor Strange. Now, there is one character I do want to focus on as we cover this entire story arc, and that is going to be Boom Boom. Over time, we're going to see the mental state of Boom Boom begin to technically fall apart. And you see what I mean here in a moment, because as soon as our heroes arrive at the home of Doctor Strange, you did have our heroes knock on the door and they are confronted by Wong. Of course, he is the assistant to Doctor Strange. And they tell Wong, hey, we are looking for the doctor. We need his magical help right now because our friend is going through something and we have no idea what to do. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, Doctor Strange was quote unquote dead. Not really, but he was pretending to be dead. And so when it comes to our heroes, they are informed that Doctor Strange is no longer around, that he is dead. Now, when it comes to Boom Boom, she does not believe Wong at all, and she throws a small bomb into the home of Doctor Strange. Now, luckily, the bomb was stopped by Strange, but the problem is, though, she's very hot-tempered, and that is going to continue for the rest of this story arc. But then, out of nowhere, something big happens to Dani Moonstar. Because out of nowhere, we do see Danny Moonstar be surrounded by flames, and the same thing for Brightwing. Now, it does seem that she is currently being controlled by some kind of evil spirit, and we get that confirmation from Doctor Strange. Now, let's not forget, the guy is pretending to be dead, but he realized he must go ahead and help out the New Mutants with this problem. And so what he does is that he goes into his astral form as a way to help the team out, but to also continue to pretend to be dead. They can't see him, but at least he is able to work behind the scenes as a way to save Danny. Now, we do get our confirmation that she is being controlled by some kind of evil spirit, because when he looks at her soul, he sees three different versions of her. He sees her original version, he sees her Valkyrie version, but then there's a third version of her, or possibly a third being inside her body who is trying to fight for control, this evil spirit. Now, when it comes to Doctor Strange, he believes if he is able to pull out her astral form, then maybe her body will stop trying to attack anybody in its way. The evil spirit can no longer use her body. And so that leads into the rest of the team trying their best to actually fight against Danny Moonstar's body that's being controlled by the spirit. And honestly, it's just too hard for them. It kind of showed this evil spirit is able to take almost any hit the rest of the team is trying to throw at it, but at the same time, it also is able to do a lot of damage to the rest of the New Mutants. Now, when it comes to the innocent people, they're seeing this, and this is going to be very important for the next chapter, because it's going to bring in another team that is going to try to take down the New Mutants. But we'll save that for later. But our heroes, yeah, they're struggling. And Doctor Strange realized that his plan did not work. The evil spirit is able to continue on to use the body of Danny Moonstar to attack the city. And so you have Doctor Strange wake up the astral form of Danny Moonstar to inform her what he was trying to do, which was, hey, listen, I thought I had a good idea here. I thought I would be able to take out your astral form to stop your body from being able to attack the rest of your team, but also innocent people. But now I realize that you were fighting for control for your body against that evil spirit. And now with me taking you out of your body, I allowed the evil spirit to win. I must put you back into your body so that you are able to continue to fight it. But the problem is, she knows even if he does that, she's going to lose again. They need to find another way to actually stop this spirit. But the problem is right now, what can they do? Now, she does actually have a way to kind of give our heroes more time to find another way. You see, when it comes to Danny Moonstar, recently, she got an upgrade to her powers. Let me explain. So at first, she had the ability to tap into people's minds to learn about their worst fears. And once she had learned about their worst fears, she was able to create a construct, a mirage in front of you to make it seem like your worst fear had came to life. Now, those mirages could not actually do damage to you. They were just a mirage. But after New Mutants Annual number 4, everything changed. She got an upgrade. Now she's able to create actual constructs of different things that can do all kinds of things for her, like help her fight in battle against other people. And so in this story arc, we see her use her ability as a way to create a machine that has the ability to freeze people. And so with that machine, she freezes herself to keep herself frozen just long enough, hoping that the rest of the team, including Strange, can most likely find a way to save her, but to also get rid of this evil spirit. Now, Hela, she saw what Danny did, and she is very upset, but she knows that sooner or later, when it comes to that evil spirit, it is going to take completely over the body of Danny Moonstar, break out of that ice, and then Hela will be able to have full control over Danny Moonstar. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they don't really have anybody to help them here. I mean, yes, they do have Doctor Strange, and he is working behind the scenes right now in his astral form. But currently, he is trying his best to figure out what exactly is going on here with Dani Moonstar. Now, when it comes to X-Factor, well, our young heroes can't go to them for help because around this time in Marvel Comics, well, the X-Factor team was in Great Britain and they're trying to save a young mutant better known as Alchemy. And so currently they're away on that mission. And so for our young heroes, all they can do right now is just head back home and wait for X-Factor to come back to hopefully find a way to actually help out Dani Moonstar. Now, here's the problem they have right now. You see, when it came to Dani, even though she had a great idea of creating that machine to freeze her, that machine is very heavy. And so is she right now being a huge block of ice. And so our heroes are kind of struggling moving her across the city, hoping to get back to the ship. Now I want to shift our focus over to Hela for a very good reason, because Hela does inform us that when it comes to Asgard, it's currently in the negative zone. Now that's really important, and the reason why, because when it comes to the negative zone, there's now no longer a proper way to travel to Asgard. But on top of that, the effects of the negative zone is messing with Odin's sight. You see, Odin is usually able to see everything that's happening in Asgard, but thanks to the negative zone effect, he's not really able to see everything. And that gives Hela the ability to move somewhat freely around to pull off her master plan, because now Odin has no idea what is exactly happening to the Valkyries. Now, when it comes to Dani Moonstar, like I said earlier, she is a Valkyrie, but the only reason why, because Brightwind, her Pegasus, had chose her to become a Valkyrie. But yes, she's also part of Hela's plan. But now we have to pick up with another group of characters, and that would be Freedom Force, better known as Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. Now, the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants was led by Mystique, but recently all the different characters of that group began to work for the government as a way to hunt down other mutants that had supposedly committed crimes. Now, around this point in Marvel Comics, there was a law. If you are a mutant, you are supposed to register, but you have a lot of mutants out there who are not trying to do that. Now, when it comes to Freedom Force, the last time we saw them, they were trying to go after Fire Fist, because remember, Fire Fist was the first trainee of X-Factor. He was somebody who burned a young woman when his powers had first activated. And so because that was a crime, he was supposed to be arrested, but he was forgiven for that crime. But here we are now in the present day, and the reason why they're here right now is to go after him again, but for a different reason. Because when it came to Dani Moonstar being this fiery chick around New York just causing damage all over the place, all the different kinds of reports said, hey, there are flames everywhere. Someone on fire is just burning down buildings and hitting people left and right. And so you have Freedom Force believe, oh, it has to be Fire Fist. He's the only person we know as a mutant besides Pyro here who has the ability of fire in some kind of capacity. And so it has to be him who's currently trying to burn down New York. And so you have Freedom Force once again going out of their way to try to arrest Fire Fist. Now, as soon as they arrive, you have our young heroes trying their best to inform Freedom Force, hey, listen, you got everything wrong. It's a huge mistake. Rusty here, Fire Fist, is actually innocent. The person at fault is Dani, but actually she's not at fault. She's being controlled by some kind of demon. Now, when it comes to Freedom Force, they're not trying to listen at all. Now, I kind of like this a lot. And here's the reason why, because it really shows that our young heroes are becoming mature. They're trying their best to not fight here. They want to talk things out and move on with their lives, because their main focus right now is to help their friend Danny before that evil spirit is able to break free and do more damage across the entire city. But it really shows that when it comes to Freedom Force, they're not trying to listen at all. Now, when it comes to Blob and a few other members of Freedom Force, they say a few things that is going to lead into some very important storylines down the road. Now, we got to jump back to X-Men Inferno, really right after X-Men Inferno. But thanks to that event, we saw a bunch of babies be kidnapped. Now, X-Factor was able to save those babies and gave those babies over to Freedom Force to give those babies back over to their parents. But you have Blob informed that the government is most likely going to use the babies and other children in some kind of project to make the mutants work for the government in some kind of way. And that's a huge problem. And so now our young heroes, they now know they have to tell X-Factor the idea that young mutants are about to be forced to work for the government. Now, when it comes to our young heroes, they're trying their best to get on their ship. The ship had arrived just in time to save them, or you would think it would save them. Here comes the next problem. The ship begins to be taken away into space, and that leads into Judgment War that we're going to cover over in X-Factor. But now our young heroes don't have a way to protect themselves, but to also, they don't have a way to get away from Freedom Force. Now, when it comes to Doctor Strange, let's not forget, he was there the entire time in his astral form, but he does confirm with himself that there is an evil spirit inside of Danny Moonstar, but this evil spirit came from Hela, and so the Strange, she has to go back to Asgard. He has to send Danny over to Asgard because one, to protect the Earth, but two, he feels like it's the only way to save Danny. And so he begins to teleport her over to Asgard, including the New Mutants as well. Now, two of the New Mutants, they get left behind. That will be Rusty Collins, Fire Fist, and Skid. They were cut off from the rest of the group in the middle of the battle, and so they are going to stay on Earth, while the rest of the team, including Danny, are going over to Asgard. Now, as we dive into the final chapter for today's video, we do see our heroes in Asgard, but I kind of want to focus on Wolfbane. Now, when it comes to Wolfbane, she has the ability to, well, turn into a wolf. That's really it. Either way, when it comes to Wolfbane, she does have a connection, a psychic connection with Danny Moonstar. Now, this is her saying, if I'm able to turn to my wolf form to re-establish that connection, then maybe I'll be able to figure out what exactly is going on in her body, but to also kind of help her to fight against this demonic spirit. But the problem is, though, as soon as she connects to Danny Moonstar, she feels a negative feedback, because you had a spirit who is now in full control of Danny's body just attack her through Wolfbane's mind, but also throwing fire at her as well too. Now, the fire is not really burning Wolfbane, but it does damage her in a kind of magical way. And either way, though, it really showed Wolfbane that right now, Danny has fully lost control of her own body. She lost the battle against the evil spirit. And the question is right now, what can our heroes do to help Danny? Now, with Danny, she has transformed into this more red-looking spirit creature who's now just flying off into Asgard, most likely heading over to Hela or possibly somewhere else in Asgard for the time being. But now I want to jump over to Hela, because you have Hela being very confused about how in the world the New Mutants were able to arrive on Asgard, because like I said earlier, Asgard is in the negative zone. There's no proper way to travel to Asgard at the moment. Now, we know how they got there, but she does not know how they got there. Now, when it comes to Hela, we also learned that she wanted Danny on Earth to kill off people as a way to build up her army of dead souls. But the problem is now Dani is no longer on Midgard, on Earth. She's now on Asgard. And that kind of limit her chances to build up a proper army. But she's still okay with the idea of Dani killing off the New Mutants to kind of give her army some people with actual abilities. Now, I want to jump back over to our heroes, and here's the reason why. So currently our heroes are wondering what to do next here, because honestly, they're stuck in Asgard. But something I do want to mention is that most of our heroes on the New Mutants have been to Asgard before, but there are new members to the team who are now figuring out that they're on Asgard. They had traveled across dimensions, and that's really huge. So for example, Boom Boom and Richter, they were part of Exterminators, but recently joined the New Mutants. So for them, this is all new, the idea of traveling across dimensions. Now, for Richter, he's kind of adjusting very well, but Boom Boom, she's not, and her mental state is only going to get worse. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they do have a run-in with the Doors. Now, the Doors, they're about to assault the castle that belongs to the Valkyries. Now, when it comes to the Valkyries in Asgard, they're usually there to help lost souls go to the right place in the afterlife. But recently, the Valkyries have been going around killing people for unknown reasons. Now, we know why, because of Hela, but they don't know why. And so you have the Doors about to attack the castle of the Valkyries, but then ran into the New Mutants. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they're trying their best to defend themselves because the Doors believe that our heroes are actually spies for the Valkyries. But you have our heroes say, no, we are not. We're very confused by what's happening here at the moment. But then one of the Doors to the name that's very familiar to Cannonball, and that would be Eitri. Eitri is the king of the Doors who had become friends with Cannonball. I won't really say friends, I really say more of Eitri had adopted Cannonball like a son to him. And so as soon as Cannonball hears the name Eitri, he said, hey, wait, I know your boss. I know your king. I'm like a son to him. Please tell him I am here. And listen, he'll talk to me and we can work everything out. Now, when it comes to the Doors, they don't believe that Sam actually knows their king. And so for a time being, you have our heroes being thrown into a prison cell until the actual king come down and talk to Sam. But while you have our heroes inside their prison cell, I want to shift our focus over to Boom Boom because like I said earlier, this is where we see Boom Boom's mental state begin to fall apart because for her, this is all new. You see, when it comes to the X-Men, X-Factor, and New Mutants, they have been heroes for a while now. They have traveled across space, other dimensions. Like all of this is just another Tuesday for them. But for Boom Boom, she had a lot happen to her in a very short period of time, because she only joined X Factor in a short period of time. But after joining X Factor as a trainee, well then you had Inferno. They traveled to Limbo. She watched a young girl de-age back into a younger girl, and now here they are in Asgard. In a very short period of time, all of that happened. And of course, it's too much for her to handle. She needs time to actually, take all that in and work through it properly. But unfortunately, she never had the time to actually relax, to take those things in, because as soon as one story ends, bam, something else happens. And then once that ends, bam, something else happens. It's just too much for her to handle. And you have Richter trying his best to be that friend for her. But again, she's kind of like, no, leave me alone. I need to work through this on my own. But then you have Eitri walk in. Now, once Eitri walks in, he does confirm that one, Sam and him know each other, so our heroes are able to leave their cell. But then you have Eitri tell us that yes, when it comes to the Valkyries, they have changed. They're no longer there to help lost souls. Now they are there to kill off people, but also they have been stealing weapons. and taking those weapons over to their castle. And so when it came to the doors, they said, we are going to assault the castle and get our weapons back because, hey, that's our stuff, not theirs. But also, we need those weapons to protect people who are being killed off by the Valkyries. Now, with all that being said, though, you also have Eitri say Odin is not able to help us right now. For some reason, he is unable to see what's happening to his land. And now, guys, we already know that because the negative zone is having negative effects on Odin's sight across Asgard. But to close on today's video, while you have our hero trying to think of a new game plan on what to do next, you then have 3 Valkyries arrive in the hidden base of the doors. And now they are going to attack our heroes in the doors because they're now working for Hela. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about. Now, before we are able to jump into that crossover, we got to jump back over to New Mutants because we are currently covering a story arc where you have our young heroes in Asgard. And the reason why? Because of Hela. Let me explain. So a while back, one of the New Mutants, better known as Dani Moonstar, was chosen to become a Valkyrie. But recently, when it comes to Hela, she found a way to control all Valkyries that work for Odin. And she's hoping to use the Valkyries as a way to attack the home of Odin, but to also have a weapon that could help her kill off Odin. And so when it comes to New Mutants, they had traveled, or really they were forced to travel over to Asgard to hopefully find a way to stop Hela, but also find a way to save their friend Dani Moonstar from her control. Now, in our previous video, we also saw our heroes being able to meet up with the King of the Doors, better known as Eitri. Now, when it comes to Eitri, he was the one who kind of informed us, but also our young heroes, what was Hela trying to do? That it was her who found a way to control the Valkyries and was trying to use the Valkyries as a way to attack Asgard, to attack the home of Odin. Now, with that being said, once you had our heroes learn what was happening in Asgard thanks to Hela, well, while getting that information, they were confronted by 3 Valkyries who are under her control. And they are there to capture the New Mutants, but to also capture Eitri as well. Now, when it comes to the Doors, they're well known in the world of, well, Asgard, that they're the ones who go out of their way to create powerful weapons for different characters in that reality. And so when it comes to Eitri, they're trying to capture him to use him as a way to make a powerful weapon for Hela, a weapon that could possibly kill off Odin. Now, most of the New Mutants were able to travel over to Asgard, but a couple of them were left behind. That would be Fire Fist and also Skid. Now, as soon as they were left behind by the rest of their team, they were quickly surrounded by Freedom Force. Now, Freedom Force was originally better known as the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, but recently they began to work for the American government as a way to be forgiven for the crimes that they had committed. Now, their main job is to go after other mutants. And the reason why, because there is a law out there saying that if you are a mutant, you have to register. If you don't do that, well, hey, guess what? You are going to be arrested. And so when it came to Fire Fist and Skid, hey, they did not follow the law, and so they are quickly arrested by Freedom Force. But this is another way to set up what's to come down the road when it comes to the New Mutants crossing into Acts of Vengeance, another event that we are currently talking about. Now, getting back over to our heroes, while you have our heroes going out of their way to try to fight against the Valkyries, you then have Dani Moonstar appear, who is also under Hela's control. Now, when it comes to Dani, she does release a cloud of dust that goes out of its way to paralyze the New Mutants, but also the Doors who are there with the New Mutants as well. Because again, Hela wants to make sure the New Mutants are not harmed so that she can use them down the road. But she also wants to make sure the King of the Doors, Eitri, is also not injured so that she could use him to create a powerful weapon that could help her take down Odin. Now, once our heroes are, well, now paralyzed, they are quickly thrown inside a prison. Now, here's the thing. In our last video, I mentioned that Boom Boom was not mentally okay. She was very upset about the idea of being in Asgard, even though she is somebody who was in limbo, fought against demons and other kind of creatures in a short period of time in Marvel Comics. But apparently Asgard is just doing too much for her. Now, with our heroes being paralyzed, you would think, okay, their powers don't work. But Boom Boom powers does work. You see, she is able to create small explosives. And so even though she's paralyzed, she's still able to create small explosives that do create a hole in the ground that she was in. And she falls through a lower level. Now, once she's in a lower level, she's no longer paralyzed. She realized the effect of that powder no longer affects her once she's in a different level in this tower. And so she goes out of her way to make more explosives that helps her friends also fall to the lower level. And now they're no longer paralyzed either. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they want to go ahead and escape, but to also find Odin and to hopefully use Odin to stop Hela. But before they are able to leave, Wolfbane wants to find her Wolf Prince. Now, the Wolf Prince that she is talking about is a character known as Harem Harari. Now, when it comes to Harem Harari, he is a wolf god. Now, the reason why she's so hooked to him, because remember, when it comes to Wolfbane, she has the ability to turn into a wolf or even a werewolf. And so when it comes to Harari, he can turn into a werewolf or into a full-on wolf. And they were able to build a bond with one another. And so once she got word that he was also a prisoner, she had to tell her team, hey, listen, before we leave, we gotta save him. And they do find him. And he does become somewhat important for the later chapters for this story. Now, when it comes to our young heroes, they realize that they don't have the ability to actually stop Hela, and so their next goal is to go find Odin. Odin is the one person besides Thor who can most likely stop Hela. But here's the problem. You see, when it comes to Hela, she now knows what the New Mutants are trying to do. And so her goal is to remove the castle that belongs to the Valkyries from Asgard and transport it over to Hell, her dimension. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they're riding the back of Warlock, hoping to escape in time before the castle and the surrounding areas are teleported over to Hell. But the problem is, they don't make it in time. Matter of fact, the actual portal surrounding the castle closes right on top of Warlock. And so half the team was able to make it outside of the warping portal, being able to possibly go tell Odin, while the rest are still trapped inside the actual dome. And now they are going to be teleported into Hell, along with Hela and the Valkyries and all their prisoners. Now, when it comes to the New Mutants, like I said earlier, some of them were able to escape the portal that was taking the Valkyries' castle into Hell, but only 3 of those characters were able to escape, one of them being Boom Boom, Warlock, and the other one being Hiramhari, the Wolf Prince. Now, with those three being able to make it out in time before the actual dome closed, their main goal is to find Odin. Odin is the only one who can stop Hela from being able to pull off her master scheme. Now, when it comes to the rest of the new mutants who are currently stuck inside the actual dome, they're then confronted by another Valkyrie. Now, this Valkyrie, her name is Mist, and Mist is going to be very important for this video because when it comes to Mist, her goal is to work for Hela. She's being controlled by Hela, and you have Mist trying to please her master by capturing the new mutants. But in the middle of their battle, something distracts her, something is bothering her. And of course, you have our heroes realize there's something going on with her, but they want to use this opportunity as a way to defeat her and to hopefully get away from her, but to also continue to find a way to stop Hela. But the problem is that distraction does not last that long. And so unfortunately for our heroes, when they believe they have the chance to defeat Mist is able to get right back up and take down our heroes and then hand our heroes straight over to Hela. So now our heroes are currently being prisoners for Hela once again. Now, when it comes to the other group of characters, they were able to make it to Odin's home and hoping to ask for his help, except once they do arrive and find Odin, well, Odin is asleep. And that's a problem. You see, when it comes to Odin, him being the king of Asgard, every once in a while, he goes into this time of rest as a way to recharge his power. But the problem is, though, you don't know how long that is going to last. And so for Odin, with him being asleep, this is the perfect time for Hela to attack. Now, something else I do want to mention is that around this time in Marvel Comics, Asgard was actually in the negative zone, and that also affected Odin in a way. And so this was the perfect time for Hela to pull off her master plan. Now, our heroes are confronted by one of the guards of Odin, and you have our young heroes trying to inform him what is happening. But this guard does not believe our heroes at all and begins to throw them into a prison for breaking into the home of Odin. Now, for a brief moment, we do jump back to the other heroes who are currently trapped inside, well, hell. And we do pick up with our young heroes in prison, but they're now confronted by the Valkyrie they fought against earlier. Now, like we saw earlier, that Valkyrie was distracted. Something was going on inside her head. And we kind of find out that she's not completely under Hela's control. And the reason why? Because she is part fairy. Thanks to her fairy side, she's kind of able to fight against the control of Hela, and our heroes are kind of hoping to use this ability to find a way to actually stop Hela. Now, when it comes to our heroes who are now currently prisoners in Asgard, they are confronted by the children of Volstagg. Now, Volstagg is a very close ally to Thor. When it comes to his children, they overhear our heroes talking about what Hela is about to do to Asgard. Now, when it comes to his children, they want to actually help out our heroes to hopefully find somebody who could be just as powerful as Odin to be the one to actually stop Hela. Now, you do have our young heroes being able to find a way out of their prison, but you didn't have the children say you need to find somebody, and his name is actually T-Waz. Now, when it comes to T-Waz, that's not his actual name. Down the road, we're going to learn his actual name. But apparently this T-Waz character could be the one person to help our heroes defeat Hela. Now, getting back to our other heroes in Hell, they do begin to work with Mist to hopefully find a way to free the doors, but to also stop Hela to save the day. Now, guys, remember, when it comes to Hela, she needs a powerful weapon to actually kill off Odin. Now, when it comes to the Kings of the Doors, better known as Eitri, he does have the ability to create a weapon that could possibly help Hela defeat Odin. But the thing is, Eitri is not really trying to help out Hela, because he knows he does is going to lead to the end of Odin. But you didn't have Hela say, oh no, you are going to help me, because if you don't help me, I am going to kill off your daughter. Now, that right there instantly made Eitri begin to actually build the weapon, to forge the weapon for Hela. Now, when it comes to our heroes, including Mist, they do try their best to fight against the forces of Hela, but unfortunately, they lose in a matter of seconds. And so at the tail end of the second chapter, now this group once again are prisoners, and now this next powerful weapon is about to be made and possibly used to kill Odin. And so as we dive into the final chapter for today's video, we do pick up with our young heroes going out of their way to hopefully find this mysterious character who could most likely help them to defeat Hela, except they're then confronted by a bunch of ice giants. Now these ice giants, they are actually working alongside with Hela, and matter of fact, they're trying to capture our young heroes and bring them back over to Hela. And really, when it comes to this group, they don't have the ability to actually take down a frost giant. Now when it does look like our heroes are about to be captured, well then out of nowhere a mysterious character appears, and when he does, all he has to say is freeze. And just like that, the frost giant that was trying to attack our heroes is frozen in place. Now, when it comes to Hela, she does see this mysterious character helping out the other group of new mutants. Now, she does realize that this could be a very powerful person. She also says that she should remember who this person is, but she can't. But she does know that he can bring trouble down the road for her plan. And so she tells Eitri to hurry up with the sword, to go ahead and finish it so that she can use it to hopefully bring down Odin. When it comes to the other group who's currently being held by Hela, they're trying their best to figure out what in the world are they going to do to hopefully escape, to break free, but to also find a way to stop Hela. Now they do realize they have to steal the sword that she's currently having Eitri make, because once the sword is stolen and kept away from her, she then cannot use the sword to defeat Odin. Now, once you have Eitri being able to actually complete the sword and he is about to hand the sword over to Hela, you then have our heroes being able to break free from their binds. Now, as soon as they break free from their binds, they are able to get the sword. Now, when it comes to their plan to escape, they also free other prisoners who could possibly keep Hela busy long enough to allow our heroes to get away. For example, one of the prisoners is actually the Executioner, and he's a great fighter. He's a champion fighter that they can use as a way to keep Hela busy long enough. And so while you have him fighting against her, our heroes are trying to get away, but they run into a fork in the road. There are 3 different pathways, and our young heroes take the middle one. And unfortunately, that was the wrong one to take. But now we have to jump back over to Earth, and the reason why, because we pick up with Rusty Collins, aka Fire Fist. Now, when it comes to Fire Fist, remember, he was arrested earlier by Freedom Force, and he was thrown into a prison cell very recently. But apparently right after he had arrived at prison, the Vulture had also arrived at prison. Now, when it comes to Vulture, he has a plan to escape, but I do want to mention one thing. This small section is getting us ready for the New Mutants chapters for Acts of Vengeance, a big crossover that Marvel did in the late 1980s, early 1990s. We had all these different books coming together to tell one big story. And the New Mutants, they had 3 chapters. And this small section is getting us ready for that 3-part story arc. And guys, it's going to be Fire Fist fighting against the Vulture. Now, getting back over to our heroes in Hell, once they had reached that dead end, they realized that this is the end for them, because out of nowhere, they are then surrounded by the forces of hell. Now, when it comes to Hela, she's also there as well, but she wants one thing back from our heroes, and that would be the sword that was just created for her. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they rather not be captured once again by Hela, and so you have our young heroes just jump off the cliff, hoping to find a way out of this situation. Now, unfortunately, our heroes do lose a sword to the Valkyries who are working for Hela, and so now Hela is able to get her sword back. But here's the thing, you see, when it comes to our heroes jumping off the cliff, the Valkyries can't find them. So we do know our heroes were able to find a way to hide after jumping off the cliff, but the question is how? Now, when it comes to Hela, now she has her sword again, she continues to add more power to the sword. But with her doing that, you have everybody across Asgard realizing that something big is about to come. Something big is about to happen. But of course, I'm going to save that for our next video. And so what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about. Now, we're going to pick up with New Mutants number 84, 85, and 86 as a way to wrap up our coverage over the Asgard story arc that takes place in New Mutant comics. Now, let me give you a quick reminder of what's happening so far in this story. So we do pick up with our heroes in Asgard, and the reason why, because they were teleported over to Asgard by Doctor Strange. You see, Strange was able to realize that Danny Moonstar is currently being possessed by some kind of evil spirit, and the reason why, because of Hela. You see, Hela has this master plan to attack Odin while he is in his Odin sleep. And what she did at first was taking over the minds of all the Valkyries, and that included Danny Moonstar, who was chosen to be a Valkyrie a while back. Now, when it came to our heroes, when they had arrived on Asgard, their first goal was to stop Hela, but unfortunately Hela is just too strong, and she also has the Valkyries on her side. Now, when it comes to our heroes, the New Mutants, they were split up into two groups, where you have one group right now just trying to find a way to stop Hela in hell, while you have the other group trying their best to find somebody just as powerful as Odin to hopefully stop Hela. Now, something else I do want to mention is that Hela does have a powerful weapon that can kill off Odin while he is asleep. And this weapon was made by Eitri, the king of the Thors. And so thanks to Eitri, that weapon is now in Hela's hand. Everything has been set for her to actually win this battle. Now, at the end of our last video, we actually saw our heroes fall off a cliff, hoping to get away from Hela, but to also keep the sword away from her. But unfortunately, our heroes failed to keep the sword away from Hela, so she still has the sword. Now, when it comes to Hela, she was hoping to have her Valkyries be able to find the New Mutants after falling off the cliff. But unfortunately, the Valkyries cannot find them. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they were looking to find another path back into Hela's base in a lower section of the cliff. But when it comes to our heroes, they're trying to think of a new game plan on how they're going to stop Hela now, because now she has the most powerful weapon that can kill Odin in her hands. But now we have to jump over to the other group of heroes, and that would be Boom Boom, Warlock, and Himahari. Now, when it comes to this group, they were able to find somebody known as Tawaz, who is just as powerful as Odin, to actually help them to defeat Hela. Now, his real name is Barry, and when it comes to Barry, he was the actual founder of Asgard, but after finding Asgard, he just left it behind and changed his name to be left alone to live a different kind of life. Now, you believe he would step in to actually help out our heroes, but he says no, and the reason why? The Fates. The Fates say that he should not be involved in this battle, that our heroes should be able to find a way to overcome this obstacle. Now, their next goal is to find somebody who is just as powerful as Thor, who could possibly help them to defeat Hela, and that would be the three warriors. But the problem is, the three warriors are currently being held hostage right now by Queen Hela, the queen of the Sky Trolls. And so our heroes' next goal is to go out of their way to save the three warriors to get their help to hopefully stop Hela. Now we jump over to the three children of Volstagg. Now the last time we saw them, they heard the story about what Hela was trying to do. And so they went out of their way to help our heroes to find somebody, which was Tawaz, who is just as powerful as Odin, to hopefully use Tawaz to stop Odin. But unfortunately, they also try to warn everyone else in Asgard what Hela is actually up to. But nobody in Asgard believes them, and so their goal is to find Balder, which they were able to do. Except when they do find Balder, he's also with Karnilla, the queen of the Norns. And so when it comes to Balder, once he hears what's about to happen, he knows he has to get involved. He has to help out to hopefully stop Hela. Now, something I should mention is that the last three issues of this story arc is actually tie-ins to Acts of Vengeance. Let me explain. So Acts of Vengeance was this massive crossover done by Marvel Comics in the late 1980s, early 1990s. It was a way for the heroes to fight against different villains they don't usually fight against. So for example, Magneto fighting against Captain America, or Spider-Man fighting against Graviton, Thor fighting against the Juggernaut, different kinds of villains. And so in our previous video, we saw the character known as Vulture beginning to break out of prison. And of course, the only heroes left to stop him are the two new mutants who are currently locked up in prison. You see, when it comes to Rusty Collins, he was the first trainee that was taken in by X-Factor back in the early days of X-Factor. And when it came to Rusty Collins, when his powers had manifested, he had burned a woman. And of course, he has to pay for that crime. But also because he left the Navy. And so they're all like, hey man, you got crimes on two different fronts here that you have to pay for. But while being in prison, we also see him seeing the Vulture, who is trying to get out of prison. Now, when it comes to Vulture, he is trying to break out another character known as Nitro. And when it comes to Nitro, he is able to release a huge amount of energy in a way of being kind of like an explosion. And so for Vulture, he wants to use that guy as a way to break out, but to also use that guy to cause crime across New York or possibly other areas in the world. Now for Vulture, he's just waiting for the right time. But when he goes back to his cell, we do see that somebody left behind, well, his wings, or a new version of his wings. Now when it comes to Vulture, he realized it was most likely made by another character known as the Tinkerer, somebody who's well known in creating different kinds of things for different characters in Marvel Comics. Now for Vulture, it's not okay for the Tinkerer to basically duplicate his creation, his wings. And so with him being so upset by that, his first goal is to break out of prison, but to also get revenge at the Tinkerer for recreating his wings. Now, when it comes to Rusty Collins, he does see Vulture breaking out of prison, and for Rusty, that's not okay at all. And so we see Rusty also break out of his cell by using his ability, which is fire, to go after Vulture to hopefully stop him. And for me personally, I feel like this should be an easy battle for Rusty because it's just the Vulture. Just burn his wings off and call it a day. But now we have to jump back over to Boom Boom's group, where we do see them being able to save the three warriors from Queen Hela. Now, when I say save them, I really mean more of they're able to break them free, but then you have our heroes and also the three warriors talk to Queen Hela to figure out why in the world did they kidnap the three warriors for. And you have fellow soldiers of the Queen say, because the Valkyries who worked for Odin were going around kidnapping our people. Now remember, when it comes to Hela, she told the Valkyries to do that. And so when it came to the people of Queen Hela, they believed the Valkyries were working for Odin, not knowing the Valkyries are currently corrupted by Hela. And so once you have Queen Hela and her people over here, the actual truth, they're down to help our heroes and the three warriors to stop Hela from killing off Odin. But now we have to jump back over to our heroes in Hell. Now when it comes to our heroes in Hell, they just realized what Hela is about to do. Like, yes, they already knew that when it comes to Hela, her main goal is to kill off Odin. But here's the thing, Asgard is going to be on guard to protect their king. And so our heroes realize that Hela most likely is going to send one of her Valkyries away in the middle of the battle to kill off Odin. And who would it be? Danny Moonstar. And so for our heroes, now they have to make sure to stop their friend before she's able to actually kill off Odin. Now I want to jump back over to Boulder and also Karnilla, and here's the reason why. You see, in a previous story, Karnilla, her people were turned to stone, and she tried her best to use all kinds of magic to hopefully turn her people back to normal. But unfortunately, nothing ever worked for her. But luckily for her, this time it does work. Just not with her magic. You see, you have Beery watching over Balder and also watching over Karnilla. And he realized that she is trying her best to turn her people back to normal or to allow them to actually move again. And so you have him use his magic to allow her people to move, but they're still stone. But now Balder has an army to help him defend Asgard from Hela. And so now the army for Asgard has just grown a lot. They are now able to withstand the attack of Hela. And the last page of this first chapter is Hela arriving to fight against the forces of Asgard. It's now time for the final battle. Now getting into the next chapter, we do pick up with the New Mutants currently fighting against the forces of Hell, but of course they're fighting alongside with the forces of Asgard. It's one big heck of a battle taking place at the moment. Now, you do have the two groups being able to finally regroup with one another. Now, here's the thing, because you have the Hell group tell Boom Boom's group what they need to do, which is again, make sure that Danny does not kill off Odin. And so you do have our heroes try their best to stop her, but unfortunately, Danny is a tad bit too strong, and she also has other Valkyries on her side. But now we know what's the main goal for the New Mutants, to stop Danny, because if she's able to actually pull it off, well, that would be really bad for Asgard. Now we jump over to the Prisoners of Hela. Now when it comes to the Prisoners of Hela, you have Eitri being able to break everyone free by creating a key that allows him and the others to get out and join the battle. Now when it comes to Eitri, the guy who created the sword that Hela is trying to use, he tells his daughter, listen, I want you to go back to your mother and tell your mother that I was the one who had created this powerful sword that could kill Odin. But I also want you to tell her that I made sure to fight alongside with the others to make sure that sword was not used against our king. And so you have Eitri saying that most likely he's going to die to make sure that sword is not used to kill Odin. Now getting back over to the New Mutants, they're trying their best to actually stop Danny Moonstar from being able to get to Odin to use the sword. Now our heroes, they are struggling, but they understand what they have to do here. They have to make sure that she is not able to actually use the sword. Now, in the middle of the battle, you have Eitri actually appear, but when he does appear, he's actually able to dent the sword. Now, that is going to be somewhat important later on when it comes to this chapter, but is Eitri saying, no, I was not going to allow you to use my creation to kill off somebody who is very special to Asgard. And of course, he is talking about Odin. Now, when it comes to Eitri trying to stop Dani Moonstar, her flames actually do damage to Eitri. And so we're left to wonder in the possibility that he is going to die. But now we have to jump back over to Rusty Collins back on Earth, who is trying to use his abilities to stop the Vulture, but unfortunately he's having a hard time doing that because the prison guards are not trying to help him. Matter of fact, the prison guards believe that Fire Fist is also trying to escape, not realizing that he is trying to help them. Now you have Skid also join in the battle, and when it comes to Skid, she's also another member of the New Mutants. She has the ability to create a force field around her to protect her and other people who are also trapped inside the actual field. But you do have her join in right after Fire Fist does lose Vulture and Vulture being able to escape, but now all the guards are trying to shoot at Fire Fist. Now, getting back over to Asgard, we do pick up with Cannonball checking in on Eitri, who just taken a blow from Dani Moonstar. Now, when it comes to Eitri, he does inform Cannonball that he had put inside a flaw into the sword. This flaw is that once the sword hits somebody, it's going to break. But most likely, that person who is hit by the sword is going to die. It's Eitri saying, Cannonball, if you are able to take a blow, you might survive, but also the sword will also be broken. And on top of that, you'll save the life of Odin. And so you have Cannonball go out of his way to take a blow from the sword right when Dani Moonstar is about to stab Odin in the chest. And once he takes the blow, there is a huge explosion. And we're left to wonder if Cannonball is alive. But on top of that, is Dani Moonstar alive as well? Now, the final chapter is really more acts of vengeance rather than the whole Asgard story arc, and let me explain. So we actually do pick up with Vulture, and when it comes to Vulture, he did head over to the base of the Tinkerer to get revenge on the Tinkerer for duplicating his wings. Now, when it comes to the Tinkerer, he does inform the Vulture, hey man, listen, the only reason why I did that because somebody paid me money to actually do it. This mysterious group of villains are coming together and they wanted you out of prison and to go after another character known as Speedball. So now we know that Vulture was supposed to be part of the Acts of Vengeance group and he was supposed to go after another hero. But for Vulture, he's kind of like, why would I do that? Now I know that you are innocent, that you only made some wings for me because of the idea of being hired. I can now go back to my main goal, which is to use Nitro to cause havoc across the city. And that leads us back over to Skid and also Fire Fist. Now, those two characters, they're still trying to escape from prison, but their main goal is to head over to the courthouse because Nitro is about to go on trial. But here's the thing, they also know that Vulture is going to head there as well, and they're hoping to stop him, but at the same time, do it on cameras to help mutants down the road, to show that mutants are not really bad, that mutants could be great people if you just trust them. But at the same time, this is Fire Fist saying, we could also tell the world some of the dark secrets of Freedom Force. Now remember, Freedom Force was the brotherhood of evil mutants that were led by Mystique. But after a while, they had begun to work for the American government. And so after doing that, they were kind of like, hey, we are assigned to go after other mutants. But in previous videos, we kind of learned that they're doing some dark things behind the scenes for the government. And if word gets out, that could ruin their jobs, but also hurt the government down the road in many different ways. And we actually do jump over to the courthouse, and we actually do pick up with Nitro on trial. Now, when it comes to Nitro being on trial, we do see him right now in a container for a very good reason. Because again, when it comes to Nitro, he has the ability to release a huge amount of energy that could cause a huge explosion. So follow me here. And so what they did was they had put him inside some kind of container that constantly keeps him in stasis, some kind of gas in there to make sure he does not wake up and being able to use that ability to cause massive damage to areas around him. But when it comes to the Vulture, he is able to just break right into the courthouse, grab the container that's holding all the Nitro, and get the heck out of there. And so now Vulture has the one person that he wanted. Now, you do have Fire Fist and Skid both arrive at the courthouse, and they do begin to try to fight against Vulture, and to hopefully stop Vulture from being able to release Nitro. Now, while you have the two sides fighting against each other, unfortunately, when it comes to Vulture, he had already begun the process of releasing Nitro, really more the Tinkerer did, while you had Vulture fighting against Fire Fist and Skid. But as soon as they're done with the whole breakdown the container, you have Nitro just pop right out. Now, when it comes to Nitro, he's very upset about the fact that he was locked away, and his goal is to get revenge against the people who had locked him away. Now, when it also comes to Nitro, he's not listening to Vulture. Vulture's all like, hey man, listen, it was me and Tinkerer who broke you free. We shall work together. But when it comes to Nitro, he's all like, dude, I don't know you, I don't care. Matter of fact, I'm gonna kill everybody in this area, including you, those heroes, and Tinkerer as well. And so you have Nitro begin to gather enough energy to release to cause a huge explosion. Now, when it comes to Nitro, he's about to release a huge explosion, but you didn't have Skid going out of her way to use her ability to create a force field around her, but also around Nitro as well, to contain most of the explosion. As a matter of fact, she was the only person to be hit with the explosion. Well, really most of it. The other characters were hit as well, but not as much as she was. As a matter of fact, she barely survived, and I thought she was going to, well, die, but she did not. Now, when it comes to Nitro, he says, well, you may stop one blast, but I'm gonna try again right now with another explosion. Except when it comes to Nitro, once he does absorb all the energy he needs to cause an explosion, his body does change into a completely different form, a form of energy. His molecules are changed as well. But once he does release that energy, his body goes back to normal. Except when it came to Skid using her abilities on Nitro earlier, it did something to him. And so once he tries to absorb all that energy again, his body does change form into an energy form. Except when he tries to release it, well, his body cannot turn back to normal, which then means he's not able to release the energy properly, which then just kills him. He turns into dust completely. It breaks his body apart. That type of energy ate away at his molecules. And so Nitro is gone. Our heroes were able to stop Vulture and stop Nitro. But now we have to jump back over to Asgard as we pick up with the New Mutants. Now when we do, it's the New Mutants currently recovering after the big battle. Everybody is okay, but you did have our heroes beginning to talk about the idea of going back home to Earth, back home to Midgard, except you have the Asgardians inform our heroes that there's no proper way home at the moment. Because remember, Asgard is currently in the negative zone. All proper ways to travel to Asgard and to other dimensions that are connected to Asgard have been completely lost at the moment. And so our heroes are just finding out that they are currently stuck in Asgard. Now, we do jump back over to Earth. We do pick back up with Rusty and also Skid. Now, these two characters are still recovering from their battle against Vulture, but also against Nitro. Now, you do have Freedom Force appear, and they are here to take our heroes back to prison. Now, here's the thing, because like I said earlier, when it comes to Freedom Force, they have been hiding things from the public. And so you have Rusty trying his best to speak up, but he keeps getting shut down by the different members of Freedom Force. And he is taken away without being able to tell reporters what he knows about this team that works for the American government. Now we are introduced to two new characters. The first is going to be Wildside. Now when it comes to Wildside, he is leading a group of characters known as the Mutant Liberation Front, and their main goal is to attack a facility, a government facility, as a way to say, you guys are holding Fire Fist and Skid against their will. Go ahead and release them right now. You have no right to actually hold them. Now, right after blowing up that facility, we kind of find out somebody's watching all these different things happening, and that person is Cable. We're getting our first look of Cable, and this begins the process of the New Mutants going away as the New Mutants, but being reformed as X-Force. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over X-Men comics as we work our way up to Days of Future Present, the next crossover that we are going to talk about when it comes to X-Men comics. But before we are able to actually dive into that story, we have to jump back over to Uncanny X-Men and cover a 3-part story arc that takes place in Uncanny X-Men number 256, 257, and 258. It's a 3-part story arc that introduces a new concept for the character known as Bessie Braddock, aka Psylocke. Now, when it comes to this concept, it's going to be Bessie being placed in a brand new body, an Asian body. Now, there is something I do want to say real quickly before we dive into this actual story. The first is that this story is going to be retconned a lot down the road in later books that we are going to cover down the road once we do get to those books. And so for the sake of this video, for the sake of this story, I am not going to talk about any of the retcons until they actually happen in later books down the road. Number 2, this 3-part story arc is actually part of Acts of Vengeance, a massive crossover that Marvel gave us in the late 1980s, early 1990s. And matter of fact, we are covering Acts of Vengeance, but this 3-part story arc has nothing to do with it. It has the label on the books, and also you have one of the main 2 bad guys actually say Acts of Vengeance. But besides those 2 things, this 3-part story arc has nothing to do with that crossover. And so if you're somebody who is trying to read the complete Acts of Vengeance story, you can really skip over these 3 books and move on with your coverage over that. But either way, let's go ahead and dive into today's story. And so as we dive into today's video, we are then introduced to 2 characters who are going to play the bad guys of this story. The first is Masuo and the second is the Mandarin. Now when it comes to Masuo, he is part of the Hand. Now the Hand is known as a evil ninja organization that worships a demon known as the Beast. Now when it comes to the Hand, by this point they're not as strong as they used to be. And matter of fact, after this story, they're going to become more powerful down the road in other books. But currently, they're trying to rebuild where they used to be yet. Now, when it comes to the Mandarin, he is a crime lord in Hong Kong. Now, when it comes to his powers, all his powers comes from the 10 rings that he wears on his fingers. Now, each ring has a different ability that he can use on his opponents. Now, like I said, when it comes to the Mandarin, he is a powerful crime lord in Hong Kong. Well, he used to be. By this point, you have other crime lords now looking at him as a weakling. And the reason why? Because he lost to Iron Man in a recent story over in Iron Man comics. And so because he lost to an American hero, the crime underworld is no longer scared of the Mandarin. And that is where Masuo comes in. He says, listen, the reason why I took down your bodyguards is to show you that you are falling apart, that your whole entire empire is weak. And so I want to give you somebody who can help restore your status as a powerful crime lord, the man in charge of the crime world here in Hong Kong. I want to give you a powerful assassin. Now I want to shift our focus over to Betsy Braddock, the main character of today's story. Now when it comes to Betsy, we see her currently in some kind of dream state. And with her being inside this dream state, she's currently dreaming about her and her brother being young again and currently at some amusement park. Now while there, you have Betsy riding a carousel. Now while riding the carousel, she begins to believe that she's actually part of some kind of war, that she's some kind of pilot. But then out of nowhere, reality around her changes, where she's actually part of some kind of war. But then out of nowhere, reality turns back to normal, where she's back at the carousel. Now the two workers at this amusement park, they were watching her very carefully, but they also look very evil. Now once you have Betsy and Brian leaving, you then have one of the workers mention that Betsy had dropped a ring. Now Betsy realized that she was not wearing a ring, but the worker still gives it to her, and so she's able to leave with that ring. But on the way home, you then have Betsy decide to mess with Brian, her twin brother, by grabbing his book because she wants to play with her brother, somebody who's really focusing on his studies. Now, after she does take his book, he does get very angry and charges at her. But once again, reality changes around them, where right now they're great warriors of the past. But then once their two swords hit, reality turns back to normal. Now, after reality turns back to normal, you didn't have Betsy apologize for taking Brian's book. But then you have Brian realize that, you know what? Betsy needs her brother. But then out of nowhere, just like earlier, he tells Betsy, hey, I found a ring and I think you should take it. And so now she has 2 rings on her finger. But then the twins are then confronted by their older brother, Jamie Braddock. Now, when it comes to Jamie, we haven't really talked much about him, but we are going to in later books. But when it comes to Jamie Braddock, he does arrive in a very nice car with a random woman. Now, for Betsy, she's happy to see her older brother. And so he offers to let her drive his brand new car. Now, he'll control the brakes and the gas, but she'll control the steering wheel. But either way, they just speed off into the road, having a good old time. And of course, the mysterious woman that Jamie brought with him is having a horrible time. But she keeps begging and begging for them to stop. And once they do stop, reality changes again. So now we see Betsy as an older woman. But also we see Betsy getting out of the car with Doug Ramsey. Jamie and his girlfriend have disappeared. Now when it comes to Doug Ramsey, better known as Cypher, he died back in Fall of the Mutants, but also him and Betsy had a romantic relationship. Not very serious, but it seemed like if he was still alive, it could have led down that path. But either way, she does walk into the body shop. Now, once she does walk into the body shop, she's then confronted by Storm. And at first, it seems like this is going to be a very nice reunion, but it's not going to be. Because here's the reason why. 2 workers of the body shop grabs Betsy and throw her into some kind of device where her body begins to change. Now, one of the workers looks just like Mojo. Now, when it came to Betsy, in an earlier story we did not cover, she was actually blinded by a villain we're going to see here in a moment. But after being blinded by that villain, she was given cybernetic eyes thanks to Mojo. Now, that was a story that took place way before she had properly joined the X-Men. But either way, once you do have Betsy come out of the device, she now has a brand new body. She's no longer Caucasian, she's now Asian. Now, there is something I do want to talk about when it comes to Betsy Braddock, the idea of the Siege Perilous. Let me explain. So in the earlier story, you have the X-Men on a mission to save Polaris, but they were warned by Gateway, really Psylocke was warned by Gateway, if they come back home to their base, they most likely are going to die by the hands of the Reavers. Now, when it came to Psylocke in the X-Men, they still came back home, but she didn't use the Siege Perilous. The Siege Perilous has the ability to give somebody a new life somewhere else in the world. Now, sometimes you are able to remember your past life, and sometimes you may forget completely about your past life. And so when it came to Psylocke and the rest of the X-Men to save themselves from the Reavers, they all walked through the Siege Perilous. Now, when it came to Psylocke, she was found by Matsuo, but he tells us when he found her, her mind was broken. And that's really important when it comes to the character of Psylocke. Let me explain. So with her mind being broken, you now have the hand in Matsuo trying to do a process of brainwashing to change her mind to fall in line with the hand's goals. You see, like I said earlier, her memories, her mind was broken. And so what the hand are trying to do is take the few pieces of her mind that will perfectly fall in line with their goals, with their ambitions, to make her become an assassin for the hand, to make her mind believe in a new reality, a reality where she's part of the hand, where she's actually an assassin for the Mandarin. And so as we dive back into her mind, we begin to see her trying to get rid of her past life. So for example, there is a moment where she sees herself as Captain Britain, because there was a point in time she was a Captain Britain, but it was very short-lived. But then she hates the idea what happened to her when she was Captain Britain. And so now it's her trying to get rid of that past life, that past version of herself. Now Storm is there, but Storm is also part of her past life as well. And so she kills off Storm in her dream to gain another ring. Now, when it comes to Colossus, it's really interesting, and let me explain. So she does kill off Colossus, but she does tell us that when it comes to the Siege Perilous, it also gives you your true heart desire. And so when it came to Colossus, for him in his dream, it was to be a painter. But for her, it's something completely different. It's the idea that she always wanted the ability to fight, to have the fighting skills to use against different people who may stand in her way. And so it seems that this dream is also trying to tell us her true heart desire, thanks to her using the Siege Perilous. The Siege Perilous delivered what she truly wanted. Same thing for Dazzler. We see that Dazzler was able to get what she wanted when it came to her heart desire after walking through the Siege Perilous, to be a star again. But either way, you didn't have Psylocke arrive, and she also kills off Dazzler. Now when it comes to her killing off Storm, Colossus, and Dazzler, she's also collecting a ring from each of their dead bodies as well. Now, when it comes to Havoc, it seems that in this dream, he did not get what he truly wanted when it came to his heart desire. Because also, when it comes to the Siege Perilous, it also judges you. It also decides if you were really a good person or a bad person. And so when it came to Havoc, it seemed like he was judged, but most likely he was not given a peaceful life like the others did. And so unfortunately, he's on the run. But while being on the run, he's then confronted by Psylocke, who again kills him off to get his ring as well. Now, when it comes to Psylocke, she does not have to kill off Rogue, because Rogue was battling against Carol Danvers. This is a way to remind us that around this time in Marvel Comics, Rogue has some issues. You see, over the years, Rogue had touched so many different people that they were able to build psyches inside of her mind. And those psyches were trying to take over her mind, especially when it came to Carol Danvers. And so it seemed that Carol and Rogue battled for so long, they both were able to kill each other, making it easy for Psylocke to get the final ring. But after being able to get the last ring, she's then confronted by Slaymaster. Now, when it comes to Slaymaster, he is actually the reason why she went blind so many years ago. Let me explain. So like I said earlier, she was Captain Britain, but for a very short period of time. And reason why? Because of him. He took her eyes from her. And so after being blinded, she was then given eyes by Mojo, cybernetic eyes. Now, I want to shift our focus back over to the Siege Perilous, and here is the reason why. Because remember, it does give you a new life, but it also tries to give you what your heart truly desires. And for Colossus earlier, it was to be a painter, but for her, it seems like it was the fighting skills. She wants to know how to be a better fighter, and now we know why. Because of him. Slaymaster was a very skilled fighter, and so he was able to easily defeat Brian Braddock, Captain Britain, so many times over the years, but also he blinded her. That's why she wanted the fighting skills, so that she'll never be in that kind of situation ever again. But either way, once she's able to take down Slaymaster, she's then confronted by the Mandarin to kind of show the brainwashing is complete. She is truly under his control. And so as we jump into Uncanny X-Men number 257, well, we do pick up with Bessie Braddock going by a different name, better known as Lady Mandarin. Now, of course, by this point, she's now fully working for the Mandarin, and we see her being able to bring in the different crime lords of Hong Kong. Now, like I said earlier, the other crime lords of Hong Kong were no longer looking at the Mandarin as a possible threat. They began to look at him as a nobody because he lost to Iron Man, an American hero. But this is Bessie saying, no, you guys are going to fall back in line. You guys are going to make sure that you run your operations under the Mandarin's control. And at first, they laugh at her like, okay, we have no idea who you are, but why should we listen to you? And she gives them the reason why they should listen to her. She kills off most of their guys and then leave them there scared out of their mind. But they realize they have no choice but to follow her directions. Now we do pick up with Wolverine and Jubilee. Now, before we are able to discuss more about Wolverine, there is something I want to say about him and the rest of the X-Men. Now remember, the rest of the world believes that the X-Men are currently dead, because back in Fall of the Mutants, you had the X-Men give up their lives to stop the adversary from coming back into the Earth realm. Now when doing that, they did it on live television. And so to the entire world, the X-Men died that day, not knowing that the X-Men were brought back to life soon after. And so when it comes to Wolverine and the rest of the X-Men, the world believes that they are dead. And so when Wolverine and Jubilee arrive in Hong Kong, he goes by a different name, a new identity that he was able to build, and that would be Patch. Now, with him being Patch, he's well known across Asia, and they know not to mess with him. And so the guys at the harbor say, you know what? We are not going to search your boat at all. You are able to leave easily. Now, remember, Wolverine and Jubilee are the last surviving members of the X-Men. The rest of the team has been killed off or went through the Siege Perilous. And so this is Wolverine trying to find the X-Men to bring them back together. but he knows that one person is able to give him that information. Now, in our last video, Wolverine was captured by the Reavers, and he was tortured, and so he was seriously injured physically and mentally, to the point where he begins to hallucinate and believe that Nick Fury and also Carol Danvers are there talking to him. Now, we also get reminded about Storm. Now remember, when it came to Storm, she was actually killed off in an earlier video we did. She was killed off on accident by Havoc. But the thing was, later on, she came back as a child. But it also seems like she forgot who she actually was. And so right now, she's on the run because she knows that the Shadow King is trying to get her. Now, the Shadow King is a very powerful multi-universe being. He has a host in different universes across the multiverse. And currently, he's using a host known as Jacob, who's an FBI agent, to hopefully find Storm and to finally get her. And so you have Jacob telling everyone in law enforcement to look out for her, that she is wanted. And this is Storm, a child right now, with no idea who she truly is, on the run at the moment. Now, getting back over to Wolverine, you have Wolverine currently trying to gather intel about where are the other members of the X-Men. And so he knows the one person in Hong Kong who could most likely help him is going to be Rose. Rose Wu. She has the ability to get intel on almost anybody in her area. And so you have Wolverine wanting to have a conversation with Rose in private. And so he sends Jubilee away. And when it comes to Rose, she has a granddaughter, Ruth. And so you have Ruth take Jubilee out shopping so that Logan and Rose can have their conversation about the idea of where the other X-Men could be at. But now we jump over to Psylocke, and we have Psylocke going through a training session, but this also gives us the ability to see her making her psychic knife. Now, when it comes to her psychic knife, it has the ability to dive deep into someone's mind, causing a lot of damage to that person's mind or being very lethal. Now, while she's training, she's then confronted by Masio, and you have Masio telling her, you have a new assignment. A man known as Patch has arrived in Hong Kong, and he works for a crime lord known as Tiger back in Madripoor. I want to know why he's here in Hong Kong for. And so this is to him believing that Wolverine is there to help Tiger expand her operations into Hong Kong, outside of Madripoor. And this also shows again, the world believes that Wolverine is dead, and they only know him as Patch. But now we have to jump over to Ruth and also Jubilee. And you have the two young ladies run into some gang members. Now, when it comes to Jubilee, she's a hotshot. She believes that she's actually able to take them on. But you have Ruth tell her, no, that's the wrong move to do here in this kind of area. Now, once you have the girls being able to get away from the gang members and then begin the process of building a friendship with one another, well, both ladies are taken away by a mysterious shadow. But then we get a page to remind us about what happened on Muir Island in our last video. Now remember, in our last video, Muir Island was actually attacked by the Reavers, who believed that Wolverine and Jubilee were heading there for shelter as a way to hide from the Reavers, not knowing our heroes went over to Hong Kong instead. But either way, when they had attacked Muir Island, they were stopped by the X-Men of Muir Island that was being led by Moira McTaggart. She has a lab on that island. Now we see her currently asking Forge to build some kind of defense system around the island to properly protect it. Now you also have Polaris also getting worried about her newfound powers. You see, Polaris lost the ability to control metal, but she did gain new abilities. And one of those abilities is that she's able to play with other people's emotions to make them feel negative about themselves and other people around them. But while you have her being worried, well, she's then confronted by Legion. Now remember, Legion has a personality issue. Each personality personality has a different kind of power. And so currently we see one of the personalities has taken over the body of Legion and now has big plans for everyone on Muir Island, starting with Polaris. But now we have to shift our focus back over to Wolverine. Now, when it comes to Logan, he's just waiting for Jubilee to come back to the boat, except it's been hours and she has not come back yet. And that is very concerning for Logan. But while waiting, he realized that different members of the Hand are trying to get on the boat. And so now you have Logan saying, you know what? It's time for a showdown, because Logan knows the Hand very well. He knows how to fight against them. And when they believe that they have the jump on him, he shows them that they were truly mistaken and he takes them all down. But then out of nowhere, there is a huge fireworks show, and that tells Logan it had to be Jubilee. But then he realized that she's being controlled by Psylocke, or Lady Mandarin. She was the one we saw earlier who was able to grab Jubilee en route. Now, when it comes to Psylocke, she does battle with Logan for a very short period of time. And here's the reason why. Because she was able to take her psychic knife and stab it right into the mind of Logan, doing some serious damage to him. And so now him and Jubilee are now prisoners of her in the Hand. And so now we jump into Uncanny X-Men number 258. Now, when it comes to this issue, we do pick up with Wolverine now going through the same process that Psylocke went through in the earlier chapter. The beginning of the process where they're trying to brainwash him to bring Wolverine into their fold. Now, like we saw back in the first chapter, you had another psychic kind of guide Psylocke down the path they wanted her on. And so currently they're trying to use Psylocke to do the same thing for Wolverine, to guide him down the right path that will help them out down the road. And so when it comes to Jubilee, she hates the idea of seeing Wolverine go through this actual process. Now, when it comes to Jubilee, she does try to escape. She tries her best to get away from Masio, who's currently watching over Psylocke do the whole process on Wolverine. Now, when it comes to Jubilee, she does get somewhat far away from those few guys, but as she runs down the hallway, she bumps into the Mandarin to remind us that he's also part of this story. Now, when it comes to the Mandarin, he's very intrigued in Jubilee because she's Chinese. But she does not act like a Chinese person does. She acts more American, and that really bothers him a lot. And so he kind of want to take her in to reteach her the ways of their people. And so you didn't have Mandarin saying, you know what? You're coming with me. Now, you do have a few members of the Hand try to attack him because they believe that she belongs to them as their hostage. But you have the Mandarin remind them that they work for him. And so if she is their hostage, that means she is also his hostage as well. But he now tells them she is coming with me. But now we have to jump back over to Muir Island. And when we do, we pick up with the new Muir Island team testing out the security system that Forge was able to build around the island. And so while you have our heroes testing that out and seeing how strong the actual system is, no one noticed that Polaris is no longer around, because Polaris was actually grabbed by Legion. And remember, one of the personalities of Legion has taken over his body, and that will be Jack Wayne. And when it comes to Jack Wayne, he's going to use this time to do something big on Muir Island. But now he was able to remove Polaris from the equation, and with her being gone, the rest of the Muir Island X-Men team are not going to know what is coming for them. Now, getting back over to Wolverine currently going through the brainwashing system, is Psylocke, like I said earlier, being the one who has to guide Wolverine down the right path when it comes to him fall in line with the hand organization. But while working through his mind, she pretends to be the different lovers of Wolverine that he had over the years to break down his defenses. But this is Logan staying calm. This is Logan meditating. This is Logan saying, you are not going to win inside my own mind. Now, when it comes to Psylocke, she tries to use her psychic knife as a way to do more damage to Logan, to hopefully weaken his mind, to hopefully be able to take over his mind. But when she does that a second time, she now builds some kind of psychic connection between the two of them. Now, two things happened after she was able to build a deep connection with Logan. The first is that we are reminded that Logan was severely injured in our last video, to the point where he began to hallucinate. He began to see Nick Fury and also Carol Danvers, even though they were not there. But here's the thing, because now Psylocke can also see them as well. Now, the second thing is, when it comes to Psylocke being able to build that connection with Wolverine, it kind of helped restore her mind to what it was before the Siege Perilous. It's her now being able to remember everything about her past life, but to also keep all the fighting skills in her mind as well. And so you have Logan and her being able to take down the ninjas who are also in that room. Now, when it comes to Logan and Psylocke, they remember that they have to save Jubilee. And so now you have our two heroes going out of their way to save her. And so you have Psylocke walk into the room where you have the Mandarin trying to teach Jubilee the culture of Chinese people. But while trying to teach her that, you have Psylocke walk into the room and throw down the body of Logan to say that he was trying to escape and she had no choice but to most likely kill him off. Now, we already know that she is lying, but you have Jubilee freak out because she believes that Logan is now dead. And so she released a huge amount of energy that does blow up the office. Now, you then have Psylocke reveal that she kind of ruined their plan when it came to saving her. But either way, you have Psylocke try her best to take down the Mandarin, but she fails. And the Mandarin is able to corner both Jubilee and Psylocke very easily. But the Mandarin forgot about Logan. And so you have Logan being able to sneak up from behind on the Mandarin and saying, you are going to let us go. If you don't, I am going to kill you. Now, for the Mandarin, he's all like, you can't kill me, because even if you kill me, I can still tell my rings to do one last task for me, which is kill off your friends. But you have Logan saying, that's okay, because here's the thing. Even if you do kill them off right now, I'm still going to kill you. And you have the Mandarin being very scared of the idea of Logan killing him. And so he allows our heroes to leave to get a boat. Now, when it comes to Psylocke, she does feel bad about what she did when it came to the Siege Perilous. Now, like I said earlier, the X-Men walked through it, but it was really more of her controlling their minds and telling them to walk through the Siege Perilous. And now she kind of feels bad for doing that. And so she feels like she should not be around Logan nor Jubilee. But you have Logan tell her, this is where you belong, to help me and her find the others so that we are able to continue on Charles Xavier's dream. But now, just like the other Acts of Vengeance books, you do have Iron Man going up against other characters that he doesn't usually fight against when it comes to him being a hero. So for example, in the first chapter, he is going to fight against the Wrecker. And then the second chapter, he is going to fight against a character known as Chemistro, the second one. But first, let's dive into the first chapter when it comes to Iron Man fighting against the Wrecker. Now, the opening pages of this book, we do pick up with Iron Man just being your regular superhero, because you do have Iron Man just flying by, but he overhears that parts of a bridge is beginning to collapse, and you have people who are trapped inside a car about to fall off the bridge. And so you have Iron Man being able to save those people, but to also fix the bridge as well to make sure that nothing else happens to other people who may try to use the bridge. Now, after doing that, you then have Iron Man wonder where is his ride, and of course he is talking about Rhodey. And so we do see Tony and Rhodey heading over to a new research center that Tony has been working on, better known as Stark Prosthetics, an entire center that's being used as a way to help create different kinds of devices to help out people who may not have the ability to use certain limbs. Now, this entire center is being run by a character known as Curtis Carr. Now, when it comes to Curtis, he used to be a super villain. Matter of fact, his name was Chemistro. And while being Chemistro, he had a powerful weapon known as the alchemy gun. Now, when it came to the alchemy gun, it had the ability to transmute certain matters into a different kind of matter. So, for example, if he had a piece of gold and he used his alchemy gun on that piece of gold, he could turn it into a piece of glass or a puddle of water. Now, when it came to Curtis being a super villain, he had on accident shot his own foot, turning his foot into steel. Now, here's the thing. Any object that was hit with the alchemy gun after a short period of time, that object would turn into, well, dust. And so when it came to his foot being turned to steel, after a while, it turned to dust. And so he was crippled. Now, he was able to create a robotic foot for himself that would allow him to walk again. But he also turned into a good guy as well. And so for Tony, he felt like this center would be perfect for Curtis to actually be in charge of, to help out other people who may have lost a certain limb. On the outside of the center, we actually pick up with a character known as the Wrecker. Now, when it comes to the Wrecker, he's usually part of the Wrecking Crew, a group of characters that usually fight against Thor. But because this is acts of vengeance, we have to see Iron Man fighting against a character that he does not usually fight against. Now, when it comes to the Wrecker, he was actually hired by the Kingpin to go after Iron Man. And if he's able to kill off Iron Man, he'll then be able to make a lot of money. Now, what he wants to do with that money is to hopefully hire one of his old team members back to the team, Thunderball. And then once that team member is back on his side, they will then go out of their way to free the others from the vault, the super prison. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, the world did not know that Iron Man was Tony Stark. And so for the Wrecker, his main goal is not Iron Man. His main goal is to kill off Tony Stark to get that money. Now, when it comes to the Wrecker, he does have the ability of superhuman strength, but only when he's holding onto, well, his crowbar. You see, after a series of events, his crowbar became enchanted. And so as long as he holds onto that crowbar, he'll have his superhuman strength, which of course makes him somewhat of a challenge for Iron Man. Now, when it comes to Tony, like I said earlier, the entire world believes that Tony and Iron Man are two separate people. And so when it comes to Iron Man appearing, you have the Wrecker believe that he has to go through Iron Man to hopefully find, well, Tony. Either way, when it comes to the Wrecker, he's actually a challenge for Iron Man, but Iron Man is able to hold his own. Now, when it comes to the Wrecker, he begins to play somewhat dirty. You see, you have the Wrecker throw a plane that Tony and Rhodey used to get to the research center, and he threw the plane at the innocent people who were at the research center. Now, Iron Man was able to grab the plane, but the plane exploded, and of course caused a lot of power failures in Iron Man's suit. And so now he is a sitting duck. And so you have the Wrecker being able to just beat down on Iron Man. Now, when it comes to Rhodey and Curtis, they want to help out Iron Man, except you have Curtis run in a different direction to say that he'll get some help. Now, Rhodey still continues on and tries to get close to Tony to hopefully protect him from the Wrecker. But you have Iron Man saying, no, get out of here. There's no way that you'll be able to help me out against this guy. You will only get yourself killed if you get closer to this battle. Now, when it comes to Curtis, he did leave to go get help. He used a payphone to call up his brother Calvin. Now, when it comes to Calvin, I will talk more about him in a moment, but this is Curtis saying Iron Man needs our help. But Calvin says, hey man, I just took a job and it could be a conflict of interest. And we see that Calvin is talking to the Wizard, and the Wizard is part of the Acts of Vengeance group. Now, getting back over to Iron Man, you had Iron Man being able to turn the crowbar of the Wrecker into magnetic. And so all different kinds of metal begins to be attracted to his actual crowbar, like cars. And all these different cars were able to just crash on top of the Wrecker to take him out. Now, at the end of the battle, where it seems that everything is okay, you then have Curtis arrive. And Curtis tells Iron Man, hey man, listen, I was able to get some help. And matter of fact, the help had just arrived. But you have Calvin appear as the new Chemistro. Now, when it comes to Calvin, he is actually the third Chemistro. There was another one between the two brothers, but he does not truly matter. Now, when it comes to Calvin, just like the Wrecker, he was actually hired by the Acts of Vengeance group to come after Tony Stark. Well, really, there is a difference. You see, when it came to the Wrecker, he was hired by the Kingpin to go after Tony. When it comes to Calvin, he was hired by the Wizard to go after Iron Man. Back to the idea that the whole world does not know that Iron Man and also Tony are the same person. Now, either way, he's here to take down Iron Man. Now, like I said earlier, when it came to Curtis being Chemistro, he had an alchemy gun. The alchemy gun had the ability to transmute matter into other kinds of matter. Now, when it comes to Calvin, he still has the same ability, but he does not use a gun. Instead, he used blasters that were given to him by the Wizard. Now, when it comes to Iron Man, he's still technically a sitting duck, to the point where you have Calvin being able to turn the Iron Man suit into complete lead. Iron Man, Tony Stark, is now trapped inside the Iron Man suit. Now, when it comes to Curtis, he is able to catch the attention of Calvin to ask Calvin, why in the world are you doing this for? Why in the world have you gone back to the life of crime? Now, when it comes to Calvin, he tells his brother that he's tired of being a nobody. It's time for him to be somebody in this world. Now, when it comes to Curtis, he was able to keep Calvin busy long enough to allow Tony Stark to escape. You see, when it came to him turning the Iron Man suit into lead, it was very thin. And so Rhodey was able to come from behind to open up the Iron Man suit to let Tony out. And then the two of them were able to sneak away. And so when you had Calvin turn around and try to blast the Iron Man suit, he comes to find out that Iron Man, Tony Stark, is gone. And so now he realized that his mission is a failure, but he's not going to stop. He will continue to find a way to bring Iron Man back out to finish the job. Now, when it comes to Tony, he does meet up with Curtis later on. Now, when it comes to Tony, he wants to know if Curtis had created any kind of devices that could be used as a way to stop Calvin. And we kind of find out that Curtis had created a range of different kinds of weapons that Iron Man can use that can nullify the effects of the alchemy blasters, which will allow Iron Man to get close enough to hopefully bring down Calvin. Now, while you have the two characters talking to one another, well, that is when you have Iron Man be informed that Calvin is just attacking the city as a way to bring out Iron Man. And so Tony has no choice but to go ahead and suit up and go out there as Iron Man to stop Calvin. And so you have Tony go out there as Iron Man to battle against Calvin. Now, while the two characters are battling against one another, we kind of find out that Tony was able to install at least one of the devices that Curtis had made, some kind of force field around the actual iron suit, so that anytime Calvin tries to use the alchemy blasters on Iron Man, they don't work. He is unable to turn Iron Man to some other kind of matter. Now, when it comes to Calvin, he realized that he could still use the environment around them as a way to defeat Iron Man. And so you have Calvin go out of his way to turn the ground into a pool of water, where of course you have Iron Man fall into that pool of water. And then you have Calvin turn that pool of water into steel, trapping Iron Man underground in a set of steel, a cage of steel. And so now it seems like Iron Man is defeated. Now Iron Man remembers that after a while, any kinds of items that are being transmuted by the alchemy gun or the alchemy blasters will turn into dust, but it could last for a whole hour. You have Iron Man realize that if he's able to find a way to speed up the process, he should be able to break out faster than usual. Now you do have Curtis try his best to stop his brother, but you have Calvin destroy the gun that Curtis brought, but also you have Calvin destroy the foot that Curtis made that allowed him to walk again after losing his original foot. Now the story does get wrapped up very quickly because you do have Iron Man being able to escape and then being able to easily take down Calvin. And once the day is done, you have our heroes go their separate ways. And so really that wraps up today's video is going to be about Power Pack. Now, when it comes to Power Pack, they only had one single issue tie into the actual crossover, Power Pack number 53. But we are going to see our heroes go up against a character they don't usually fight against, and that's going to be Typhoid Mary. Now, before we are able to properly dive into this book, I kind of want to explain who Power Pack truly is. You see, when it comes to Power Pack, it's all about 4 kids. That will be Alex, Julie, Jack, and Katie Powers. Now, their parents are Dr. James Powers and also Margaret Power. Now, when it comes to James, he was known as one of the best scientists in the world, and he was able to discover a new kind of power source, better known as the antimatter engine. Now, this power source would have been great for the entire world. But here's the problem. It also had the ability to wipe out the entire planet. Now, when it came to kids, they were actually confronted by an alien. Now, guys, I am not going to sit here and try to pronounce the alien's name, but when it came to alien, it told the kids, guys, I come from a world that's no longer around. My world was wiped out by the antimatter engine. And once I heard that you guys also have one, I came here to warn you guys to do not use it because it has the potential to wipe out your entire planet. Now, this alien was also severely injured, but the alien had the ability to pass on its powers to new people. It had 4 different abilities and gave each ability to one child of Power Pack, which then led to them becoming the Power Pack team. Now, like I said earlier, when it comes to Typhoid Mary, she usually is a Daredevil villain, but today she's going up against Power Pack. Now, when it comes to Typhoid Mary, she has multiple personalities. Now, when it comes to regular Mary, she's sweet, she's nice, everyone loves her. But the other Mary, Typhoid Mary, she's not sweet or nice. Matter of fact, she's a pyrokinesis. She has the ability to set things on fire, but she also loves the idea of burning people and killing people. Now, the opening pages of Typhoid Mary, we see her talking to, well, a doctor, and we're left to believe that it could be her psych doctor. But you didn't have this doctor asking her to tell her what did she do to Power Pack. And so this story does take place in the past, while you have Typhoid Mary telling her doctor what she exactly did to the children. Now, when it comes to Typhoid Mary, when she does start her story, she tells us how she met the Power Pack team. And it all began with her allowing the good side of her to take over their body. And when it came to Good Mary, she got a new job at a school for blind people. And that is how she met the Power Pack team. You see, around this time in Marvel Comics, Power Pack was hanging out with Dagger. Now, you know Dagger, part of the Cloak and Dagger duo. But around this time in Marvel Comics, Dagger was actually blind. And so you had the kids hang out with her for, good friend support. But while hanging out with her, a ball almost hit her, but she was able to dodge it. Now, when it came to Dagger and Power Pack, while they were having their conversation, well, that is when they were introduced to Mary. She says her fault the ball almost hit her. But now our heroes have met Typhoid Mary, and they were able to build a bond with her. Now, with this bond, it led to Mary going home with them to meet the parents of both Dagger, but the parents of Power Pack as well. Now, at first, they went to Dagger's apartment to meet her stepfather, but after that, they went over to the home of Power Pack. Now, when it came to Mary being introduced to the father of Power Pack, you had to realize that there was something going on with Alex. And we kind of find out that Alex feels like that he is not going to be able to make his father proud one day. He feels like that he is going to fail his dad when it comes to him growing up, because his dad is a great scientist. His siblings are great in other areas, but he's not great in anything at all. Now, he tells all of this over to Typhoid Mary, the sweet side. But when it comes to Sweet Mary, she begins to tell him her life story about her father, who was also blind like Dagger. But here's the catch though. You see, when it came to her father, when he lost his sight, he felt like there was no point of having electricity in their house anymore, because he himself would not be able to see anything at all. And so for Mary, she had to grow up without any kind of power in her apartment. Now, when it came to Mary, she still wanted to be there for her father, hoping to bring him out of his depression. But unfortunately, nothing ever worked. He stayed being depressed up to his death, but she felt like it was her fault. She felt like that she was a failure. And so you now have Mary and Alex being able to build a bond with one another here. Now, when it comes to Typhoid Mary, when she does go back to her apartment, she has an episode where you do have the two different personalities begin to fight for control, where it shows that the evil side was listening in the entire time when it came to Good Mary being able to build a bond with the Power Pack team, because that is what the evil side wanted, to gather more intel on them, to find a way to bring down Power Pack from the inside out. And so once she had enough intel and how she knew how she was going to attack, you had the evil side being able to take over the body to get rid of Good Mary. But now, shifting our focus back over to the present day, we do get confirmation that, well, Typhoid Mary is not talking to her psych doctor. Instead, she's talking to Dr. Doom. You see, this was Dr. Doom wanting to gather more intel on Power Pack, or possibly go after them. And so he sent in Typhoid Mary, and he wants to know everything she was able to gather while being with that group. Now, when it comes to Mary, she tells us that now she knows she has an angle to play with when it comes to Alex, because now Alex has fallen in love with the sweet Mary. But now sweet Mary is no longer around. Now it's just good old evil Mary being able to take control of the body and being able to do whatever she wants to do. And now she knows she has an angle to play with, which is Alex. And so she goes over to the House of Power Pack. Now, when she does, this is Alex saying like, okay, she's here for me and maybe I'll be able to have some quality time with her. But unfortunately, as soon as she walks in, she says, I want to see your father. And when it comes to Alex, he is jealous of his father and the idea of how brilliant his father is. And so the entire time, when it comes to evil Mary hanging out with James in front of Alex, Alex is getting angrier and angrier. And matter of fact, you have Mary kiss James on the lips, and to make sure that she was in the right angle, the right spot to make sure that Alex saw her kissing her father, and so he feels betrayed. Now, when it comes to Doctor Doom, he's very confused about why in the world Typhoid Mary is trying to spend so much time playing mind games with Alex, because Doctor Doom sent her over there to gather intel on the technology that Power Pack is holding on to. Alien technology. And so he's very confused on why in the world she is trying to play mind games with Alex. And you have Typhoid Mary saying she loves to play with her prey before she's able to kill them off. Now, when it comes to Alex, he finds a note that was left behind by Mary. Now, in this note, it seems that she's in danger and he has to go out of his way to go save her. And apparently, she's being held in the basement. Now, as soon as Alex gets down there and he believes that he's gonna find a sweet Mary in danger, he finds evil Mary. He finds Typhoid Mary, and she is ready to go. Now, when it comes to Alex, he does change into his Power Pack outfit to battle against her. But the problem is she's all like, hold up, before you attack me, I want to let you know that I have your father, and currently your father is trapped inside an elevator. And let's not forget that I am a pyrokinesis. I have the ability to set almost anything on fire. And just like that, the entire building is on fire. Now, the rest of Power Pack does arrive to help out Alex, but he tells them, go out there and help out the other innocent people who are trapped inside this building. Let me be the one to deal with her and save our father as well. Now, the rest of the book is really more of Alex trying his best to save his father from Typhoid Mary. And every single time it seems that he'll be able to actually save his father, she's able to get away once again. Now, when it comes to Typhoid Mary, she believes that she knows everything about each member of Power Pack, because the Kingpin was also keeping tabs on each member of Power Pack, except he left out one huge detail, that every once in a while, when it comes to Power Pack, they trade powers with one another. And so when it comes to Alex, he does not have his usual ability. He has a different kind of ability where he is able to catch Typhoid Mary off guard and to be able to save his father from her. Now, she does leave. But when it comes to Doctor Doom, he's not really happy about the idea that Typhoid Mary tried to kill off the father of Power Pack, because he understands what it is like to lose a parent. He knows that it could completely change a child. And there are 4 in Power Pack, and that could be a huge change in those characters, which could affect him down the road. Because for Doctor Doom, he lost his father. And when he lost his father, at that moment, he had completely changed into a different character. And when it comes to Typhoid Mary, she realized that she was able to discover something really important about Doctor Doom that most people don't know about him. But that is where Today's video is going to be about Daredevil. We're going to jump back over to Daredevil comics and cover Daredevil number 275 and 276. With this two-part story arc, we're going to see Matt Murdock going up against Ultron. Yes, you heard that right. Matt Murdock going up against Ultron. And that makes for a very interesting battle because usually when it comes to Ultron, he's fighting against the Fantastic Four or fighting against the Avengers, not against characters like Matt Murdock. When it comes to Ultron, he's not going to be his usual self. And you see what I mean as we go through today's video. Now, before we dive into today's video, I want to say that this is really my top 5 favorite Acts of Vengeance story arcs. And again, you'll see why I'm saying that as we go through today's video. And so getting into today's video, we do pick up with Doctor Doom. Now, when it comes to Doctor Doom, he's very confused about one thing, and that would be Daredevil, because he does not understand how the Kingpin struggles so much to get rid of one character. And so for Doctor Doom, he is going to step up and try to show Kingpin how easy it is to take out Daredevil by using Ultron. Now, for me personally, that's a great idea, because when it comes to Ultron, he has given the Fantastic Four and the Avengers a run for their money. And so for a character like Daredevil, he should be easily taken out by Ultron. But here's the problem. You see, when it comes to Ultron, if you don't build him the right way, then most likely almost any character can take him down. And when it comes to Doctor Doom, he does not build Ultron the correct way. See, when it comes to Doctor Doom, when he is trying to make a new Ultron, he makes Ultron 13, but he also adds in the 12 previous versions of Ultron as well. And so this one Ultron body has 13 different personalities all thinking at once, and they all think different from one another. So for example, when it comes to Ultron 11, it wants to kill off Doctor Doom, but when it comes to Ultron 12, it wants to hug Doctor Doom. And when it comes to Ultron 13, well, it wants to follow the orders of Doctor Doom, which is to go after Daredevil. Now, here's the thing. You also have the Ultrons wondering if they are flawed, because they were created by Doctor Doom, and he is a human, and usually humans are flawed. Humans are going to bring the end to the entire world because they're always failing when it comes to protecting the world. And so for them, they also believe that they are flawed because the creator is a human and he is not perfect. Now we can jump over to Daredevil, who had just stopped a problem in a previous story where he helped a young girl known as Brandy. Brandy had a father named Skip, who was trying to create the perfect woman. You see, he had this idea of how women should be, obedient to their husband and all men. So he would bring in women, brainwash them, and have them think his way. He was able to do that with a young girl called Number 9, who does not remember anything from her past life. Now, he also wanted to make sure that his perfect woman would be a perfect human in all ways, like super strength and being able to heal. But she was saved by Daredevil and Brandy in the last story, except we kind of find out that Skip had also used Inhuman technology to complete this project, which did bring the Inhumans here, but they also came here looking for a child as well. Now, getting back over to Ultron, you have Ultron now beginning to think that he is flawed as a creator as well, because to him, all creators should be able to create beings that should be able to survive. And when it comes to Ultron, he thinks back to what Ultron 10 did, which was creating Jocasta. Now, Jocasta had joined the Avengers, but she died a while back in Marvel Comics. And so for him, he's all like, that right there is my proof that I am a failure as a creator. As a creator, I should have been able to create a being that could have survived, but unfortunately I could not do that either. But then we jump back over to Daredevil. Now when it comes to Matt, he's trying to leave. He's trying to go back home or possibly to his next stop, and so he is packing up. When it comes to 13, she gives us another example of her being obedient by trying to help him out to pack up. But at the same time, she was told by Brandy to stop doing that, to be more yourself, to have free will. Don't always listen to men. And so even though Matt Murdock is trying to pack up and she's so excited about the idea of helping him pack up, she actually unpacks everything he had put inside his suitcase and shows that she's trying her best to break away from that obedient role, but at the same time, she's having a hard time. Now, when it comes to Ultron, he's trying to accomplish his mission by going after Matt Murdock to kill off Daredevil. But for Ultron, he's wondering, why is he doing this for? Because to him, none of the 13 personalities hate Matt Murdock more than the rest of humanity. To him, he says, all humans are equal to me, including Matt Murdock. And so for that, I don't understand why I'm going after him only and not the rest of the human race. But again, he was built by Dr. Doom, and Doom made sure to put something inside of Ultron 13 to make sure that he follow his orders. And Doom said, you have to kill off Daredevil. Now, when it comes to number 9, she's trying her best to enjoy her freedom, having the ability to just run around the area without being told what to do. But the problem is she runs into Ultron. Now, when it comes to Ultron, he looks at her as a regular human being, a failure, a flawed creature, and he feels like she and the rest of the human race should be killed off. And so when he finds her, he's all like, hey, you're a human and you gotta go. And so he tries to kill her. But here's the thing, she has the ability to heal up. And so once she begins to heal up, he looks at her differently and he believes that she is perfect because now she can't die and she can't be killed by his attacks. Now, when it comes to Ultron in number 9, they are alike because they are both trying to be something new for themselves, trying to have free will. But the problem is how they were created. Because of the way they were created, they are thinking in a way that they are trying to break free from. Really, for Ultron is that all 13 personalities are struggling to get their point across when it comes to different topics. So they are all fighting for control, but also trying to win arguments between each other. But they're all being forced to do the work of Dr. Doom because he put a part in Ultron 13 to make sure it followed orders. So like number 9 being forced to do things they are really trying not to do. Now, when it comes to Matt Murdock, he does overhear what's happening right now between Ultron 13 and number 9. And so he goes out of his way to go help her. Now, like I said earlier, when it comes to Dr. Doom, he put a part inside of Ultron 13 to make sure it followed his orders, which was kill off Daredevil. Now, when Matt arrives, he did bring some help. That will be Gorgon and Karnak, the two Inhumans who arrived here in the previous story arc. But either way, you do have the 3 characters trying their best to fight against Ultron. Now, when it comes to Ultron, he is a powerful character no matter what version you are battling against. And so he was able to release a huge amount of energy to send our heroes flying. Because right now, all 13 personalities, even though their main goal is to kill off Daredevil, they're also trying to figure out what to do with number 9. All 13 personalities are arguing right now about what to do with her. And so when it comes to Ultron, he now looks at number 9 as this perfect creature, this perfect being who he can most likely use to figure out how to become perfect, just like her. But here's the thing, when it comes to number 9, she does not want to be perfect. She wants to be flawed. She's trying to be a regular human being. But you can tell that she's now seeing Ultron as a struggling creature that needs help. She wants to be there for him. She's beginning to feel sorry for him. Now, when it comes to Matt Murdock, he does wake up after taking the attack from Ultron at the end of the last chapter. Now, when it comes to Matt, he believes that Ultron is trying to kill off number 9, not knowing that Ultron has fallen in love with number 9, but trying to use her to solve his problem in becoming perfect. Now, when it comes to Ultron, when he sees Daredevil, he has no choice but to follow the orders of Doctor Doom. And that's a problem because number 9 tells him, if you kill off Daredevil, I am going to hate you. And for Ultron, he hates the idea of having her hating him because he's trying to use her to solve his problem, to become perfect. And so now he realized there is another flaw inside of him, being forced to follow the orders of Doctor Doom. And so now he's wondering if he's able to remove that part so that he'll stop attacking Daredevil, but to also please number 9, the woman he loves. Now, when it comes to Ultron, he does tell number 9 that he wants to be perfect, and she tells him that she wants to be flawed. Now, when it comes to Ultron, once he hears the idea of her wanting to be flawed, to be just like him, because now he realized that being perfect does not actually exist, he realized that he has different parts inside of him that's holding him back for being able to accept the idea of not being perfect. But at the same time, there are parts inside of him that he hates, the parts that control him, like Doctor Doom, or the personalities who want to go ahead and kill off number 9. And so he wants to get rid of those parts, and she says, let me help you. And it kind of shows to Ultron that she really does care for him, that she wants to help him, that she may begin to fall in love with him. Now, when it comes to Ultron, he's not trying to be patient here. This is the man who is this is a robot that is trying to reach a point of happiness, trying to reach a point where he's able to no longer be bad. He's trying to reach a point where he could be with number 9. And so with all those things involved, all those factors, he's just taking off parts left and right. He's not being patient. He's not being rational. And you have number 9 saying, you don't know what to remove. And here you are right now believing that those different parts are the reason why you're unable to reach those goals. Now for Ultron, he believes that all his problems are inside of his head. And honestly, that could be it. Because again, he has 13 different personalities in his head at this exact moment. Now, when it comes to Daredevil, he does reappear one more time. But again, Ultron still has that part of him that Doctor Doom put, where of course he has to kill off Daredevil. And so he attacks Matt once again, and believing that he was able to accomplish his goal. Now, when it comes to Ultron, he is beginning his downfall here because Ultron's entire body is made out of adamantium, one of the strongest metals in Marvel Comics. But here's the problem. When you have Ultron trying to get rid of all the bad parts inside of him, he's also destroying his body. He's also now showing off the weak points inside of his body because those weak points are no longer protected by adamantium. They can now be easily hit by Daredevil and the Inhumans. And really, that's what happens here because you had Ultron trying to rip off his head, but he did stop. But now those wires are exposed. They are easy to hit by Daredevil and the Inhumans. And so when it comes to Matt, he hits the wires. He hits those wires to remove the head from the body, to completely shut down Ultron 13, to win the battle. And really, that wraps up today's video because once you have our heroes believe that they were able to save number 9 and also take down Ultron 13, number 9 wants to be left alone because she finally has somebody who could completely understand what she was going through. But unfortunately, now she doesn't, and she walks away. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to continue our coverage over Acts of Vengeance, but this time we're going to pick back up with some more Punisher. Yes, you heard that right. The Punisher was also involved in Acts of Vengeance, except he had Dr. Doom come after him. Now, before we are able to dive into today's video, I want to sit down and quickly explain what is Acts of Vengeance all about. So, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, you had this idea at Marvel where it was kind of like, let's see our heroes go up against characters they don't usually fight against. So, for example, Spider-Man fighting against Magneto, Wolverine fighting against Tiger Shark, Moon Knight fighting against Flag Smasher. You had our heroes going up against characters they don't usually fight against. Now, when it came to bad guys, they all came together because of Loki. You see, when it came to Loki, he said, you guys keep losing to the same heroes over and over and over again. And here is the reason why. Because those heroes know how to handle you. They know how to take care of you. Why not go after a different hero who may not know how to fight against you, but at the same time, you might have the advantage over them as well. And that led into the Acts of Vengeance. Now, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, there is an inner circle as well. The inner circle is Dr. Doom, Red Skull, the Kingpin, the Wizard, the Mandarin, and also Loki, and also Magneto as well. But the inner circle, the one who controls everything that's going on right now when it comes to Acts of Vengeance. Now, there is a good reason why I brought up the inner circle, because in the opening pages of this book, we do pick up with Dr. Doom and the Kingpin. Now, when it comes to the first chapter for the Punisher, it really seemed like it takes place at the very beginning of Acts of Vengeance. And here is the reason why. So, when it comes to Dr. Doom, he feels like he's the only person in charge of Acts of Vengeance. But then the Kingpin walks in, and that is when he finds out that other people are going to be involved. Now, real quick, something else I do want to say is that when it came to Loki, when he brought together the inner circle, he had each person believe that they were in charge of the entire operation. And by the way, you had Loki pretend to be somebody else, some mysterious guy who came to each member of the inner circle and gave them an offer to be in charge of the entire operation. But in reality, they all share that role. And so for Dr. Doom, he's all like, why in the world is the Kingpin here for? When I last checked, I was the one in charge, not you. But you have the Kingpin say, that's funny, coming from a guy who's no longer the ruler of his kingdom, no longer the ruler of Latveria. And technically, the Kingpin is right. And I'll explain more of that down the road in this video. But when it comes to Dr. Doom, he's all like, I may not be the ruler of my kingdom, but here's the thing. I know that I can handle an entire operation better than you can, Kingpin. Now for him, the reason why he's saying that, because of two characters, Daredevil and the Punisher. Those two characters, and plus Spider-Man, has caused the Kingpin a lot of problems. And so for Dr. Doom, he's all like, I may not be the ruler of Latveria, but I still know how to run an operation better than you. You cannot stop the Punisher, and that man has cost you millions of dollars. And so you have Doom say, you know what, Kingpin? I'm going to show you how easy it is to take down the Punisher. I'm going to do it for you to show you that I am better than you are. Now, when it comes to the Punisher, you have the Punisher right now heading over to a certain location to stop a supposed arms dealer named Joe Spiff. The Punisher was able to figure out where Joe is going to be at. But here is the funny part. When the Punisher arrives at that location, he does not find Joe or anyone else there at all. Instead, he finds Dr. Doom. And you have Doom say, hey Punisher, it was me. I'm the one who had pretended to be Joe Spiff to get you over here. Now for the Punisher, he's very confused on why in the world you have Dr. Doom coming after him for. Because of the Punisher, Doom usually goes after characters like, the Fantastic Four, the Avengers, or possibly the X-Men, but not street-level heroes like the Punisher. Now, we already saw him send Ultron after Daredevil, but For the Punisher, for his sake, he's all like, this is weird. Why in the world are you coming after me for? Now, when it comes to Doom, he tells the Punisher, oh, I came here to prove that I can take you out anytime I want to. And matter of fact, I set everything up this way so that here you will die. And so you have the Punisher freak out and say, you know what? I don't like this, and so I'm going to try my hand and attack you. Now, when he does attack Doom, we kind of find out that Dr. Doom was not here at all, that it was a Doom robot pretending to be Dr. Doom, a Doombot. Either way, once you have the Punisher realize what's going on, he has to get the heck out of there. But the problem is, he's trapped by a tank. Now, once he's able to escape, thanks to having a jetpack, you have the Punisher wondering, okay, listen, why is Dr. Doom coming after me for? This man brought a tank. This man brought a Doombot. And matter of fact, when I tried to leave with my jetpack, I was confronted by a team of guys with their jetpacks. But luckily I used smokescreen to get away. But the question is right now for the Punisher, why is Doom coming after me? Now, once you have Frank being able to get away from Dr. Doom, he goes to meet up with Microchip. Now, when it comes to Microchip, he plays the role as the tech guy for the Punisher, but also the info guy as well. Now, when it comes to Microchip, he's not happy right now because he believes that Frank is trying to go after Dr. Doom. But you have Frank say, nah, man, you got it all wrong. I am not trying to go after Doom. He's coming after me, and I have no idea why. Now, when it comes to Frank, he says, listen, I need you to find something for me to use against Dr. Doom. Basically, I need you to find something that he cares a lot for, and I can hold on to that until he agrees to get the heck off my back. And so when it comes to Microchip, he finds this very special kind of egg. That's really more some kind of artwork that's being kept inside Doom Castle. Now, here's the thing. The Punisher and also Microchip has no idea that Dr. Doom is no longer the ruler of Latveria. But either way, they still believe that he is the ruler, and they are about to break into his castle to get this special artwork to hopefully use against Doom to get him off the back of Frank. And speaking of Dr. Doom, he believes that he knows where the Punisher is at. He has no idea the Punisher had left to go to Latveria. To Dr. Doom, the Punisher is hiding out in one of his warehouses in New Jersey. And so you have Doom tell the Kingpin, listen man, I know where he's at, and I told my guys to just go ahead and blow up that warehouse. After that, the Punisher will no longer be a problem for you nor me. Now, when it comes to the Punisher, he's already in Latveria. Matter of fact, him and Microchip are able to arrive at the Castle of Doom, and they are able to find a way inside the actual castle. And so when it comes to the Punisher, he's just going through different kinds of obstacles to be able to get that one piece of artwork to use against Dr. Doom because he believes it should actually work. And so after you have the Punisher being able to take down a giant robot and also, take some guards out, he dug his hands on the actual egg, except that is when he's confronted by 3 different Dr. Dooms. Now, to Frank, he knows that at least one of these Dr. Dooms gotta be the real person, or at least somebody else pretending to be Dr. Doom, while the other 2 are just Doombots. Now, when it comes to Frank, he does tell all 3 Dr. Dooms why he's here for. He's all like, listen, you guys attacked me first. Now, all 3 Dooms, they're very confused on why in the world Frank would say that for. Because of them, they're like, we didn't attack you. We've been here the entire time. What are you talking about? And you have Frank explain what happened to him earlier. And so you didn't have all 3 Dooms say, it makes sense now. You were attacked by a Doombot. One that we no longer have control over. You know what? I got an idea. You're going to help me. I'm going to help you. We're going to work together to get rid of that Doombot because that Doombot is coming after you, but also that Doombot is causing me a lot of problems. It's time for you and I to work together. Now, the opening pages of the next book, we do pick up with the Punisher and also Doctor Doom having dinner with one another. Now, when it comes to their dinner, you do have Doctor Doom apologize to Frank about what happened earlier when it came to the supposed Doombot that attacked Frank at the very beginning of this video. Now, you do have Frank accept his apology, but you have Frank say, hey, you know what? What if in the possibility that there is a Doombot out there being able to create more Doombots? What if there are many Doombots being able to do that right now? Being able to create more and more Doombots and could be causing more problems for you down the road. Now, when it comes to this Doctor Doom, he says, you know what? There is a possibility that those Doombots might be able to pull it off. That could be very dangerous. Now, when it comes to this Doctor Doom, he says, listen, I want you to walk with me because, like I said earlier, you are going to help me get rid of the Doombot. Now, when it comes to Doctor Doom, he does take the Punisher over to his prize museum where he can show off all the different artwork that he had collected over time. But there is a catch. You see, when it comes to Doom, he does show off this painting that he got done of his parents. But he tells us the artist who was able to complete the painting was killed off by Doom. And so you have the Punisher realize why Doom is showing off this painting by saying, you are going to help me to kill off this Doombot problem. If you don't, I am going to kill you. Now for the Punisher, he says, how do you know that I will actually help you? And you have Doom say, the Doombot gave you a hard time. Just realize that was a Doombot that gave you a hard time. I'm the real Doom here, which means that most likely, if I wanted to kill you, I will be able to kill you off so easily. But let's not forget that there is another Doctor Doom who is currently talking to the Kingpin. And matter of fact, when it comes to their conversation, it's all about the idea of the Kingpin saying, you and I are just alike, Doom. But for Doom, he's all like, no, we are not alike at all. You are a criminal. I am not a criminal. I am a king to my country. And even though right now I'm not there to rule my country, I'm still a king. You are just a criminal, and that is it. But you have the Kingpin say, well, wait a second though. Let's not forget that you have done some bad things as well to help protect your people. But as soon as you done those bad things, that also made you a criminal as well. You are just like me, somebody who is trying his best to continue on to run his operations. But you didn't have Doom saying, no, once again, you have mistaken. Yes, I have done bad things that could make me a criminal, but I did those bad things as a way to help my country, to help out my people. You do bad things to get yourself more money, to continue on to be the kingpin of crime. Like right now, look outside. There is a mob of people who want to get rid of you, not rid of me. Back in my country, my people love me. They look at me as their God. They look up to me. But down there right now, those people, they want you gone because you have committed so many crimes in this city. They're kind of like, no, get him the heck out of here. Now, getting back over to the Punisher, at first, we're kind of left to believe that the Punisher is actually going to help out Doom with his whole Doombot situation back in New York, but he doesn't. Instead, you have the Punisher begin the process of breaking out of Castle of Doom. But before he is able to leave, he has to get one item that can most likely help him to get the other Doom off his back. And so you have the Punisher go out of his way to steal the painting of the parents of Victor Von Doom. And once he has the painting, he is able to meet up with Microchip outside the castle, and they are able to leave on one of Doom's planes and get the heck out of Latveria. Now we do jump over to the other Doctor Doom, the one that's properly with the Acts of Vengeance group, and we see him talking to Loki. Now remember, no one in the actual group knows that it's Loki right there who had brought them together. He is currently pretending to be somebody else. But when it comes to Loki, he does tell Dr. Doom, like, hey man, your plans are going great right now. The whole idea of you going to Congress and getting a new law put in effect is great. Because remember, around this time in Marvel Comics, there was a law that says if you are going to be a superhero, you have to register. If you don't, you are going to prison. Now, the law has not come into effect yet, but it seems like the Acts of Avengers group is trying to push that law to come into effect as a way to get rid of superheroes across the board. That would then allow the villains to do what they want to do. And so you have Loki saying, you know, your plans are going great, but you have Doom say, listen, the only thing I care for right now is the Punisher. I have 2 days left to prove to the Kingpin that I can take him down. So find the Punisher. Now, getting back over to Punisher, you have Punisher going out of his way to get a copy done of the painting that he stole from Dr. Doom in Latveria, and then put the copy of the painting on top of his new battle van. And here is the reason why. Because he knows if he is able to drive near a battle happening with the Avengers, then most likely there are going to be cameras there watching that battle. And he is hoping that one of those cameras is being used by Dr. Doom. And once Doom looks through that camera and sees Frank Castle driving a new battle van with a painting of his parents on top of the battle van, he knows Doom will soon come after him just like that. And so you have Frank go to a battle that's happening right now between the Avengers and also Freedom Force. And so you have Dr. Doom appear. Now, when he does appear, he's all like, listen, I see that you have one of my paintings of my parents, and I like that painting a lot. So how about this? What if you go ahead and give that painting over to me and I will leave you alone? Now, when it comes to Punisher, he's kind of wondering, is Dr. Doom telling the truth? But you have Microchip say, listen, all scan shows that Dr. Doom is telling the truth. If you hand him over the actual painting, he will leave you alone. And so you have the Punisher do that. Now you're kind of wondering, why would Dr. Doom give up so easily? So let me explain first about the Dr. Doom in Latveria. The Dr. Doom in Latveria is actually Christophe Bernard. Let me explain here. So Christophe first appeared in Fantastic Four number 247. And when he first appeared, he became a son to the original Dr. Doom. But then there was a point where the original Dr. Doom had supposedly died. Now, when he had supposedly died, you had all these Doom bots wanting to have another Dr. Doom in charge of Latveria. So they grabbed Christophe. Now, when they did, they had reprogrammed his mind to make him think that he was the real Dr. Doom, even though he's not the real Dr. Doom. So when Frank went over to Latveria and talked to a Dr. Doom, that was Christophe, not the real one. The real one is back in New York with the Acts of Vengeance group. And so when it comes to Dr. Doom, he says, listen, if my supposed clone or the new version of me over in Latveria is just like me, then I know that sooner or later he is going to come back and try to get revenge against the Punisher for stealing this painting. So sooner or later, the other Doom might handle the Punisher. In our last video, we had talked about the Punisher fighting against Dr. Doom, and that was the first story arc for the Punisher in Acts of Vengeance. But he had a second story arc where he was attacked by another villain that's usually fighting against Daredevil. Now, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, I kind of want to sit down and re-explain how the whole entire event came together. And it's all because of, well, Loki. You see, when it came to Loki, he realized that the bad guys are always losing to the same heroes over and over and over again. And he said, why don't we do things differently? Because the problem is you guys keep going after the same heroes over and over again. Why not go after a different hero where your powers might actually give you the advantage over that hero, where you might be able to actually win against? And so when it came to Loki, he was able to build an inner circle. Now, the inner circle were the ones in charge of the entire operation. In the inner circle, you had the Red Skull, Magneto, the Kingpin, Doctor Doom, the Wizard, the Mandarin, and I'm forgetting about somebody else, but the inner circle were the ones in charge of the entire operation. Now, when it came to Loki, he did appear to each one of them as a mysterious guy who said that he'll be their servant. And so in the eyes of the inner circle, they're the ones in charge of the entire operation. But in reality, it's Loki in charge. It's Loki using them as a way to accomplish his goal, which is to get rid of the Earth heroes. Now, in our last video, we had actually talked about the idea of Doctor Doom going after the Punisher. And here's the reason why. So when it came to Doom, he had a bet with the Kingpin. He believed that he had the ability to take out the Punisher very easily. You see, when it came to Doom, he realized that there are two characters who are always causing problem for the Kingpin: Daredevil and the Punisher. Now, when it came to the Punisher, he was costing the Kingpin a lot of money. And so you had Doom say, listen, man, I don't understand how you're not able to take out the Punisher. He's basically a nobody. He is somebody you can take out so easily. And so you had Doom in our last video try his best to take down the Punisher. Now, the Punisher did find a way to get Doom off his back for the time being, but Doctor Doom is technically not done in trying to go after the Punisher. Now, the opening pages of this book, it really does focus on two different characters, the Punisher and Bushwacker. Now, Bushwacker is going to be the bad guy for today's video. Now, Bushwacker is usually fighting against Daredevil. Matter of fact, he first appeared in Daredevil number 248. If I remember correctly. But when it comes to Bushwacker, he used to be a pastor, but he left that life behind and became working for the CIA. And then they gave him a cybernetic arm. Now, here's the thing, guys. It's going to retcon down the road that he is actually a mutant. But around this time in Marvel Comics, he was not a mutant. He was a regular guy who had a cybernetic arm. Now, here's the thing. After getting that arm, he became a mercenary, a freelancer more likely, where he would take on different jobs to go after different people. But most of the time, he would take different jobs to go out there to kill mutants. Now, around this time, he was working for the Marauders to go after mutants to kill them. And so in the opening pages of this book, we see the Punisher going after bad people once again, but we see Bushwacker going after a mutant, where you have both guys being able to accomplish their goals. Now, there is a good reason why you have the opening pages show both characters at the same time. But before I am able to explain why, we jump over to Doctor Doom and also the Kingpin. Now, here's the thing. Doom is telling Kingpin that yes, he may have lost the bet in our last video, but he lost the bet because he wanted to. It's just Doom not trying to admit that he failed to win the bet against the Kingpin. But either way, you do have Doom say, you know what, I failed, but guess what? I can still take him out very easily. But you didn't have the Kingpin say, stop, you know what? I am going to handle this for you and for me as well. I think I know somebody who will have the ability to take down the Punisher. Now, when it comes to Bushwacker, he does go back home. Now, I want you guys to know this right here. When it comes to Bushwacker, he is constantly moving across the country to new homes. And the reason why? Because he's wanted by the law. Now, when it comes to his wife, she tells him that she is tired of always being on the run and having to move to new homes almost every month. Now, when it comes to Bushwacker, he's not listening. And the reason why? Because he's watching the news. And here is the reason why. You see, he wants to see if the news is going to talk about him and what he did. Because recently, he just killed off an innocent mutant who was an artist who was just showing off her artwork, but he killed her off. Why? Because someone paid him to. And so while watching the news, he realized that they are comparing him to the Punisher, but they're saying the Punisher is good and he is not. You see, when it comes to the Punisher, he's going after bad people, drug dealers, killers, murderers, whatever. He's killing them off and trying to make the world a better place. But when it comes to Bushwacker, he's going after innocent mutants who have done nothing wrong. How in the world does that really help the world become a better place? And so while watching the news, he begins to hate the Punisher. He wants to go find the Punisher and kill him off because now he hates the idea that Punisher is getting all this praise and he's getting all the hate. Now, here's the catch though, guys. You see, the news channel that was saying all those different things about the Punisher and Bushwacker, they were hired by Loki to say those things. And the reason why? Because Loki is going to hire Bushwacker to go after the Punisher. Now, at first, you have Bush say, no, I am not going to go after the Punisher. But then you have Loki say, hey, you know what? You know why you should go after the Punisher? Because he's an ally of Daredevil. And like I said earlier, when it comes to Bushwacker, he is usually going after Daredevil. But because they work together, he's now down with the idea of going after the Punisher. Now, the first person to most likely to use as a way to get to the Punisher is a character known as Jason Hunt. Now, when it comes to Jason Hunt, he's not really a big-time character in Punisher comics. His father was also killed in the same incident that killed off the Punisher's family that made Frank Castle into the Punisher. Now, when it came to Jason, this book right here, he died off page by Bushwacker. You have Bushwacker use Jason as a way to collect information about the Punisher, to hopefully find the Punisher and bring him down. You see, when it comes to Bushwacker, he was able to learn from Jason that the Punisher always goes back to the park where his family was killed off at on the anniversary of their death. And so for Bushwacker, he realized that he'll be able to catch the Punisher off guard. Now, when it comes to Frank Castle, he was warned by his partner Microchip to not go back to the park because they got word about what happened to Jason Hunt. But for the Punisher, he has to go back. It's the anniversary of where his family was killed off at. Except when he arrives there, he is ambushed by Bushwacker. Now, when it comes to Bushwacker, he's able to pull off this attack so easily. And the reason why? Because the Punisher was not ready, especially for a guy who has a cybernetic arm. And so it seems like the Punisher is about to lose a battle against Bushwacker. And so as we dive into the next chapter, well, we pick up with the Punisher trying his best to survive against Bushwacker. But Bushwacker came prepared, and the Punisher did not come prepared at all. And so Bushwacker is able to beat down on the Punisher. And guys, when I say beat down, I literally mean beat down on the Punisher to the point where we're left to believe at first that the Punisher is going to die here. And matter of fact, when it comes to Bushwacker, he believes that he had killed off the Punisher. And he begins to walk away and take one of the bikes that belongs to the Punisher and just leave. Because his mind, his job is finished. The Punisher is dead. And to the Punisher, he believes that he's going to die. And he is going to finally see his family in heaven. And it seems like the Punisher is on the verge of death because he is confronted by his wife. But she tells him, it's not your time. Like, go back down there and continue your work and keep it going. And so when it comes to Punisher, when he wakes up, Microchip found him. Now remember, when it comes to Microchip, he's kind of like the Punisher's right-hand man when the Punisher needs technology or some kind of info on somebody. But either way, he found the Punisher and was able to save his life. And so the Punisher and Microchip, they're going to work together to figure out how to take down Bushwacker. But when we jump over to the Kingpin and Doctor Doom, well, they're getting word that, hey, the Punisher is still alive. The guy you hired did beat down on the Punisher, but he believed that he killed off the Punisher. But yeah, the Punisher is still alive. Now, for Doctor Doom, this is hilarious because these two guys had a bet. And again, for Doctor Doom, he chose to stop going after the Punisher. In reality, the Punisher made Doom stop. But when it comes to Kingpin, he's very upset because he's trying to win the bet between him and Doctor Doom, and Bushwacker is making him lose the bet as well. Really, both men already lost. But now, the Bushwacker is in for a surprise. Because the rest of the book is really more of the Punisher just getting revenge against Bushwacker for attacking him. And so for Bushwacker, he believes, you know what, job is done, I'm all good, yada yada, and spending time with his wife until you had a Punisher drive his battle van right through the house of Bushwacker. Now his wife is at home and she is surprised as well to see the Punisher. Now, when it comes to the Punisher, he says, listen, I'm going to let her live for now, but I feel like I should kill her off as well because she knows what her husband does. She basically covers for him almost any time he's out for a job. And that right there is aiding him. And so she should also be killed off. But his main focus is Bushwacker. And you have the two guys go at it. Now, she does step in and says, both of you are crazy. And here is the reason why. Because both of y'all are just alike. Yes, you both kill for different reasons, but you're both killers. You're both just alike. But you also have her say, you know what? I am done being with you, Bushwacker, because now my life is put in danger because this man found where you lived at and came at me. And so she leaves. Now he is heartbroken because now he lost the woman he loved. But now his main focus is to kill the Punisher, or, you know, for him to kill the Punisher again. But you have the Punisher come prepared this time. He pulls out a gun and said, pop, pop, you're gone, Bushwacker. Now, Bushwacker does hang for his life on the edge of this bridge. And you have the Punisher being able to save him. But for Frank, he's like, why should I? You're a killer. And I kill bad people. And so he lets Bushwacker just fall off. And there he goes. Now, today's video, we're going to jump back over to Spider-Man. You see, when it came to Spider-Man and Acts of Vengeance, he had an actual storyline take place in the middle of Acts of Vengeance. The idea of Peter Parker gaining new abilities, cosmic abilities. You see, when it came to Acts of Vengeance, each character's book was technically used as a way to tell a chapter in the actual crossover. But when it came to Spider-Man, well, he had 3 books. The Web of Spider-Man, The Amazing Spider-Man, and The Spectacular Spider-Man. All 3 books were used to tell different chapters of Spider-Man in Acts of Vengeance. But all 3 books were used to tell a story arc where Peter Parker had gained cosmic abilities. Now, when it came to his cosmic abilities, we don't know the true origin of these abilities just yet. Now, if you are a classic Spider-Man fan, you already know where the powers came from. But by this point in our coverage over Acts of Vengeance, especially for Spider-Man, we have no idea. And Peter Parker is trying his best to figure out more about these newfound abilities. But the problem is you have different characters just keep coming after him. And again, that's the point of Acts of Vengeance. But when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, it was technically put together thanks to Loki. You see, when it came to Loki, he realized that the bad guys are always losing to the same heroes over and over again because those heroes know how to handle those bad guys. And so you had Loki say, why don't we heroes begin to go after different characters we don't usually fight against? And possibly our powers may give us the advantage over those characters. So Magneto, why not go after Spider-Man? Wrecker, why not go after Iron Man? And so when it came to Loki and his whole entire operation, he also had an inner circle to kind of help him run the entire operation. That would be Dr. Doom, Magneto, the Red Skull, the Wizard, the Mandarin, and I feel like I'm forgetting somebody else. The Kingpin? Either way, when it came to the inner circle, it was a way for him to make sure that everything ran properly through them. Now, when it came to Dr. Doom, he was very intrigued in the idea that Spider-Man had gained new abilities, cosmic abilities. And so for Doom, he has been trying to find different ways to take those abilities away from Peter and give them over to himself. But like I said, though, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, it's all about the idea of our heroes fighting against new characters. And for Peter Parker, well, he's going to fight against the Hulk. Yeah, you heard that right. And so as we dive into today's video, we're going to pick up with Amazing Spider-Man number 328. Now, in the opening pages of this book, we actually pick up with the Hulk. Now, when it came to Bruce Banner around his time in Marvel Comics, he had this thing where in the daytime, he would be Bruce Banner, but then at night, he would be the Incredible Hulk. And so as we jump over to the Hulk, we see him just trying to, make a spot for him to relax at, to have some alone time without any idea of anybody trying to bother him. But unfortunately, somebody is about to bother him by offering him some money. And that would be Sebastian Shaw. Now, around his time in Marvel Comics, Sebastian Shaw was no longer part of the Hellfire Club. Matter of fact, he was kicked out of the club by Magneto. But when it comes to Shaw, he was actually offered the chance to get revenge against the Hellfire Club. Now, like I said earlier, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, it's all about the idea of seeing new characters going up against new heroes they don't usually fight against. And so when it comes to Shaw, he was actually offered to go after Spider-Man, and if he's able to get rid of Spider-Man, then they'll handle his problem, which is the Hellfire Club. And he had automatically said yes because he remembers that Magneto is the one in charge of the Hellfire Club. And Magneto is also part of the inner circle of the Acts of Vengeance group. But either way, when it comes to Shaw, he's down with the idea of trying to kill off Spider-Man as a way to get back at Magneto. And so you have Shaw just land right in front of the Hulk. And when he does, he said, hey man, listen, I got a job for you. If you were able to get rid of Spider-Man, I will pay you a lot of money. And just like that, the Hulk is down to help out Shaw to take down Spider-Man. Now, speaking of Spider-Man, we do see him currently dealing with a terrorist situation where somebody is trying to blow up the Statue of Liberty. But this gives us another example of how powerful Peter Parker is now with his new cosmic abilities, because now he is able to do all these different kind of things without worrying about the idea of getting innocent people hurt, or most likely getting himself hurt. He is able to take down regular bad guys without any kind of struggle at all. Now, once you have Peter being able to deal with those terrorists, you then have Peter head over to a restaurant to have a double date with Flash Thompson and his latest girlfriend. And around his time in Marvel Comics, Peter was married to Mary Jane. Now, when it comes to Flash's latest girlfriend, Peter and Mary Jane automatically do not like her at all. Matter of fact, as soon as the food is done, you have our characters leave to go to the next stop, which is Mary Jane's day job. Because around this time in Marvel Comics, she had a role in a TV show. She is an actress. And so while you have Peter waiting for Mary Jane to wrap up her latest scene for the new TV show, he then realized that his spider sense is going off like crazy. Now, when it comes to Peter having his cosmic abilities, all his regular powers have also been enhanced as well. So, for example, his spider sense. But either way, when he looks over to the city, he sees something dropping. And we already know what that is. It's the Hulk. And so you have Peter Parker head straight over to the city to see why in the world the Hulk is there and why in the world the Hulk is just throwing cars all over the place. Now for the Hulk, he believes that he should be able to take down Peter Parker very easily. It's just Spider-Man, but most of the characters in Marvel Comics don't know that Spider-Man got an upgrade, that he now has cosmic abilities. And so you have the Hulk try to punch Peter Parker, but Peter's able to beat down on the Hulk. And the Hulk realized that this is not going to be an easy job. But then he realized that the sun is about to come up, which means the Hulk time is over. It's now time for Bruce Banner. And so he tells Peter, hey, you know what? We'll finish this battle tomorrow night. I gotta go. Meet me here so that we are able to wrap up our battle. And so you have Spider-Man head over to that location the Hulk told him to be at. Now, as soon as he arrives there, you then have the two characters begin to battle once again. Now, while you have the two characters battling against each other, you have the Hulk realize that this is not going to be an easy battle because Spider-Man is way stronger than he used to be. Now, in the middle of their battle, you then have both characters realize that there are two random kids there who are watching the entire battle, but now they're trying to protect Spider-Man from the Hulk, which honestly is just a bad idea. But you did have the Hulk say, you know what? I don't want to see any kids get injured because of this battle. And so what if I am able to scare them away? And so you have the Hulk pick up something hoping to scare the kids away, like he's going to throw it at them. But here's the problem. He didn't tell Peter Parker his plan. And so you have Peter get very worried in the idea that the Hulk is about to kill off some innocent kids. And so you have Peter punch the Hulk so hard, he literally goes out into space. And you have Parker realize that he may have gone just a tad bit too far. And so you have Spider-Man go out into space to get the Hulk and bring him right back down to Earth. Now, because you have Parker saving the Hulk said, you know what? I am going to leave you alone. I only attacked you because someone offered a lot of money, but you just saved my life. So because of that, I'm not going to kill you at all. And you have the Hulk leave. Now for Peter, he is still very confused on why in the world the Hulk was trying to kill him. Like, yes, he knows that money was involved, but still, why would the Hulk try to kill him off? And who had hired the Hulk to kill him off? But now we have to jump over to Spectacular Spider-Man number 160, where we do pick up with Dr. Doom still trying to find different ways to collect the energy that Spider-Man is releasing when he does use his cosmic powers. And so now we see that Dr. Doom had paid a few men to dive to the ocean floor near New York to find a certain robot, and that would be TES. Now TES stands for Total Elimination of Super Soldiers. It was made back in the 1940s just in case Steve Rogers and any future super soldiers might have gone crazy. Now when it comes to Dr. Doom, he wants to use the robot as a way to fight against Spider-Man, but to also absorb the energy that Spider-Man is releasing when it comes to his cosmic powers. And then of course, convert that energy into his own kind of energy to use against his enemies. But now we are able to jump over to Spider-Man. And when we do, we see Spider-Man fighting against his usual foes for the first time in the entire story arc of Acts of Vengeance. It's him going up against the Shocker, Rhino, and also Hydro Man. Now, this is the first time that we're seeing Spider-Man being able to use his cosmic abilities on his own foes, because most of Acts of Vengeance was really more a Spider-Man fighting against other characters who belong to other heroes. But either way, you do have Spider-Man being able to take down his foes very easily. But something else I do want to mention is that around this time in Marvel Comics, you had the public getting tired of superheroes and their super battles, because usually when a hero fights against a villain, they're causing a lot of property damage. And so Congress is trying to pass a bill in the idea of saying like, hey, you know what? If you're going to be a superhero, you gotta register and work for the government. And so currently you have the public most of the time in Acts of Vengeance just going after different heroes. Now we also learned in a previous story that this whole Congress idea was kind of made thanks by the Acts of Vengeance group as another way to get rid of superheroes. But now we jump over to the Acts of Vengeance group, where we pick up with the Kingpin and also Loki showing concerns about Doctor Doom, because Doctor Doom is not really trying to work with the others when it comes to the idea of trying to find different ways to bring down Spider-Man. But they also realize that he is very obsessed with the idea of Spider-Man and his newfound powers. Now for Kingpin, Loki, and the rest of the inner circle, they don't know that Doctor Doom is trying to claim the powers of Cosmic for himself. But he's telling them that, hey, you know, my goal is your goal. It's to get rid of Spider-Man. Now, Loki realized that Doctor Doom is up to something, but he has no idea what. But he does say that he's going to watch Doom very carefully. But you do have the Kingpin and Loki see Doom turn on Tess and tell Tess that his target is Spider-Man. But now we jump over to Peter Parker and Spider-Man. Now, when we do, you have the two characters begin to argue with one another. And it's all because Mary Jane said, hey, I feel like your newfound powers may be too much for you to handle. Now, the reason why she is saying that, because in the earlier chapters of his story arc in Acts of Vengeance, he had fought against a lot of characters, but he also caused a lot of property damage as well in those battles. And it's Mary Jane saying, hey man, listen, I just feel like those newfound powers are just way too dangerous. You need to learn more about them and get them better under control. But for Peter, he feels like Mary Jane is acting the same way as the public. And the idea that he is a menace, that other heroes are a menace, that all they're doing right now is causing damage and not trying to protect innocent lives. And so he gets very upset with Mary Jane and just walks out. Really, he swings away. But he's so upset because he believes that she's acting like the rest of the people in the country who want the bill to be passed. Now, after you have Spider-Man leave the apartment, he's then confronted by Tess that was sent there by Doctor Doom. Now, for Spider-Man, once again, he's very confused in why in the world all these different kinds of characters keep coming after him for. Because again, these are characters that he would not usually fight against. But we know why, because of Doctor Doom and the Acts of Vengeance group. But either way, you do have Spider-Man try his best to fight against Tess. But also, Peter is holding back when it comes to using his cosmic abilities. Because he knows, like, it's a robot. It should be easy to handle. But the problem is, the robot, Tess, has the ability to heal up by absorbing different kinds of metals around him. Now, as the battle goes on, once again, you have the public being very upset with Spider-Man and also his battle against another character because, again, it's causing property damage. And so you have Peter get so upset because these people are yelling at him, but also some of the people are saying that Peter is there to kill them. And so he gets so upset about them in this battle that he releases a huge amount of energy on the robot, destroying it. And so it's all like, okay, the battle is done, but at the same time realize that, oh my God, look at just what I did in front of innocent people. I lost control because I couldn't take a few comments from random people. And so you have Peter leave. Now, most of those pieces, they fell to the bottom of the ocean. But once again, you have Doctor Doom being able to send a few guys down to the bottom of the ocean to find those pieces. And now, when it comes to Doom, he tells us that the robot was able to absorb a huge amount of energy from Spider-Man, which means that now Doom might have the chance to take that energy and give it to himself and possibly be on the same level with Spider-Man. But now we jump over to Web of Spider-Man number 61. Now, when it comes to Web of Spider-Man number 61, it does continue Acts of Vengeance, but it's Spider-Man now fighting against Dragon Man in this chapter. Now, in the opening pages of this book, we actually pick up with Spider-Man saying that he's done. Once again, it's one of those books where you have Peter Parker saying he's done being Spider-Man, but this time it's a tad bit different. And the only reason why, because the newfound powers he has is just too much for him to handle. He feels like he has no right to hold on these kind of powers at all. But on top of that, the entire city is now beginning to hate him, and that's getting to him. And so he decided to go ahead and quit, and he throws his mask away. Now, after Spider-Man had threw away his mask, well, his mask was caught mid-air by the Wizard. And the Wizard is one of the members of the inner circle of Acts of Vengeance. And so once he does find the mask of Spider-Man, but also overhearing that Peter Parker is going to quit, you then have the Wizard go over to the rest of the inner circle and say, guys, listen, Spider-Man is done. He quit. Now, the rest of the inner circle, they don't believe the Wizard had actually found Spider-Man's mask. They believe it's actually a fake. Now, you do have the Wizard tell them, like, no, guys, I overheard him. He said he's done and threw his mask away. But you didn't have the rest of the inner circle say, we're not done with him. We need to find him and basically kill him, especially the Kingpin. Now, when it comes to Doom, he's all like, listen, I ain't got time for this right now. I am working on a very special project at this moment. And so Doom walks away. Now, Loki, he realized that Doom is up to something. And so for Loki, he decides to watch Dr. Doom very carefully. Now, when it comes to the Wizard, he does have a plan to find Spider-Man by using the mask as a way to find Spider-Man by following his scent. You see, when it comes to the Wizard, he has the robot or android better known as Dragon Man. And so Dragon Man is a robot that was created by a scientist, but also some magic was involved as well. But either way, when it comes to Dragon Man, he's able to follow the scent of anyone to the perfect location. And so you have the Wizard say, hey, follow this scent to Spider-Man and bring him over to us. Or, kill him. Either way, find Spider-Man. And you have Dragon Man leave. Now, for Peter, he's trying his best to live a regular life now. He goes home, he showers, he changes clothes. He sees a note that was left behind by Mary Jane that said, hey, we're going to meet up over here. But you do have Peter trying his best to live that normal life. Matter of fact, he runs into Liz Allen, or Liz Osborn, the wife to Harry Osborn. And he does tell Liz that he'll babysit little Normie. But then you have Peter continue on with his day. Matter of fact, when it comes to Peter, he's all like, you know what? I gotta meet up with Mary Jane. You know what? I'm gonna take the subway. Now, as soon as Peter left his apartment, Dragon Man had arrived, and Dragon Man almost found Peter, but he realized scent is no longer there, and so he continues to follow Peter, and he follows Peter over to the subway. And really, the rest of Web of Spider-Man is really more of Peter Parker fighting against Dragon Man in the subway tunnels. Now, while you have the two characters fighting against each other, Spider-Man has to use his cosmic abilities to make a suit for him right then and there. but he has to fight against Dragon Man, even though he wanted to retire from the superhero life. Now, while you have the two characters fighting against each other, a train arrives, and of course, it gets involved in some property damage. Now, when that happens, you have Peter say, great, now the public is going to blame me for this as well. This freaking sucks. But the people on the train say, no, we're not mad at you. Matter of fact, we're happy to see you because you saved our life from that creature right there. And so guess what? We actually love you. And so because of that, you have Peter say, you know what? Maybe I should not quit being Spider-Man. Maybe I should continue on. Now, once he's able to take down Dragon Man, you have the Wizard fly by. And you have the Wizard very upset with himself. Not really Dragon Man himself, because now he realized that he had inspired Spider-Man to continue on to be a hero. If he had not sent Dragon Man after Peter, most likely Peter would not have continued on as Spider-Man until another event down the road. But again, thanks to the Wizard, Peter is now back as Spider-Man. And the last part that we are going to talk about in today's video, we jump back over to Doctor Doom. And remember, Doctor Doom had a project going on where he was trying to take the energy that he was able to absorb from Spider-Man and give it to himself. But unfortunately, when he tried, it doesn't work. And it seems like somebody had most likely sabotaged his project. Now, Doom has no idea who did it, but we know who it was. It was Loki. And so the book ends when it comes to Acts of Vengeance. It was a massive crossover that was given to us by Marvel Comics. But the way it was told to us was done in team books or solo character books. So for example, The Amazing Spider-Man or The Avengers or the West Coast Avengers. And those chapters would help us learn more and more about what's happening in Acts of Vengeance. Now, those chapters would solely focus on those characters in their own books. And so today's video is going to be about the Fantastic Four. Now, we had already covered the first chapter for their Acts of Vengeance story arc, but now we're going to cover the second and third story arc, where you now have the Fantastic Four going up against, well, Congress. You see, around this time in Marvel Comics, you had the heroes dealing with a new law that basically said that if you are going to be a hero or somebody with powers, you're going to have to register in this country and basically work for the government. And so when it came to Reed Richards and the rest of the Fantastic Four, they felt like they had to go to Congress and have a conversation to basically say why this is a bad idea, which honestly it is. But it is 2 chapters. You're going to see a lot of different points being brought up in just 2 books to say why it is bad to try to control superheroes and what could it mean for the future of the country. Now, before we have Reed Richards being able to get up and share his beliefs of this new law, we have other characters stepping up and sharing their beliefs about this new law. So, for example, you have a guy who's part of the NRA, and he says, what we're trying to do right now is going to be the first step into banning powers altogether. And we do not have the right to ban those powers. And he says, listen, if you guys give us guns to use for fun or possibly protection, then why can't we allow heroes to use their powers for fun or protection? Their powers are there to help them and to help others. And so for him, he says, that's your problem right there. If you ban their powers, then most likely they can no longer help people where their powers will be really great in those different kinds of situations. But after he shares his beliefs, he sits down just like that. But then you have everyone freak out. And the reason why, because they got word that Apocalypse was flying over the area and they know how powerful he truly is. And so when it comes to our heroes, once they got word that Apocalypse was nearby, you had the Fantastic Four run over to somewhere else in the building to change clothes into their Fantastic Four outfits, just in case they have to battle against Apocalypse. But once they got word that he was just flying over and he went somewhere else, they changed back into their regular clothes to rejoin the session. Now, this section right here is going to be very important down the road in this book. But now I want to shift your focus over to a small device. Now, this small device has been following the Fantastic Four all the way from New York over to Washington, D.C. Now, this small device is going to be very important for today's video, and here is the reason why. So the small device goes off, and out of nowhere, you have a random character trying to assassinate the Fantastic Four. Now, his name is Ramrod, but he's like a D-list character. Now, this is continuing a trend we saw in the first chapter of the story arc in our last video for the Fantastic Four. In that video, you had our heroes be attacked by some random D-list characters. Now, like I said earlier, when it came to Acts of Vengeance, it's all about the idea of seeing our heroes go up against new characters they don't usually fight against. But for our team here, they're going up against characters who are D-list characters, people they can take out so easily. And when it comes to Ramrod, when he tries to assassinate the Fantastic Four, well, unfortunately, he trips over his own feet, which then leads into him getting knocked out by that fall. And so then you have our heroes just take him away. Really, the officers take him away. But you have our heroes say, we have no idea who that guy was, but like, at least he's gone now. But now we have Henry Gyrus step up to speak on his belief in this new law. Now, when it comes to Henry, he is a problem. This man truly hates mutants and was actually part of Project Wide Awake. But I'm not going to speak much about that. Just know it was another attack on the mutant race. But there was a time where he was in charge of the Avengers and did a horrible job at that. Now, when it comes to Henry, he believes this new law should go into effect because at least the government can control the heroes before it could possibly get out of hand if something happens. Now, for Henry, this law is only for people who got their powers from accidents, not mutants who were born with their abilities. But he basically says they should use the draft of the law to see how it works. The draft says only men need to register, not women nor children. But also it was to guide everyone into a more controlled state when it comes to heroes rather than having them run freely. Also, he is trying to put in a position where he will be in charge of all the heroes. But now it's time for Reed Richards to speak. Now, when he gets up there, unfortunately, that is the moment where you have two more D-list characters try their best to assassinate the Fantastic Four. That would be Plant Man and Quill. Again, two D-list characters, but those two D-list characters are easily taken out by each other. Now, here's the thing. You didn't have the congressman wondering if Reed Richards and the rest of the Fantastic Four are doing this on purpose, because before they had arrived, this entire room was quiet. There was no issues at all. But after our heroes had arrived, now you had three different D-list characters trying to assassinate the Fantastic Four. And so they believe that Reed is most likely involved in some kind of way. But then they allowed the Fantastic Four to speak. Now, first is Reed. When it comes to Reed, this man came prepared. He brought all these different kinds of reports to show how the Fantastic Four have helped out mankind over the years and why they are needed. Now, when it comes to the congressmen, they do ask the other members of the Fantastic Four. So, for example, Susan, they ask her about their son, Franklin Richards. Now, at this point in Marvel Comics, Franklin is a mutant that got retconned way down the road. But she says she is worried about the other law that's trying to go into effect that would affect the mutants, saying that if you are a mutant, you have to register. And she feels like it's not fair for her son having to be forced to work for the government in some kind of way down the road. Now, for the Human Torch, he says this law could be good, but then you have to realize that you couldn't get characters like Doctor Doom to register, or possibly other characters who are just as powerful as Doom. And for Ben Grimm, it was really more of like, if you believe that your new law will help you control superpower beings, you're in the wrong, because it's like saying having gun control. Do you really believe with gun control that guns be better controlled in this country? Most likely not. And so you have our heroes being able to share what their beliefs are in this new law. Now, something else I should also mention is that around this time in the Fantastic Four, they were really more the Fantastic Five, because you also had She-Thing, which by this point in Marvel Comics, she had dropped that name and began to call herself Miss Marvel once again. And her name was Sharon Ventura, who was a close girlfriend of Ben Grimm, but unfortunately was hit with cosmic rays, and then she was changed into She-Thing. Now, she's also there with the rest of the team as they're trying to talk to congressmen, but she realized that there's other men in the crowd right now who look very suspicious, and of course it's more D-list characters. And guys, when I say D-list characters, I mean truly D-list characters, like the Flying Tiger, Thunderball, the Eel, Mad Dog, and Vanisher. Now, you do have our heroes being able to take down all these different D-list characters, but after doing that, you have Reed realize what is making these characters trying to assassinate the Fantastic Four, that small device I mentioned earlier. And so you have Reed grab it and turn it off. But then it leads into other people in the room believing that Reed Richards and the Fantastic Four are at fault for what's been happening in this room. They believe our heroes are bringing these bad guys here on purpose. And so as we dive into the next chapter for the Fantastic Four, we do pick up with Reed Richards and the rest of the team now being accused for being the ones who had brought the bad guys here to this meeting. Now, while you have our heroes being accused, you didn't have the press say, let's ask a few people who may live near the Fantastic Four and see how they truly feel about this team. Now, this gives us a great example of how the public feels about the superhero community, because you do have some folks who love the idea of having the heroes around, but you also have some folks who hate the idea of having the heroes around. Now, there are other opinions as well, but it really shows that the public is very, divided when it comes to what should be done when it comes to the heroes. Now, when it comes to Reed, he says, listen, if I was the one who had created this device, I would make sure that this device was undetectable, that you nor anyone else in this room would be able to actually find it, which means this was not done by me. And also, I would have used better stuff to create a better device. Now, you did have Reed continue on to say that when it comes to superheroes, it's not really easy for them. He says, listen, most of the heroes in the superhero community, they have a full-time job. And really, their superhero life is their second full-time job. They're trying to balance both, and here's the catch though, that second full-time job does not pay them at all. Most of the heroes are not getting paid for what they do for this world. Now, you did have Reed say also to realize that we live in a world where supervillains is just a natural thing, that no matter what, if heroes were there or not, we would have bad guys popping up left and right. But then you have Reed say you also have to realize that we're not just fighting against characters from Earth, we're also fighting against characters from other planets, cosmic beings who could easily wipe us out. And that is why we need superheroes, but also why we need superheroes to work freely to stop attacks like those. And so while you have Reed trying to continue on with his reasoning, well, that is when he's interrupted by the people of Congress, saying like, hey, we just got word that outside the building, there's more D-list characters who are trying to attack the place. Now, you have She-Thing and also Ben Graham go outside to handle that situation. Now, while doing that, you have Reed and Sue continue on. But before they do, you have Sue bring up a good point. She says, what if that device that you turned off earlier is also controlling the different members of Congress as well? But then you have Reed bring up another good point. He says, listen, here is the reason why you guys cannot be in control of the superheroes. And he goes back over to Henry Gyrich. He says, Henry was in charge of the Avengers, but he did a horrible job when he had that position. And so that is Reed's point right there. He says, if we allow the government to be in charge of superheroes, let's say Galactus comes, but then you guys say, you know what? We are only going to send a few heroes after Galactus. But what if those heroes are not the right ones to handle that kind of situation? But we have no choice because you guys are in control. And that goes back to Reed's main point, that you guys don't have experience when it comes to handling all these different kinds of situations with heroes. And so as Reed's saying, that's why you guys cannot be in charge of us at all. But now that same device once again goes off. But this time you now have just regular people also trying to attack the Fantastic Four. And so you have Reed realize that this device is controlling the minds of not just the bad guys, but also the innocent people in this meeting as well. This device was used as a way to help somebody to hopefully get the law into effect. But once you have Reed being able to turn off the device, everyone turns back to normal. But they all forget what exactly happened in this room. And matter of fact, when you have Reed and Sue go outside to see She-Thing and Ben Graham, they were able to stop the other bad guys outside the building. But they also forgot what had exactly happened a moment ago. And that shows the device is controlling their minds and making them attack the Fantastic Four. But once you have the device turned off, they don't remember anything happening at all. But once you have the meeting being able to continue, it goes back to Reed saying, I still have a few more problems with this law. And you have Reed say, here's my first point right here. So you're saying that if we have superpowers, we have to basically go out of our way and work for the government. Now, at first, you were saying superheroes, but it seems like to me, you also mean people who may have powers, but not using their powers to be heroes, but they still have to register. Why is that fair? But on top of that, what if somebody out there does not know they have abilities, but then you find out and then you got to force them to register? How is that okay at all? And then on top of that, the word mutant. Now for us, that means they have the X gene. But what if somebody was born differently, but also does not have the X gene? Are they also classified as a mutant? And on top of that, they also have to work for the government? And so when it came to Reed, he was able to create a device that scans different people in the room. He says, listen, some of you guys, your genetics are not as normal as you believe they are. That some of y'all could be a tad bit different, which means you could most likely fall in that term of the idea of a mutant. And matter of fact, one of the congressmen in the room, the same one who had accused Reed for being the reason why the bad guys were arriving in this meeting, is actually 15% mutant in a way, because genetics are not as normal as a regular human. And so you have Reed saying, are you normal? Are you a power being? Do you also have to work for the government? That's the problem with this law. There's too many questions unanswered, and you guys just want to throw it out there and see what it does. And that's not okay at all. And so after this meeting, you have Reed and the Fantastic Four being able to have Congress to shelf this idea for the time being. But don't worry, it will come back very soon. But after the meeting, you did have our heroes say, you know what? We got to figure out where this device exactly came from. Now, when it comes to Reed, he was able to work on the device very quickly to figure out that it came from some location. And so then you have our heroes head over to that location. Now, once they do arrive, well, they're confronted by Doctor Doom. Now, something else I do want to mention is that when it comes to most of the heroes in Acts of Vengeance, they have no idea that why these different bad guys are coming after them for. They have no idea why. We know why, because of Loki in his inner circle, but not our heroes. And so you have Doom say, listen guys, the reason why you were being attacked by some D-list characters is because I am now working with a group of people who believe that the best way to get rid of heroes was to throw out characters they don't usually fight against. That's why you saw the Shocker or, Plant Man, those kind of characters, hoping to catch you guys off guard to hopefully get rid of you guys. Now you have the Human Torch go out of his way to try to burn Dr. Doom, except when he tries, he only kills off a Doombot. The real Doom was not there at all, but now the Fantastic Four knows that what's happening behind the scenes. Now, after you had the Human Torch get rid of the Doombot, you then had a Super Adaptoid appear. Now, a Super Adaptoid is a robot that has the ability to copy other people's powers. Now, what you're seeing right now is the original Fantastic Four. You got Reed Richards, you got the Human Torch, you got the Invisible Woman, you got the Thing, you got the original four. But here's the catch though. When it comes to Ben Grimm, he was actually going through a phase where he was just a regular guy. But when he wanted to be the Thing, he will wear a suit that will give him thing-like abilities. And so when it comes to the Super Adaptoid, it was only gaining the abilities of 3 of the 4 Fantastic Four, not Ben Grimm, because Ben is in a regular suit. And so this robot does not have the strength and durability of the Thing. And so you have Ben Grimm being able to use his suit strength as a way to take down the robot. And then once he does that, that really does wrap up today's video. Now, in these 2 books, we're going to see 2 things. The first is that we're going to see the end to Avenger Park. And the reason why? Because we're going to have the Avengers fighting against Freedom Force. And then we're going to see Magneto fighting against Red Skull. Really, it's Magneto just hunting down the Red Skull. And so the first chapter we're going to cover is Avengers number 312, where we pick up with the West Coast Avengers. Now, around this time in Marvel Comics, we had 2 Avengers teams. The original one stayed on the East Coast and the new one stayed on the West Coast. Now, the reason why the West Coast here on the East Coast is because they couldn't get a hold of any members of the East Coast team. And here is the reason why. Avengers Island was destroyed at the very beginning of Acts of Vengeance, and the West Coast team is just now finding out about it. Now, when it comes to Hank Pym, he's trying his best to do some research to figure out what is exactly going on when it comes to the villains going after the different heroes. Now, he does realize that most of the battles are only taking place in America, which he is right. Only a few chapters of Acts of Vengeance takes place somewhere else outside of America. But when it comes to our heroes, they're having a hard time finding the East Coast team, but at the same time, trying to figure out why are the different bad guys coming after them with this new kind of game plan. Now, something else I do want to talk about is the Scarlet Witch, and let me explain why. So around this time in Marvel Comics, the Scarlet Witch went through a lot, and I mean a lot. First, she lost her husband, the Vision, who was reprogrammed to be just a regular android, to not have any kind of feelings at all. But then on top of that, her and Vision lost their children. And so for her, she has gone through a lot. Now here's the thing. In a previous chapter, she was unresponsive until somebody told her, hey, the Vision is in danger. You gotta help him. And as soon as she heard that, she snapped out of it and went to go protect the Vision, which she did. But the rest of the team realized that when she looks at the Vision, she sees the old version of him, not the new version. And matter of fact, when he speaks, again, she hears the old version, not the new version, not realizing that the Vision that she fell in love with is no longer around. And so the rest of the team is kind of concerned about her mental state. Now, like I said earlier, when it comes to Acts of Vengeance, it was put together by Loki. You see, when it came to Loki, he was able to build the entire operation by building Inner Circle in this operation. Now, when it comes to the Inner Circle, you have the Red Skull, the Wizard, the Mandarin, Kingpin, Magneto, and also Doctor Doom. Now, here's the catch. Every single member of the Inner Circle, they believe that they are in charge of the entire operation, not realizing that really it's Loki in charge. And by the way, no one knows it's Loki right there in front of them, because you have Loki pretending to be somebody else, to be their servant. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to Loki, he is playing the servant role, but the only reason why, because he knows if he plays that role and the Inner Circle is able to work together, then most likely the heroes of Earth are going to die. And for Loki, that's all he wants. He wants to see all the Earth heroes be gone forever. Now, when it comes to this meeting, we begin to see the entire Inner Circle begin to argue with one another. And really, you have everyone getting together and going up against the Red Skull. And here's the reason why. So you have the Red Skull called the rest of the group common criminals, and not one single member like that at all. But this argument is really setting things up for the next chapter, where we're going to see Magneto begin to hunt down the Red Skull. And I'll explain why later on in this video. But now we have to jump over to Freedom Force. Now, when it comes to Freedom Force, they were originally known as the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants that was led by Mystique in the early days of Marvel Comics. But by this point, they began to work for the government as a way to be forgiven for all the crimes that they had committed. Now, here's the thing. Their team was put together to go after mutants, and that was really it. But out of nowhere, you have Pyro, Blob, and Avalanche arrive at Avengers Park looking for the Avengers. And it seems like these three characters are trying to arrest the Avengers because the government told them to. Now, when it comes to Avengers Park, at the surface, it may look like a regular park, but underneath it is an actual base the Avengers use. Now, when it comes to the West Coast team, they're inside that base right now, and on their screens, they can see Freedom Force just walking around the park. Now, when it comes to Vision, he believes that he should go up there and ask him, why in the world are you looking for us for? Except, as soon as Vision gets up there, you have Blob just smack the heck out of Vision. And that tells the rest of the team they have to get up there right now to figure out what in the world is going on with Freedom Force. Now, we do get a lot of pages that show us the West Coast Avengers fighting against Freedom Force. Now, at first, it seems like both sides are just equal to one another. Neither side is able to get the edge over the other until you then have Freedom Force being able to get the edge over the West Coast team. Now, here's the thing. The West Coast team, they have the numbers. There's more of them than the Freedom Force team. And on top of that, the West Coast Avengers, well, they're more experienced, but they're struggling. They're getting their butt kicked by Freedom Force. Now, everything seems like Freedom Force is going to win until you have Avalanche do some severe damage to Vision. And as soon as it happens, you had a Scarlet Witch freak out, because now the man she loves is on the ground, possibly dead once again. But then you have Steve Rogers appear, Captain America, and he was able to get both sides to stop in their tracks. And here is the reason why. You see, you have Steve say, hey guys, listen, so I just got word from the government. But before I tell you what they told me, I want to remind you guys that when it comes to Freedom Force, they usually go after mutants, not just regular superpower beings. Now, when it comes to the Avengers, we do have a mutant. That would be the Scarlet Witch. Now, guys, remember, around this time in Marvel Comics, Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch was still considered as the children of Magneto. They were still considered as mutants. But either way, you have Steve saying, that's just one mutant. The rest of us are not mutants. But hold on, let me tell you what the government told me. You see, the government told me you guys no longer work for them, that you guys are free agents. So it seems like y'all came here to do some crazy mess for unknown reasons. So I want to know why y'all here right now trying to arrest us for if you no longer work for the government. Now, as soon as Steve said that, you have Freedom Force get the heck out of there. Now, the Avengers, they do try to stop them, but unfortunately, the team kept getting distracted left and right, and so Freedom Force was able to escape. Now, once they do leave, we kind of find out that Vision is okay. He was able to repair himself. And for the Scarlet Witch, it's a great thing. The man she loves is still okay. And so our team can now move on. Now, the next chapter that we are going to talk about is going to be Captain America number 367. Now, this picks up with the last chapter left off when it comes to Captain America in number 366. And remember, when it came to Steve Rogers, he had to fight against Namor because Namor was being mind controlled by the controller. Now, when it came to Namor, he was defeated by Steve Rogers, and you have Steve bring Namor over to Hank Pym to hopefully find a way to remove the disc on the back of Namor's neck so that he would no longer be in control. And so the opening pages of this book, we kind of find out that Hank Pym was able to free Namor. Now, when it comes to Namor, he does inform Steve Rogers that he was also invited to be part of the Acts of Vengeance event. Because again, when it comes to Namor, he used to be a bad guy. He's really more anti-hero. Sometimes good, sometimes he's bad. When it came to Loki, he believed that Namor was bad and tried to bring Namor into the inner circle, but Namor declined. Now, this is the first piece of information that anybody was able to get to figure out what in the world is going on. And so now Steve knows that apparently all the different villains are working together for some mysterious character. But unfortunately, our heroes have no idea who that character could be. But now Steve knows what could possibly be going on. Now, I want you guys to remember what I said earlier when it comes to the Red Skull and Magneto and the rest of the inner circle arguing with one another. Because I did say that it was going to lead into Magneto hunting down the Red Skull. And here is the reason why. So, when it comes to the Red Skull, he was back there in World War II working alongside with Hitler. When it came to Magneto, he was also there in World War II, but Magneto was in one of those camps. And so while growing up, Magneto began to hate Nazis left and right. And so once he heard that the Red Skull had worked with Hitler, well, the Red Skull was on his hit list. He always hated the Red Skull. And so while you have the Red Skull just chilling inside his tower, minding his business, you didn't have Magneto just bust through the wall, say, hey man, listen, I just remembered that you were there in World War II working alongside with Hitler, and you helped Hitler kill off my people. And you see, I don't like that. And so it's time for you to pay back for everything you did to my people. Now, when it comes to the Red Skull, he tries his best to get away from Magneto. But Magneto is technically a one-man army. He cannot be stopped so easily. And matter of fact, you have the Red Skull tell Controller, hey, I need you to deal with him. But Controller is no match for Magneto. But let's shift our focus back over to Captain America, and here is the reason why. So you have Steve Rogers heading over to Washington, D.C. to do some more work on learning about the new Red Skull. Now, the reason why I say the new Red Skull, because the Red Skull was gone for a while, and the world believed that the original Red Skull was dead. But then out of nowhere, a new one popped up. And so for Steve, he believes that it's somebody else trying to take up the mantle, not realizing that it is the original Red Skull who had returned. But he does know that Red Skull does work out of Washington, D.C. And so he headed over there. Except when he arrived at the tower that belongs to the Red Skull, he sees a huge hole in the side of the building. Now, we already know that hole came from Magneto, but you have Steve go ahead and go inside the building. Now, when he does find the controller who was just recently defeated by Magneto. Now, when it comes to the controller, he does get right back up and tries his best to fight against Captain America. But you have our good old boy here being able to take down the controller once again and move on with his investigation to figure out what in the world is going on here, and two, where in the world the Red Skull is at. Now, the rest of the book is really more of Magneto just continuing the chase after the Red Skull. Now, while you have Magneto doing that, you have Steve Rogers keep finding different things that Magneto had destroyed while he was hunting down the Red Skull. Now, when it comes to Steve, he has no idea what in the world is going on here. He has no idea Magneto is the one here right now just causing all these things to get destroyed in this building. But either way, you have Steve Rogers continue on. Now, when it comes to Magneto, he was able to finally catch up to the Red Skull. And when it comes to Magneto, he says, listen, I'm not going to kill you, but I am going to make you pay for what you did to my people. So I decided to put you in solitary confinement. You see, I place you in a shelter, a fallout shelter, and the only way out is that door right there. But here's the problem. There's no easy way to get to that door. And so you're going to stay here until I feel like you're able to leave. Don't worry, I left you enough water to survive, but no one is going to be able to find you. I made sure of that. But anyways, I'm going to leave now. Goodbye. And that is literally the end of the to the finale for Acts of Vengeance, we do pick up with West Coast Avengers number 54. Now, here's the thing about this book. It is technically part of the finale, but there's only small pieces of this book that we really have to talk about, because the main point of this book is really more of the West Coast Avengers heading back over to California, really LA, and they have to fight against the Mole Man and his creatures. Now, when it comes to the Mole Man, he's a classic Marvel villain. I mean, he first appeared in Fantastic Four #1. He was their first bad guy when they first came together as a superhero team. Now, when it comes to Mole Man, him and his creatures of Moloids and other kinds of creatures, they come from the subterranean area. Now, the subterranean area is actually a kingdom underneath the surface of the earth. But for some strange reason, when it comes to the Mole Man, he's very upset about something. And that is why he's telling his creatures to go ahead and attack LA. Now, luckily for the innocent people of LA, they do have the West Coast Avengers arrive. Now remember, at this point in time in Marvel Comics, you had two different Avengers teams. You had the East Coast, which was the main team, the original one, and you then had the West Coast Avengers. Now, when it comes to the West Coast Avengers, they were actually trying to handle a different kind of problem. You see, in their last chapter in Acts of Vengeance, Vengeance, they were attacked by the UFOs. Now, the UFOs only attacked our heroes because they believed that the Avengers had attacked them at first in a different kind of setting, to only find out that they were tricked, and so the UFOs left. But when it came to our heroes, they still wanted answers, and so their main goal at first was to find the UFOs, but now they gotta handle this Mole Man problem. But now we jump over to Hank Pym, the Wasp, and also the Scarlet Witch, which honestly, I want to shift our focus over to the Scarlet Witch. And here is the reason why. So when it comes to the Scarlet Witch, by this point in Marvel Comics, she has gone through a lot. And I mean a lot. You see, for the Scarlet Witch, she had kids, but those kids were technically not real at all. But then on top of that, we kind of find out that her husband was kidnapped, the Vision, and he was reprogrammed and now acting completely different than how he used to be before he was kidnapped. And then also, she was kidnapped and brainwashed by another character. And so for her, she has gone through a lot in a very short period of time. But it seems that she fell in some kind of coma. Now, in the last chapter for the West Coast Avengers, Hank Pym was able to wake her up and said, hey, the Vision, he's in danger right now and he needs your help. And she is so protective over her husband, she woke up and got into that battle. But the problem is right now, the Vision is not here because he decided to stay with the other Avengers team. And so when it comes to our three heroes, they were heading back over to the West Coast to rejoin the rest of the West Coast Avengers. But the problem is, out of nowhere, they are attacked by a creature that's being controlled by the Mole Man. Now, that creature does do some severe damage to their aircraft, and they have no choice but to go ahead and land. Now, when they do land, well, you didn't have Hank Pym being able to use Pym particles to make the creature shrink down in size, something more easier to deal with. Now, when it comes to our heroes, they have no idea that currently they're being watched by Magneto. Now, when it comes to Magneto, by this point in time in Marvel Comics, he was still considered as the father to the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. But right now, apparently, he has some big plans for the Scarlet Witch. He needs her to be okay for the next part of his plan. But let's go ahead and wrap up the whole Mole Man situation for this chapter. So when it comes to Mole Man, he does tell Wonder Man why is he attacking LA for? To get revenge against the Avengers. Yes, you heard that right. So when it came to the Avengers, supposedly they had attacked Monster Island, which was a home for him and his fellow creatures. Now for Wonder Man, he knows that him and the rest of his team did not attack Monster Island at all. And so to Wonder Man, it seems like another bad guy is once again believing that the Avengers are after them, but in reality, they weren't. Just like the UFOs. And so you have Wonder Man being able to convince the Mole Man that this is all one big, huge misunderstanding. That somebody out there had tricked him into believing it was the Avengers, but in reality, it wasn't. And so once he realized that, you have the Mole Man call back both his creatures and they just leave. And the day is saved for LA. Now you do have both Avenger teams come together to talk more about what is exactly going on here. Like who is coming after them. Now the Steve Rogers and the rest of the Avengers, they realize that the other heroes like Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, and also the Punisher, and the list goes on. They have gone through a lot, but not as much as the Avenger teams have. Because for both teams, they have lost their base, but also the other base that's underneath Avengers Park was also attacked as well. And so for our heroes, they're wondering who is really trying to come after the Avengers. The rest of the heroes, they're there and they're also being attacked, but we are the main targets. And the question is right now, why? Why are we the main targets? But now we have to jump over to Avengers number 313, where we actually pick up at Avengers Park. Now, Avengers Park is one of the many locations that is technically owned by the Avengers, but underneath the park is an actual base. Now, inside that base, you have Jarvis, and he's currently just watching over the place. Now, outside the park, we actually see a crowd of people who are very upset with the superheroes of the world, really. Now remember, when it came to acts of vengeance, one of the major plot lines was that Congress was trying to pass a new law by saying that if you are a superhero, you have to register. Now, back in the Fantastic Four storyline for acts of vengeance, that law got shelved. Congress is no longer going to try to pursue that law. But that effect has not hit the Avenger books just yet. And so currently you have all these different people outside the park right now very upset with superheroes. Now, when it comes to the East Coast team, they're kind of busy at the moment trying to salvage anything from Avengers Island. And remember, back in Avengers number 311, the island, which was the main base for the East Coast Avengers, was destroyed by a group of robots that was technically working for the Acts of Vengeance group. But back at the park, out of nowhere, you have the Mandarin appear. Now, when he appears, he's all like, listen, Freedom Force fought the Avengers here last time, and Freedom Force was almost able to take out the Avengers. But now it's time for a more skilled person to step in and actually deal with the Avengers. And so you have the Mandarin going out of his way to attack the park, hoping to bring the Avengers out in the open. Now, for Doctor Doom, he is very upset with the Mandarin for a lot of different reasons. The main one is that the Mandarin did not inform the rest of the group that he will be going after the Avengers. But at the same time, for Doctor Doom, he feels like it's just too soon to try again to attack the Avengers after their recent attack. But finally, it's Doctor Doom saying when he looks at the Mandarin, he sees somebody just trying to show off, to show how powerful he truly is thanks to his 10 rings, but not really trying to accomplish any goals that can help out the actual inner circle. Now, while you have Doom going off, you then have the Red Skull walk in. Now, the Red Skull walks in and just talks some mad trash towards Doctor Doom. But Doom does not like that at all. And so you have Doom grab the Red Skull and throw him. Now, you have the Red Skull, so the body he's in right now is not your regular human body. This body went through some upgrades to be able to fight back against people like Doctor Doom. Now, you have the Kingpin walk in, and the Kingpin is kind of able to stop Doctor Doom and the Red Skull from fighting against each other, but at the same time, he does insult their abilities to handle different kinds of situations. Now, getting back over to the Avengers, you currently have the team right now trying to salvage anything from Avengers Island that was wrecked back in the first chapter for the Avenger book for Acts of Vengeance. Now, while doing that, you then have Jarvis call up Steve Rogers and said, hey man, listen, the park is being attacked by the Mandarin. You gotta get over here right now. And so you have him and Wonder Man head over there to hopefully stop the Mandarin. But getting back over to the park, while you have the Mandarin just attacking the park all over the place, you didn't have the Wizard fly by, one of the members of the Inner Circle. Now, when it comes to the Wizard, he was not going to join the battle at all, except he then got attacked by Wonder Man and also Vision. And so unfortunately, he now got involved in what the Mandarin was trying to do, which was get ready to fight against the Avengers. And so now the Wizard has to fight against two members of the team. But now we jump over to the home of Agnetha Harkness. Now, when it comes to Agnetha, she's kind of like a mentor for the Scarlet Witch because she's very powerful in the world of magic. But right now, she's watching over the Scarlet Witch, and she understands the Scarlet Witch has gone through a lot, but she's trying to bring her out of her coma. Now, you have Agnetha realize that somebody's near her house, and she walks outside, except when she does, she can't find anyone there at all. But when she turns around, the house begins to float and then fly straight up into space. Somebody has taken her home. And we kind of find out that it was Magneto. It's him trying to continue his master plan. Now, the rest of this chapter is really more of the Avengers being able to come together to fight against the Mandarin and also to fight against the Wizard. But also, you now have some reserve members as well arrive, and some members of the West Coast as well being able to get there to work together to take down the Wizard and the Mandarin. Now, when it comes to the Mandarin, he realized that this is a losing battle, and so he tries to escape, which he is able to do, except when he does escape, unfortunately the Wizard is not able to follow him, and so the Avengers were able to grab the Wizard, and now he is their prisoner. Now, when it comes to the Wizard, he does not tell the heroes what he exactly knows when it comes to the inner circle of the Acts of Vengeance operation. Really, for him, he says that he's the one in charge, and the other ones who they believe are also in charge are not really in charge, because he's the best person out of the entire group. Now, you then have Loki watching him and realize that the Wizard has now been captured, but he must move on. But then he overhears that the rest of the members of the inner circle are beginning to argue once again, and so he goes into the room. And really, the whole entire argument is really more the idea that the Mandarin had left the Wizard behind. But then out of nowhere, you have everyone realize that something is off with Doctor Doom. And then out of nowhere, he just explodes. And everyone wonder what in the world is going on. But you have the Kingpin realize that it was a Doombot this entire time. Now, we jump over to West Coast Avengers for the final chapter for Acts of Vengeance, where we do pick up with Thor and the rest of the Avengers. Now, we're going to focus on Thor, because you have Thor say it has to be Loki who's behind all these different attacks. Now, the rest of the Avengers, they were also informed by Cloak and Dagger that it was actually Doctor Doom. But you have Thor say, no, I'm pretty sure it was Loki. But while you have the Avengers discussing different things, you did have the Wizard being able to open up a portal that is going to allow him to escape from his prison cell. And so once he's able to use that portal to get back over to the base of the Acts of Vengeance group, that is when he's informed that Doctor Doom was not there at all. Instead, it was actually a Doombot. But then you had the entire group realize, wait a second, Wizard, how are you here right now? And he says, oh, I have some device that allows me to teleport back over here. And you have Loki freak out. Now remember, the rest of the group, they have no idea that Loki is actually there. To them, it's just some random guy who's great with magic and he's their lackey. But in reality, they were his lackey. And so he gets very upset with the Wizard. Like, please tell me you did not use a teleporting device in the cell in the base of the Avengers. Have you lost your mind? And then you have him reveal that he is actually Loki, that they're being played the entire time. But before we are able to continue on with that storyline, we have to jump over to the US agent and also Wonder Man. And here is the reason why. So they were informed by Agatha that her house was taken by some unknown force and the Scarlet Witch was inside the house. Now you have the US agent tell Wonder Man that the house is actually in space at this moment. And so you have the two characters going to space to see what exactly is going on. Now when it comes to Wonder Man, he's the one who tries to get closer to the house once they're able to reach space, except as soon as he gets close to the house, the entire house blows up, and we're left to believe that Wonder Man is now dead. But getting back over to the main plot line, and really shifting our focus over to Loki, you have Loki explain why he is so upset with the Wizard. He says, listen, you use a device to teleport back over here to this base. Here is the problem with that. You see, that device used energy, a type of energy that Thor is able to follow. When it comes to Thor, he will be able to follow that energy over to us. And bam, just like that, Thor arrives. But he brought the Avengers. Now, the rest of the book is really more just our heroes fighting against Loki. Now, like I said, just Loki. The rest of the group, when it comes to acts of vengeance, they all just disappear in different points of the fight. They are not trying to help Loki to fight against the Avengers. And so after a few pages, you actually have Thor being able to seal Loki away once again until a next story down the road that involves him. But the day is saved, and they were able to take down this new super villain group. Now, the ending of this book is actually really interesting, and I might sit down one day and actually cover this story arc. I don't know yet, but when you have all the Avengers go their separate ways, you have the Wasp go back to her base, or really the West Coast Avengers base, or the East Coast. Either way, she goes back to a base, and when she does, she finds the US agent, and when she finds him, this man looks defeated, but he says, "You got to get the heck out of here." And she's all like, "What do you mean? And where is Wonder Man?" And he says, "He's dead, but you gotta get the heck out of here." But before she can leave, she is confronted by the Scarlet Witch, who has apparently gone evil. And this is where we are going. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we're going to really wrap up our coverage over Acts of Vengeance. Now remember, Acts of Vengeance was this massive crossover that was given to us by Marvel Comics in 1989 up to 1990. It was the way for us to see our heroes go up against characters they don't usually fight against. So Spider-Man fighting against Graviton, the Hulk fighting against Gray Gargoyle, and the list goes on. But it was a cool way to see our heroes go up against characters they don't usually fight against. Now, like I just said a moment ago, we're going to wrap up our coverage over Acts of Vengeance. Now, I do know our last video was labeled the finale of Acts of Vengeance. But you see, when it came to Spider-Man, he wasn't technically done when it came to Acts of Vengeance. And so he got an aftermath story arc that took place after the ending of the big crossover. Because in the middle of Acts of Vengeance, Peter Parker was able to gain cosmic abilities by being able to tap into an unknown source of energy. But that's the problem right there. We had no idea what kind of energy that he had tapped into. And so when it came to Acts of Vengeance, when it wrapped up, we're kind of left wondering, hey, what about Peter Parker? What about him being cosmic? Where is that story going to go? And so we got 3 more chapters to kind of wrap up that story arc, but to also answer the big question. What kind of energy did he tap into? But on top of that, we do see Peter Parker going up against every single person that he had defeated in Acts of Vengeance. So getting into the opening pages for today's video, we actually pick up with Sebastian Shaw. Now remember, by this point in our X-Men coverage, by this point in Marvel Comics, Sebastian was no longer part of the Hellfire Club, but this man is still all about his money. And so currently we see him talking to a scientist about a new kind of Sentinels, 3 new prototypes. And these are all being used for Project Nimrod, the perfect Sentinel. They're trying to work their way up to that point. Now, when it comes to Sebastian, he wants to use the new kinds of Sentinels on other mutants. But here is the big problem. You see, he knows that in the past, Spider-Man had fought alongside with the X-Men, and the word on the street is that Spider-Man now has cosmic abilities, and with those cosmic abilities, he will be able to protect the X-Men and other mutants from these new kind of Sentinels. And so for Sebastian, he wants to know, where did Spider-Man get his powers from? Now, the scientist that he was talking to apparently knows that it came from Max Lubish. Well, the project that Max was working on might have gave Spider-Man his newfound powers. Now, I will explain more about Max here in a moment, but now you have Sebastian very intrigued to meet Max and to figure out how in the world he was able to give Spider-Man cosmic powers. But now we have to jump over to Peter Parker. Now, when it comes to Peter Parker, we currently see him trying to help out Mary Jane by practicing some lines for the next show that she is going to be in. You see, around this time in Marvel Comics, Peter Parker and Mary Jane were actually married. But here's the problem right now. Peter is unable to focus to help out Mary Jane because he's so concerned about his new cosmic abilities that he's not really able to focus on a lot of different things. Mary Jane, school, Aunt May, and the list goes on. And so you have MJ say, why don't you just go out there in the city and just swing around a tad bit to kind of help you clear your mind. And once your mind is clear, come back here and then maybe we'll be able to continue. But now we jump back over to Sebastian Shaw, and we see Sebastian being able to meet up with Max Lubish. Now, when it comes to Max, the reason why he's so important when it comes to the idea of Peter Parker having cosmic abilities is because him and Peter were working on a project together at the university that Peter Parker is currently attending. And you see, when it came to the project, the main goal was to be able to tap into an unknown source of energy, which they were able to do. But the problem was that energy then shot out of the machine and hit Peter Parker, which then gave him the ability to become cosmic. And so when it comes to Sebastian, he wants Max to make a new device to be able to take away the powers of cosmic away from Spider-Man. But now we have to jump over to Graviton. Now, when it comes to Graviton, he fought against Peter Parker back in the first chapter for Spider-Man in Acts of Vengeance. Now, he had actually defeated Spider-Man, and he was left to believe that he had killed off Spider-Man because he was hired to kill off Peter Parker. Except he didn't make sure that he had actually finish the job. And so Peter was able to get right back up. And so he got word that Spider-Man is still alive. And so his main goal is to find Spider-Man and to kill him off. Now, when it comes to Loki, though, by this point in Acts of Vengeance, Loki was defeated by the Avengers. And so this man is about to leave the Earth for the time being. Except before he does leave, he has one more trick up his sleeve. And so he hits a button that releases some kind of energy that goes straight down to the Earth to cause a new kind of problem. And what could be that new kind of problem? Well, you see, that energy goes straight down to Sebastian's 3 new prototype Sentinels and combine them together to make a Tri-Sentinel, a concept that most fans truly love thanks to Spider-Man comics. And so now this new version of a Sentinel is going to attack the city and most likely going to fight against Spider-Man. But now we jump over to Spider-Man and we see him just minding his business, swinging around, trying to clear his mind. But unfortunately, his spider sense goes off. Now, after he had gained the ability of Cosmic, it was able to warn him about anything happening in the city, not just nearby him, but possibly across the city. And so while he's out there just trying to mind his business, he was attacked by Graviton. Now, the last time these two characters had met, Graviton won, but Peter Parker did not have his cosmic abilities. But this time he does. And so he is able to one-shot Graviton to easily win. And it's kind of like, dang, Graviton, you got your butt whooped. But Peter Parker is now trying to move on with his day. Now, like I said earlier, when it came to Max Lubish and also Sebastian Shaw, they were working together to find a way to take away the powers of Cosmic away from Spider-Man, except they do the complete opposite. Instead, they give him the full power of Cosmic. And this is where everything comes together. You see, we kind of find out that Peter Parker had tapped into the Enigma Force, and this is really important. And here is the reason why. The Enigma Force is a huge amount of cosmic ability that has the ability to turn somebody into Captain Universe. But the only reason why you are chosen to hold onto that kind of power is when something big is about to happen near you, and you were chosen to protect the people of that area. And so that means if Spider-Man was able to become Captain Universe, that means something big is about to happen near him. And so the rest of this chapter is really more of Spider-Man going out of his way to fight against the Tri-Sentinel. Now, I actually did have a problem with this battle, and the reason why, because earlier, when it came to Spider-Man only having half the power of Cosmic in his hands and going up against characters like Magneto, that he was able to take down those guys very easily. But when it comes to the Tri-Sentinel, with the full power of Captain Universe in his hands, he is actually struggling. And so you have Peter Parker trying his best to take down the Tri-Sentinel, because right now that robot is trying to attack a nuclear plant. If it does go off, well, there goes New York and any other areas around New York. And so Peter Parker has no choice but to go ahead and use the full power of Captain Universe to actually take down the Tri-Sentinel. Now, when he does that, the day is saved. The robot is destroyed, but Spider-Man has now officially lost the powers of Cosmic, the powers of the Enigma Force. He is no longer Captain Universe. But this does not end his Act of Vengeance story arc just yet. There's still 2 more chapters. Now, the ending of the first chapter, I truly love it a lot, and here's the reason why. So you have Peter Parker and Mary Jane going out of their way to meet up with Flash Thompson. Now, in the earlier parts of our coverage over Spider-Man for Acts of Vengeance, I had talked about the idea of Flash having all these different kinds of girlfriends. Well, he has a new one, and except the new girlfriend is somebody who is actually very close to Peter Parker, and that would be Felicia Hardy, aka the Black Cat, aka Peter Parker's ex-girlfriend. But now we have to jump over to Web of Spider-Man number 64. The final 2 chapters for Acts of Vengeance for Spider-Man is really more of him going up against the characters that he fought against earlier in the earlier chapters when he had the power of Cosmic, minus Magneto and another character. And so right now we pick up with Titania, Trapster, and Brothers Grimm. And these 3 characters were defeated earlier by Spider-Man with the powers of Cosmic, and now they're on their way over to a nearby prison. But then they're broken free by Graviton, who says, listen, we have the ability to get revenge against Spider-Man, somebody who has beaten us all earlier in Acts of Vengeance. So let's work together to actually bring him down. But before we can do that, we have to meet the person who is hiring us to be able to kill off Spider-Man. But now we have to jump over to Peter Parker. Now, by this point in Marvel Comics, the Daily Bugle was no longer under control by J. Jonah Jameson. It was actually bought out by another character known as Thomas Fireheart, better known as Puma. And I'll explain why later on in this video. But when it comes to JJ, he was able to start up a new company, a new newspaper company. And he tried his best to bring back all the the different characters who used to work for him, including Peter Parker. But recently, Peter Parker was actually caught in a Spider-Man outfit. You see, there was another photographer known as Katzenberg, and I really hope I pronounced that last name correctly, who was always trying to get rid of Peter Parker because he believed that he was the better photographer. And so recently he was able to climb onto the sunroof that belonged to Peter Parker in Mary Jane's apartment, where he took pictures of Peter Parker in a Spider-Man outfit, and then told JJ that Peter Parker has never taken actual pictures of Spider-Man. Instead, it was always just Peter Parker in a Spider-Man outfit, which means that Peter has always been lying when it came to his pictures to JJ and also Robbie. Now, when it comes to Peter, he tries his best to give some good excuse to say no, he never lied, but unfortunately, Robbie does not believe him at all and tells Peter that he cannot work here in JJ's new company. And so Peter basically lost his job. Now, like I said earlier, when it came to Graviton, he told rest of the bad guys that they were actually hired by somebody to go after Spider-Man. Well, that person was actually the Chameleon. You see, around this time in Marvel Comics, the Chameleon was trying his best to become the new kingpin of crime of New York. Matter of fact, he was also trying to get rid of Wilson Fisk to make sure the role was only his to have. Now, he was the one who hired the bad guys to come together to go after Spider-Man. But he's also saying, listen, you have one more person who is going to join your team, and that will be Goliath, who was also defeated by Peter Parker earlier in Acts of Vengeance. And so we jump back over to Peter Parker and Mary Jane, and you have the two characters right now at home just minding their business, having some good bonding time, husband and wife, until Peter Parker gets word that the Daily Bugle is once again floating in the middle of the city. And remember, in the first chapter of Acts of Vengeance for Spider-Man, that was how Graviton got Peter Parker's attention. And so for Peter, he knows it has to be Graviton. And so he has no choice but to go ahead and leave to go be Spider-Man. And so the rest of the pages of this chapter is really more of Spider-Man trying to fight against the villains that he was able to be earlier in Acts of Vengeance, but because he had the power of Cosmic, the Enigma Force, he was basically Captain Universe. But now he don't have those powers. And so technically these bad guys have the advantage over him. It's not going to be an easy battle. And really, most of the pages of this battle is Spider-Man getting his butt kicked. Now, there is a moment where it seems like, okay, he might find a way to actually take them down to save the day. But that small moment is gone very quickly when you have Graviton step in. Now remember, when it comes to Graviton, he has the ability to add gravity to you or remove gravity from you. And so for Spider-Man, he had removed gravity completely. And so you have Peter begin to float straight up into the air, heading to space, and we're left to believe that our hero might possibly die. And so now we are able to enter the final chapter for today's video, really the final chapter for Acts of Vengeance, where we actually see Spider-Man still floating in the air, heading towards space. But luckily for Spider-Man, a plane was just flying by. And so you have Peter go ahead and shoot a web to hold on to the plane. And once he holds on long enough, the effects of Graviton is no longer affecting him. And so gravity is back to normal for him. And he's very excited about the idea of not having to float to space and possibly dying. And so he goes on with his day. Now, for the bad guys, their main goal now is to, well, get paid. Except when they go back to the base of the Chameleon, they can't find him. He completely left his base behind. He cleared out. But they do find a note that was left behind. Now, on the note, apparently it was Chameleon working with the Kingpin the entire time. And so you have the bad guys say, you know what? If the Kingpin is working with the Chameleon, then we're going to get paid by the Kingpin or we're going to kill him. and then after we kill him, we'll still look for the Chameleon. And so you have all the bad guys head over to the home of the Kingpin, Wilson Fisk. Now Chameleon, he was somewhere nearby, and he watches the villains fly off, and that was part of his plan the entire time, to get rid of the Kingpin so that he'll be able to take over all crimes in New York. Now, I kind of want to jump back over to Mary Jane, and here's the reason why. So around this time in Marvel Comics, Harry Osborn and Liz Allen were married to one another, and they had a child. That would be Normie. And so Mary Jane came over to babysit Normie as Harry and Liz go out on a date. But here's the problem though. You see, when it comes to Mary Jane, as she's walking around their apartment, she finds the Green Goblin suit. Now back in X-Men Inferno, there was a tie-in for Spider-Man, and Peter Parker and the Green Goblin had to work together to take down an enemy, which they did. But here's the thing though. Harry told Peter that he would get rid of the Green Goblin suit. But the problem is, the suit is still here. And so you have Mary Jane wonder, does Liz know that her husband still has his Green Goblin suit? And on top of that, she needs to tell Peter about this fast. But now we have to get back over to Peter Parker. Now, when it comes to Peter, he's at the Daily Bugle, where he just found out the Daily Bugle might be completely destroyed down because the structure has been so badly damaged thanks to Graviton that they honestly can't do repairs to the actual building. Now, let's not forget, though, that when it came to the Daily Bugle, around this time in Marvel Comics, it was actually purchased out by Thomas Fireheart. Now, Thomas Fireheart is better known as Puma. Now, when it came to Puma, the only reason why he bought out the Daily Bugle was to help out Spider-Man. You see, there was an earlier story arc where Peter Parker was being blamed for a crime, and Puma believed that Peter Parker was actually guilty, to only find out that Peter Parker is actually innocent. And so he bought out the Daily Bugle to begin the process of building up a better image of Peter Parker to the public. But now we have to jump over to the office of the Kingpin, because as soon as we do that, we see him being attacked by the bad guys from earlier parts of this story. Now for the Kingpin, he has no idea why these guys are here for, but they tell him like, your partner did not pay us, so you better pay us before we kill you and then find your partner. Now for the Kingpin, he has no idea what they are talking about. He's like, partner? I am not working with anybody at all. Like, have you guys literally lost y'all's mind? But they're not listening, and they try to attack him. Now, luckily for the Kingpin, Spider-Man arrives just in time to save him. Now, here's the thing, our bad guys are very surprised to see Spider-Man. Now, Peter knew to make sure to take out Graviton first before going after the rest of the villains. Because really, when it comes to Graviton, he's really the only actual challenge for Peter Parker. The rest of them, he can take out very easily, which he actually does. And so once he's able to remove Graviton, the battle does last for a few pages, but it's really more Peter Parker just being the amazing Spider-Man and being able to take down all these guys so easily. And so for Peter, the day is saved and he can move on with his life. Now, the last page of this book really shows that Chameleon's still very happy about the idea of Peter Parker saving the life of the Kingpin. And here is the reason why. Because now word is out there that the Kingpin private tower was attacked by a group of villains, and Spider-Man had to come in to protect him and save his butt against those villains. And so that begins the process of the Kingpin kind of losing his control over crime in New York and giving the Chameleon a chance to move up the ladder into the role of the Kingpin. But this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, see y'all next time. Later.